Hello and welcome in. This is the 386th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody who's tuning in, I appreciate you so much for being here. As well as I'd like to give a massive shout out to all the VOD watchers that don't watch the streams while they're live, but rather after the fact when they permanently live on the YT channel. Now, for everybody joining us today, if you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters and try to change their minds in the process. Because Donald Trump is an increasingly deranged lunatic, from attacking the Pope, depicting himself as God, to threatening to genocide 90 million people, on top of breaking his promise in new wars, to start a new war in Iran that has achieved zero objectives, is now apparently completed, with all objectives being met, including regime change, even though the IRGC is still in charge, on top of a bunch of other mumbo-jumbo. Now, clearly, I don't know how his approval rating is going down, but there's still people that support him, so that's who we're looking to talk to. Every day, we also like to go over the breaking news. Today's breaking news is a little silly, if I'm going to be honest. Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's Secretary of War, the DUI hire, clearly not qualified, never been in a leading position in the military prior to being the Secretary of Defense, now the Secretary of War under Trump's cabinet, was giving a little bit of an address to a crowd yesterday, and in doing so, shared a Bible verse. But the Bible verse that he shared doesn't exist. So a couple great investigators, really unemployed, patriots who have too much time on their hands. I love you guys. Did some investigation to determine where he got this false Bible verse from. And within a minute after he gave this speech and the news broke that he was citing nonsense, it was figured out that he was actually just repeating the script from Pulp Fiction, where a fake Bible verse was given by one of the actors. And he didn't even care to make sure that it was a real Bible verse. He probably watched the movie and thought that this verse sounds sick and would fit really well within his script for his speech. And then, wow, what happened? He went out and embarrassed the fuck out of himself. Samuel Jackson. What a man. That's the actor from Pulp Fiction. I couldn't think of his name. I didn't want to get it wrong. So I called the Samuel Jackson an actor from a movie. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and hop into that first debate. We already have the first debater of the day loaded up in and connected. I appreciate you for being here, Bush Light. You said that you're a Trump supporter. I also see in your bio that you're a self-described Christian.
Yeah, sir, I am Christian.
How could a Christian ever align themselves
I'm
with,
Orthodox.
Such an anti-Christian mess, such as Donald Trump, who depicted himself as Jesus Christ? I feel like that's just so antithetical to the faith. I mean, some might even consider it blasphemous, and here you are saying that you support him as the most powerful man in the world.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I support him 101%. Like, he is going to make stupid decisions. He's only human. But
well, making this stupid decision of depicting himself as God days after attacking the Pope, who you think is just an archbishop, okay, meaning that it's still of importance because he still is a part of the magisterium.
I still respect the Pope.
Threatening the genocide of 90 million people and starting a war that's killed children. I think that we could just no longer reliably trust his mental faculties. If it was anybody but Trump, then it wouldn't be, we don't support these individual decisions he's made, but everybody's human. No, we would say this person is so crazy they should never be in a position of power. Let's throw them in a mental institution. Imagine that you were the owner of a business conducting a job interview, and the interviewee it tells you a little bit about themselves, and during the process of the interview, they praise Allah, claim to be a Christian, threaten to genocide 90 million, attack the Pope, and say they're God. Would you ever give them the job at 1,000,000 years?
Nah.
Then why are we giving Trump the job?
I mean, I'm already a supporter of him. I can't go back on my word.
You can't go back on revoking your support from Trump? So you self-describe as you self-identify as a cult member, right? Because that's only something a member of a cult would say, that you can't stop supporting an increasingly insane person.
No, I don't think I'm a cult member.
Okay, then let me ask you a very simple question. What do you think it means to be a cult member?
Well, like what it means to be a cult member. I know a group of people that just pretty much can't see reason, and they stick with one person. I see exactly what you're coming with.
To stick with one person no matter what, right?
Yeah, correct.
So when you just told us moments ago that you're going to stick with one person no matter what, and then you defined a cult member as somebody that would stick with one person no matter what, you described yourself as a cult member.
because I agree with some of his policies still,
Oh,
or
so
I
like
agree with
regardless of who he is as a person or what he could ever possibly do, because you agree with some of his policies, you're always going to consider yourself a Trump supporter. So if Jeffrey Epstein, the notorious child rapist, sex trafficker, ran for president with Donald
Yep.
Trump's policies, would you vote for him?
If I didn't know.
No, if you did know exactly who Jeffrey Epstein was with
Okay,
Trump's policies,
obviously
would you
I'm
vote
not
for him?
gonna do that. Let's be realistic here, man.
So you want to vote for him. Okay, so there is actually things that a person can do outside of the policy they run on to get you to stop supporting them. So why is, once again, attacking the Pope, praising Allah, claiming to be a Christian, threatening to genocide 90 million people, declaring himself God, raping a woman, boasting about sexual exploitation, and absolutely fucking over our own country, increasing our gas prices the most they have in a month since the Vietnam War, while killing kids overseas after breaking his promise and no new wars? Why is that not enough?
Well, I didn't never said I agreed with everything that you did. I never said I agreed with
everything. You did say
everything.
that it wasn't enough to make you to stop supporting him.
Because I still, if someone else was running with his policies, then I'd probably vote with them.
Well, we just accounted for this argument by bringing up Jeffrey Epstein. If Epstein ran on Trump's policies, knowing all the
Yeah,
bad things
but
Epstein
you
has
just
done,
said
you
if
would
I
vote for him.
didn't know what Epstein did, why would I? I would be like, oh, okay,
We're
this
assuming
guy's
that
a
you do know what
politician.
Epstein did. I've already said
And
that.
if I
you
assumed if I
tracking?
knew what he did, then obviously I wouldn't go vote for him. That's
Okay,
just
perfect. And what does that answer to that question show? That there's sufficiently bad things a person can do that make you not support them regardless of their policy. Why has Donald Trump not stepped over that line of doing sufficiently bad things that make you not support him regardless of his policy due to all the things that I just rattled off?
because people have done worse. Other presidents, let's be real.
Name
None
the
of them.
president in modern American history that's done worse.
I mean, they all people whoever starts war in the Middle East, they all have, and it's nothing. It's just America's main thing. They all go over to the Middle East and want to start war over there. I never said I agree with it because I don't agree with service.
Have any of these other presidents that have started war in the Middle East, I mean, just straight up, explicitly threatened to genocide 90 million, claimed to be God, attacked the Pope, praised Allah, and raped a woman? No. You can't
Which
name
one?
another
Which
president in
point do
modern
you want to
history
argue,
that's done
man? You got
worse.
so many points you're throwing at me. Which point do you want to argue?
Well, I mean, I keep on repeating the same ones just to demonstrate that we
I know,
actually
I'm
don't
asking
have
you,
another
which point do
president in
you-
modern American
which point-
Listen, I'm just saying that we don't have another president in modern American history that's done worse.
I mean, which point do you want to argue? Like, because you're
Yeah,
throwing
feel free to
multiple.
argue with any of them. See, the thing is in order for me to demonstrate that no one has done as bad of things as Donald Trump, it requires me to bring up multiple points at a time. Because there's like a couple things Donald Trump has done that are genuinely worse than any other individual action of any other president in modern American history, like J6, for instance. Okay, like the fake elector scheme, for instance. But if we, outside of like those very unique things that he's done that declare him to be worse than any other president in modern American history, what we have to do is we have to talk about all the things that he's done holistically. You know, maybe like starting a war in the Middle East on its own isn't the worst thing a president's done in modern American history. But starting a war in the Middle East and then threatening to genocide everybody in that country after promising not to start that war, achieving nothing, then lying about falsely claiming regime change after being pressured by Israel to fight their war for them, on top of the whole declaring himself to be God thing, attacking the Pope, then praising Allah while claiming to be a Christian. All of those things in combination of one another paint a picture of a very sick man who should be far and away from politics and should be, quite frankly, far and away from any position of power ever.
They're pretty much a he said, she said thing type of thing. Because basically, based off what he said, really, you don't like it. He never did any of that stuff. So, I mean, he never actually genocided anyone. So I wouldn't really use that as an argument.
So you don't think that threatening to genocide 90 million people is the most powerful man alive, backed by the U.S. military after already killing 160 of their innocent little girls on top of 2,000 other civilians in war crimes by targeting their civilian infrastructure? Isn't it bad?
Wait, was it U.S. Strikes that actually killed, unalived those girls? Sorry, unalived those girls, or was it Israel?
It was a U.S. strike.
Was it?
Yes.
Like I said, I wouldn't agree with everything that they do, but
So, well, like, I mean, I'm giving you like these fucking like nuclear weapons of why Trump is so shitty. Like, how about this? You keep on like saying that like every other president has done the same or worse. Okay, Donald Trump threatened to execute 6 Democrats in Congress because they politically disagreed with him for no good reason.
let's hear this one.
Name one other politician in modern American history that has basically threatened to execute their political opponents?
I couldn't name that, but I don't
Okay.
think he didn't do that. I
Oh,
don't think
he
he
did do that. So he went on Truth Social. He said
Correct.
that they were seditious traitors. He said that their sedition is punishable by death, and then he reposted a follower's comment saying to kill them.
So did he say that though?
Yeah, he said all those three things are the three things he did that amounts to a direct call for the
Did
execution
he
of
say
6
it?
Democrats.
Did he say exactly? Yo, I gotta go kill these guys. Did he say that?
No, what he said is that
Okay,
they're
then.
traitors. He
That's
said
my
that they're
point right there.
that your point doesn't stand, because although he didn't
It does
explicitly
stand
say kill
because
them,
if it didn't leave his mouth that he was like, "Hey, I gotta go kill these guys," I don't believe that. That's what he said. You're saying that's pretty
okay.
much what you're
So
saying.
could I test your logic?
Let's do it.
Okay, what's your name?
Can't say that.
I'm gonna call you Bush. Are you a
All right.
rapist, Bush?
No.
Okay. So if I were to go on my Instagram and say that Bush is a rapist, and then say that rapists deserve to die, and then repost somebody else's post on my story that says Bush deserves to die because he's a rapist, am I calling for your death?
Are you calling for my death? Yeah, I guess in a way. I mean, you saying that you want
Did
me
I
to.
ever directly say that you need to die?
Not really.
Now we see that your logic falls.
Kind of multitasking, my man.
Now that
So,
we see your logic falls.
hold on, repeat that one more time for me.
If I went on my Instagram and I said, Bush, you are a rapist, then
Okay.
I followed that up by saying all rapists deserve to die,
Okay.
and then I reposted a follower's post on my story that explicitly says you need to die because you're a rapist, I'm calling for your death in consideration of those three facts.
Why do you
Right?
use so many hypotheticals with your argument, though?
Because they help to prove a point. The point that this hypothetical is proving is that your logic is
Well,
flawed
it's
in
like you're
relation to
living
how you are defending the premise that Donald Trump didn't call for the execution of the 6
I mean,
Democrats.
he kind of didn't do that, you know.
He did the. I'm literally mirroring exactly what he
You
did.
just
He
admitted
said
to
they're
it that he
seditious.
didn't do it. That he said he didn't do it.
What is going on? I feel like, am I talking to like a rock? Like, you just admitted that exactly what he
I mean,
said.
I
If
am
were to
pretty
say it-
muscular, man.
If I were to say it about you, I would be calling for your execution. But if Trump were to say it about them, he's not calling for their execution.
No,
What's
he's
the
just saying.
difference?
He's just saying. It literally, he didn't say that. He just reposted something, and all of a sudden, you're like, that.
He said everything that I said in the hypothetical. He said they're seditious traitors. Their sedition warrants the death penalty. And then he reposted a follower's comment saying that they need to die. They need to be hung. The same way in my hypothetical, you're a rapist.
Didn't
All
he say
rapists
that
deserve to die. It
George
warrants the death
Washington or
penalty.
something?
And then I reposted my story. You need to die. You need to be hung.
Didn't he say George Washington and the founding fathers or something? Would,
Yes,
do
said
that?
hang them. George Washington would.
He would.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, I think he would.
Why? Why would George Washington hang them?
Traitors.
Why? What did they do that was traitorous?
I'm saying that he would hang traitors.
Oh,
Sorry,
but weren't they traitors?
yeah.
What did they do that made them traitors?
Mostly all Democrats are traitors.
Okay, so what is a traitor? So you wait. You said that mostly all
'cause
Democrats are traitors. So do you think that mostly all Democrats deserve to be executed?
Did I say that?
Well, I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you the question. Do you think that mostly all Democrats deserve to be executed?
If it was up to me?
Yeah.
If it was up to me, I don't know.
Okay. All right. So I don't talk to violent people who think that mostly all of the people
I didn't say
who
that,
politically
though.
disagree with them might deserve to die, or I don't know if they deserve to die. So and by the way, that guy claimed to be Christian. Jesus Christ. That guy was claiming to be Christian. His bio said follow Christ. Dude, they're so delusional. They're so very delusional. Like, what a violent fascist. I don't talk to mask off violent fascists that quote unquote don't know if their political opponents, all of their political opponents, or most of their political opponents deserve to die. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. That was a very violent fascist. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA folks. Steven,
Hey,
welcome in.
Yeah, hey, you a punk ass bitch, bro. Go Trump.
Okay. You got some big words, Steven. Let's see if you got a big
That's
brain.
right.
What's your favorite
That's
Trump
right.
policy?
All of them.
Name one.
All of them.
Just name one.
All of them.
Just name one.
No. I sat
You
here
can't
and watched
name
you.
one?
I'm not gonna answer any of your questions because I sat here and watched you not answer any of his. All you
Like
do is
what?
pose questions.
Like
And then
what
you
question
try to
did he
take
ask
the
that I
moral
didn't
high
answer?
ground. And no. And then you try to take the moral high ground on a
Name one
country
question I
who's
didn't
led
answer, or
terrorism
name
for
one policy of
47 years.
Trump's that you support.
Executed people in the street, my boy.
That's
Who
what
are
ICE
you to
did.
take the moral high ground with these people? Are you nuts?
Wait, you're talking about how ICE
Are you
executed people in the
insane? No,
street?
you're not answering the questions. Are you insane?
No, I'm not a rapist supporter. You are.
The proof. Who did he rape? Who did he
Eugene
rape?
Carroll.
Did he? Was he convicted?
Yes.
Pull it up right now. Put it up there as a screenshot. Pull it up.
Easy. Super fucking easy. Here's the civil adjudication form from the civil court
No,
in which
pull it up.
determined
We
that
gonna go
Donald
somewhere with
Trump
this. Pull it
was
up.
guilty, of
Pull
raping
it up.
Eugene
And then
Carroll.
pull
However,
up
the legal
the judge.
definition of what they determined that he
Then
did
pull up the
was sexual
judge.
abuse.
Pull up
One
the
second. You're
Democratic
asking
judge.
I can
who
only
made
do
the-
one thing at
Pull that up
once.
too.
Okay, so judges don't determine guilt, juries determine
It
guilt.
was a witch hunt, bro. It was a witch hunt.
I don't
Bottom
think that you know
line.
anything about the case because you just said that the judge determined
He
the guilt.
did not rape no girl, okay? It was
Okay,
a
so
witch
I haven't
hunt.
even. How?
It was a frame job.
What's the evidence?
Okay. You tell me.
Well, I mean, how would I tell you the evidence for your belief?
Outside of saying, oh, he raped a girl because some Democratic panel convicted him, tell me your proof.
Wait, you're already wrong. Some Democratic jury did not convict him.
Pull it up.
Donald Trump's.
Pull it
One
up.
moment. Okay, so I'm trying to give you these things, but you're
Pull up the
kind of
juror.
just freaking
Pull up
out.
the juror list. Okay, that's the
Okay.
first one.
So
Now-
there's this here. There's a document that concluded that he was guilty of sexually abusing and raping Miss
Right.
Carroll. Reason why it says no to rape on that form is because of their strict and narrow legal definition that they upheld at the time. That's not representative of the way in which we colloquially use a phrase. And then the second thing that you said had to do with the jurors having bias. But if we actually look
They
at the source,
definitely had bias.
if we look at
Pull
the
up
source,
now pull up the
if
juror
we
panel.
if we look at the source
jury
from
panel.
Politico, okay, this is Donald Trump's lawyer rejected the claim that jurors' political affiliation signified bias. This comes from the court documents because Eugene Carroll's attorneys elected to eject one of the jurors.
Let me ask you something.
No, let me finish speaking. One of
you
Eugene
believe
Carroll's attorneys
everything you read
elected
on
to
the
reject
internet?
one of the. I believe
Pull
everything
up
that
the
exists in
juror
court
list.
documents.
Pull up
You
the
need to
juror
calm
list.
down. You need to calm down, okay? One of Eugene Carroll's attorneys, okay, elected to eject one of the jurors that loved Donald Trump and loved Tim Pool, who is a very far-right Donald Trump affiliate. He's an
Everybody
influencer.
loved Trump before he ran for office. So what does that mean?
And then, okay, Donald Trump's lawyers responded to that election from Eugene Carroll's representation by saying that even though he loves Trump and, he loves Tim Pool, that signifies no bias. Okay, and the conclusion of this is that even Donald Trump's own legal representation argued that there was no bias on the jury.
I got you. When did the crime happen?
In 1995.
Right. When did she file charges?
2019.
Right. So if it was so devastating, you waited how many years to file charge? Are you shitting me,
So
bro?
you don't think that rape is devastating in the
waited till he ran
63%
for
of scenarios where
presidency to
women
get
will never
dirt on
report
him
it to the
to
authorities
no,
in their
no.
lifetime?
You waited over 20, 30 years to try to take this to the courts when he ran for public office. Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not shitting you. Use your brain.
I've
Listen,
you
Eric
use your
Swalwell.
brain.
Eric
Let me ask you a question.
Swalwell. No. I'm
Let
going
me
to tell
ask you a
you
question.
something, little boy.
If
You
you
sit
go
down.
outside the
You
bar
sit
and
down,
somebody
Steven.
assaults
The
you
real
to
man's
the point-
talking, Steven. Now,
If-
Eric
if
Swalwell
you-
No, I'm speaking, Steven. Eric
I don't
Swalwell.
care. I don't
Okay,
care
then
if you're
I know
speaking.
because you don't care about what's true because you're a delusional,
Because
crazy
you're
cult
only
member.
talking about what benefits your argument, buddy.
Oh,
Let me-
I'm
if
only
you went
talking about
outside
what's
tomorrow-
true. Oh, wow, that's
if
crazy.
you went
He literally
outside
won't let me
tomorrow-
speak. Watch this. I'm going to let Steven say as much as he wants. Then he's going to finish speaking. Then I'm going to start speaking, and he's just going to cut me off and ramble more. Well, apparently not, because he's gone. That's great. Well, that's the MAGA rage, folks. MAGA rage never gets old. By the way, everybody, the conclusion there, or more so, the next thing that I wanted to say there was very simple. Eric Swalwell, Democratic ex-congressman from California, he had engaged in sexual violence directed towards 5 women that came out a month before the election. And I think that really helped me to better understand how to respond to people's counter-arguments against Eugene Carroll. Because I believe them, even though they came out a month before the election against a Democrat. Why? Well, it makes sense. They don't want to see the rapist get in political office. And it gets super duper real, okay, a month before the election that they're the front runner in. All right? So maybe it is true that the fact Donald Trump was finishing his first term and was looking pretty good in the polls for his second term, okay, had something to do with why Eugene Carroll came forward at that time. All right? Because who the hell would want to see their rapist in office for another 4 years? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
45.
All right. Are you going to act your age unlike that last guess?
Yeah, I don't know why you would ask that, but yeah.
All right, man. Well, I mean, I just sometimes we'll get some grown men on the live that support Trump that certainly don't act it. Once again, like that last guess. Now, I just have a couple people to thank here. Then I'll pass you that mic and the floor to tell us why you support Trump. Sound good?
Sure. Yep.
On Venmo, Jared, thank you so much for the $25 donation. I really appreciate you, Jared. That is Jared. Let's get 250 Jared W's. I appreciate you. Who says, after years of suffering, the VA finally approved my full disability claim. I could finally focus on my health and happiness. Jared, I'm so proud of you. That is awesome. I'm so happy for you. I hope that you have a great day with that awesome news. As well as Atlas, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Atlas. That is beyond kind of you. Let's get the 250 Jared W's and the 500 Atlas W's. Atlas just drops a little smiley face. I really appreciate you. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Then we have one person to thank here on PayPal as well. Shout out to Atlas and Jared in that chat. This is actually from Dean. Thank you for the $50 on PayPal, Dean. Dean with a 50 says, older Dean here to younger Dean. Absolutely love you and your ginormous brain and ginormous heart. Meanwhile, I'm driven right up the freaking wall by these cretins who present logic-free arguments like but other presidents do bad stuff. Erg. I appreciate you for the $50. Let's get some W's for Dean in that chat. Caught up on Venmo and PayPal. Let's get it caught up on Super Chat. FamCam, thank you for the $20 who says the same people that claim that Dems are traitors to the U.S. simply because they disagree with him got big mad when Confederate groups in Virginia lost their tax-exempt status. Oh, so pissed. Thank you for the $20. And then Lord T with the $10 as well who says the jury list was selected and approved by Trump's lawyer prior to the trial taking place. The jury has to prove non-bias. Yep. Thank you guys so much for the love. We're all caught up on donos. If you want to support me in the stream, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT. And right there, Dean Withers, without the E. Thank you for your patience, Graham. First question I'd like to ask you is, are you a Christian?
Yes.
How do you feel about Donald Trump committing literal blasphemy by depicting himself as God?
I don't like that. I posted that on my Facebook as well. I don't think that was a good thing.
How could you still support him after that?
Well, I didn't vote for him to be Jesus Christ. I voted for him to run the country.
Okay, so you're saying, well, even though it's really immoral, you didn't vote for him to be moral. Okay, well, I think you actually kind of did vote for him to be moral because good public policy is benevolent and ethical. Bad public policy most of the time is not benevolent and very immoral, okay? But outside of that, even just ignoring the morality of this, him depicting himself as Jesus Christ, I think what it also proves on a descriptive level rather than a normative level is that he's lost his mind, okay? He's lost control of his cognitive function. I mean, how crazy does a man have to be to declare himself as God, attack the Pope, threaten to genocide 90 million people, and praise Allah on Easter Sunday?
Well, here's the other thing. He didn't threaten to genocide 90 million people. He said, and this was a threat. That's what good leaders do. They can threaten people and get them to calm down. And what did they do? Did they not calm down?
You just said it was a threat.
Did Iran not calm down when he threatened them with it?
Threatened them with what?
A total annihilation.
Which would be what? Genocide, right?
No, it means. What do you mean genocide? You're asking if they.
Seems you.
Let me ask you. Up. Do you think that Trump said that he was going to send a bunch of nukes there?
Donald Trump threatened to kill their whole civilization, which is tantamount to genocide.
And is that not a threat?
I'm literally.
Did he say how he was going to do it?
Dude, you've tripped yourself up. Let me help you. I claimed that Donald Trump threatened genocide. Mm-hmm. You said he did not threaten genocide, but he threatened genocide.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Do you think that Trump said that he was
and death of the entire Iranian civilization be genocide?
Mm-hmm. How do you annihilate a whole country?
How do you annihilate a whole country?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
How is it not relevant?
Because the question isn't with what means could he prove this threat to be genuine? but rather just did he threaten it point blank period.
Now, do you think
But
that could
a
have been
lot
a
of
threat
nukes.
just to scare off the people who is threatening to annihilate? Do you think that could, maybe just possibly, Dean, do you think that may have been a threat to where to kind of scare them off?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that he threatened genocide. We're agreeing that it was a threat of genocide, right? Like, I'm saying it was a threat, and then you're like, oh no, Dean, it was a threat. We're saying the same thing here.
I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying. Do you think, let me ask you this, do you think that Trump would have gone in and annihilated everybody in that civilization? That's what he wrote on his post on X.
I wouldn't have told you that a week ago he'd depict himself as Jesus Christ. So I don't know. But regardless if he would actually do it or not, that's not what we're adjudicating here. Because you don't need to actually do something in order to describe a threat of doing something.
Right.
Like,
do you understand
if I were to tell you that I'm going to end your life, okay, but I never did I still threaten to end your life?
Do you understand that could be a threat for a good purpose?
So now you're arguing that he did threaten to genocide them, but it was good?
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to clarify. Is that your position?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so you went from saying that he didn't threaten to genocide them to now saying that he did threaten to genocide them, but it was good.
Yeah.
So what I'd say here is it's actually never a good thing to threaten to genocide 90 million people, including millions of small children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. First of all, he never threatened that, but that's okay. Do you understand?
Define the word genocide?
If you threaten to kill my kids and I wrote back to you, I'm going to K Dean, is that okay for me to say that? If you, over years and years and years, which the Ayatollah did since the 79 revolution, was that okay for Trump to say that? We're going to wipe out the whole civilization. Was that okay for him to say that as a threat after he's been threatened over and over? Not only him, but the United States of America being threatened by the Ayatollah, by Iran constantly. Is that okay? Is that okay for Trump to say something back to them?
So from my perspective, no, because it's never okay to threaten genocide. But funny enough, using your logic, it was actually okay for the IRGC to say death to America. The reason is that, well, since even before the 70s, reaching all the way back into the 50s, we've been meddling with their country, such as taking out their democratically elected leader because they wanted to socialize the oil production, and then Britain wouldn't have made so much money, or generally meddling with their proxies or neighboring countries, such as our war in Iraq and Afghanistan that led to the deaths of 1 million innocent Iraqis and Afghanis, on top of all of the destabilization in the region. So because of that, because of all that meddling over the course of the last 75 years from America towards Iran and the other Middle Eastern countries, using your logic, it's now actually okay for Iran to say death to America as a way to try to stop that meddling. So thank you. You are now a sympathizer to the IRGC.
Wait a second. How is that the proof? I'm not talking about other people. I'm not talking about George Bush with Iraq and this all this other stuff. I'm talking about President Trump and what he said and what he wrote. I'm not talking about the things that happened before.
I know, because you don't like it when your logic is used against you.
How is it my logic used against me?
I'll describe it again. You're saying that because Iran has been chanting death to America since the 70s, okay, fucking with us, then it's therefore okay for us to fuck with them and to threaten to genocide them all. Okay, but what you forget is that we've been fucking with Iran before the IRGC even existed. Therefore, I know we started it first. Okay, like with the coup of their democratically elected leader in the 50s, general destabilization of the region, the onslaught of their neighbors, okay, sanctioning them, removing the sanctions to enter into the JCPOA, then Donald Trump basically pulling out of the JCPOA to then re-implement the sanctions, fucking with their proxies. So because we've been fucking with them longer than they've been fucking with us, therefore we started the meddling, and therefore they are justified in then responding to the meddling by chanting death to America, because keep in mind, in accordance with your logic, because they've been, meddling and saying death to America for so long, it's actually justified for Donald Trump to then turn around and to threaten to genocide them all. But since in all reality, in consideration of all history, we started it, we meddled first, and we've been meddling ever since. In accordance with your logic, they're the party that's justified in chanting death to us, not the other way around.
Then why did the 79 revolution happen? Why was Iran free before that?
I could answer your question.
Okay.
Because we took out their leader in the 50s when they were free.
No, we didn't.
The CIA.
This is where you're wrong, Dean. This is where you're wrong. This is why you don't know history. You act like you know a bunch of stuff, Dean, but you don't. That did not happen.
The CIA.
I don't know where you get this from. Why do you think the '79 revolution happened?
Dude,
it had nothing to do with Americans.
I'm telling you where I'm getting this
from. Who was the leader before the '79 revolution?
Stop talking over me. I'm telling you that I know that we did take out their democratically elected leader in 54 or 56, and then we put him on house arrest for the rest of his life and installed our own leader.
And where did he go? Where did he go?
One moment. And I know that we did that. Stop it. You're interrupting me while I'm trying to give you the evidence for it. You can't just scream and shout over me that what I'm saying never happened and that I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, I'm trying to give you the evidence to justify what I'm talking about. Like it's unreal. But that aside, my evidence that this happened in 1956 and we took out their leader and put him on house arrest for the rest of his life and then installed our own leader is the CIA.
That's not even true.
You're still
Where
doing
do you get this from?
I'm trying to tell you right now.
All right, you're screaming.
I've been trying to tell you for the last 3 minutes. You're literally, when I'm trying to tell you where I'm getting this from, you're screaming over me saying, where are you getting this from? It's fucking annoying.
Over me. I'm saying, where are you getting this from?
I've been trying to tell you. Are you going to let me tell you?
Yes, go ahead.
The CIA admitted to it in Congress.
Where? What Congress?
Sure, for sure. When did CIA admit to Iranian coup? They admitted to that in August of 2013 by declassifying internal documents which confirmed the agency's planned and executed the overthrow of Prime Minister Mohammed Im's.
I didn't ask that. I said, what Congress?
Whatever Congress was in place in 2013.
Okay. Can you find that Congress?
Why the fuck does it matter?
It does matter because you're not telling the truth. Can you find the Congress? I feel like I'm Andrew Wilson now.
Yeah, the 113th Congress.
Yeah. Okay, 113th Congress. Let me look that up. I don't mean to be like Andrew Wilson, Dean. I think you're a cool guy. I don't mean to be like this, but just you've got to be able to be truthful. I'm looking this up.
I'm being truthful. Okay.
Looking this up now, 113th Congress.
Just look up 2013 CIA declassification of Iranian coup. Jesus Christ.
Can you say it again? Which one was it?
2013 CIA declassification of Iranian coup.
2013.
Or you could just look up the operation. It was Operation Ajax. That's probably easier.
Yeah, that would be easier. Operation Ajax.
Ah, dude, I'm still a little bit flustered. Fucking hell.
You should be flustered because you're lying. Most of the stuff you're talking about, you're lying.
Yeah, I'm totally lying about Operation Ajax. It never happened.
I didn't say that. I said most of the stuff you're talking about is lying. I'm looking this up.
Well, I guess you got unlucky by asking me for evidence for the one thing that apparently I'm happy. I happen to be saying that's true. I'm surprised you don't know about it. I feel like this is kind of one of the things that you have to know if you want to have serious political discussion about American interventionism in Iran.
Well, how is it that you got embarrassed by Andrew Wilson then, if you want to talk about actual discussion and political debates?
Listen,
buddy, how did you get embarrassed? Why did you have to have Parker feed you answers?
Every single guest that I talk to on a daily basis. It's just
don't kick me off for that.
It's conservative brain rot. Listen, continue to say that I got embarrassed by somebody that I shit on. It's fine. It's fine. Molly, thank you for that.
Is that why you did the Unfuck America tour? Because you got embarrassed by Charlie Crowder? I'm not. Listen, I don't want to say that, but you just said some shit against me. I didn't want to say that against you. You did just say some shit against me.
Okay.
Did you not?
After
you said that there was always Republicans or somebody saying that they don't know history.
Listen, after I embarrassed you by you affirming that Operation Ajax was real and we couped their government in the 50s. Then,
I never said it wasn't. I never said it wasn't real.
You called me a liar. Which
I never said you were a liar about that.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Do we
no,
vividly?
see, this is the problem with you, Dean. This is what I told you. I never said that you lied about that. I said you lie about a whole bunch of other stuff.
I will
I
happily
never
replay the VOD.
And then you want to talk? Okay, replay it
to the 2 minutes where I'm telling you about Operation Ajax, and then you start screaming and shouting me, calling me a liar, asking me where I got that from for another 2 minutes.
I never said that. I said I'm looking it up right now. You just said this is
while you're looking it up, just stop talking and start researching. And in the meantime, I'll go ahead and replay when you were like screaming and shouting, calling me a liar.
Can you replay it?
Congress was in place in 2013.
Fair enough.
Been fucking with them longer than they've been fucking with us. Therefore, we started the meddling, and therefore they are justified in then responding to the meddling by chanting "Death to America." Because keep in mind, in accordance with your logic, because they've been meddling and saying "Death to America" for so long, it's actually justified for Donald Trump to then turn around and to threaten to genocide them all. But since in all reality and consideration of all history, we started it, we meddled first, and we've been meddling ever since. In accordance with your logic, they're the party that's justified in chanting death to us, not the other way around.
Then why did the 79 revolution happen? Why was Iran free before that?
I could answer your question.
Okay.
Because we took out their leader in the 50s when they were free.
No, we didn't.
The CIA
This is where you're wrong, Dean. This is where you're wrong. This is why you don't know history. You act like you know a bunch of stuff, Dean, but you don't. That did not happen.
The CIA.
I don't know where you get this from. Why do you think the 79 revolution happened?
Dude,
it had nothing to do with Americans.
I'm telling you where I'm getting this
from. Who was the leader?
Do I need you to play you another 2 minutes of that? Or I think I've really proven my point here.
Yeah, play the beginning again where you just interrupted me from the beginning. That's why I interrupted you back. I don't care about.
I'm not talking about the interruptions. Who cares? Who cares anymore? I care a lot.
You were just talking about the interruptions.
I'm talking about. Oh, you thought that what you heard on you just got a violation for harassment and bullying, so I got to disconnect you. But what a dumbass, frankly. He was just rattling on and on and on about how he never said that it never happened. And then I play him the clip of him explicitly saying that it never happened. And then he just gains sudden amnesia surrounding the fact that's the argument he was making. and then I had to kick him. Trump supporters, folks. These people vote. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Graham, you got a 10-minute flag for harassment and bullying. I could let you back on in 10 minutes from now. It is 2:54 Mountain. I could let you back on at 3:04 Mountain. Oh, boy. Welcome into Sport Trump. Edit profile?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Are you going to...
Not the last guest. Sorry, I'm having a hard time walking. Not the last guest, but the guest before where you said George Washington never hung anybody for treason or anything.
No, that's not what I said.
Look it up.
I don't
You said
doubt.
we never had anybody hung.
No, you misinterpreted what I said. I
Well,
don't doubt that George Washington has hung people for treason. What I doubted is that the Democrats who Donald Trump advocated for the execution of were guilty of treason because they were not.
You said you think George Washington had people hung. He said yes, and it's true he did, and it was mostly for treason after the Revolutionary War or during.
Okay, I'm telling you that you're wrong. I don't think that I'm telling you that.
Look it up, Dean. Look it up.
Do I need to do the whole replay of the VOD again?
I looked it up and copied it and pasted it and spammed it all in your chat, buddy.
Dude, I agree with you that George Washington hung people for treason. That's not what's being disputed here. What's being disputed is that the Democrats who Donald Trump advocated for the execution of were guilty of treason.
Well, you're disingenuous, man.
What am I disingenuous for? You're
all
misunderstanding what I was saying.
And then Parker, he called something out on Kamala supporting transgender for getting surgery in California that was incarcerated. And he said, "Oh, I promise, look it up and I'll bring you back up." He wouldn't do it because he knew it was wrong and he blocked me. Y'all are disingenuous. You're going to grow up one day and you're going to regret all this.
I will never regret the most patriotic thing I have ever done in my life.
This is not patriotic, bud.
It is absolutely patriotic.
You are
Every day.
taking up for people that if you went to their country, they would kill you.
Okay, what people?
Iranians.
Innocent Iranians would not kill me.
Go over there, bud.
It's self-implied via the fact that they're innocent that they wouldn't kill me.
That's a little. You make enough money. That's a little challenge to you. I dare you to get a plane ticket, get on a plane, and visit Iran.
I'd have to use their public infrastructure to do that. I'd probably end up dead because we've been committing war crimes and bombing their public infrastructure. But the point that I'm making here is I'll tell you who I stick up for. I stick up for the innocent Iranians. Okay, that are being hurt by what Donald Trump is.
Nobody wants innocent people to die. Nobody.
I'm sorry. It's just this trend of
that's where y'all get confused. Y'all think we just want them dead. We don't want innocent
can you let me speak?
Speak.
Thank you. I stick up for innocent Iranians. The innocent Iranians that are being killed today by U.S. tomahawks. And the innocent Iranians in which would have their life destabilized or ended in the future through bloody civil war by a more authoritarian regime if we were to create a power vacuum in the region, the same way we did in Afghanistan and Iraq. But that point aside, I want to know why you support Trump.
Because I think he really does want to make America great. I think he wants to make it better than it is. And no other president is doing that. And
the only thing that he's making greater is the gas prices and the unemployment rate.
It'll go back down, man. It goes up and down.
I mean, actually, it hasn't gone this much up in such a short period of time since the Vietnam War in 1967. Did you know that?
Is it as high as Joe Biden's gas prices?
Actually, proportionately, building month by month, it's going up faster than we saw it under the Biden-Harris administration. Now, the peak under the Biden-Harris administration hasn't been seen again, but that's completely irrelevant because Biden didn't cause higher gas prices.
And you can sit and say that Trump is old and like...
Wait, don't move on. Acknowledge what I just said. That talking point you just made about the gas prices under Biden is completely irrelevant because Biden did not cause higher gas prices. That was not something Biden did.
And neither does Trump, man. We know
Trump
that.
Did. He caused the higher gas prices by starting useless war by choice with Iran, which then led to them shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, and which then led to destabilization and shortages in the global supply chain, which then increased the price of gas here at home in America.
Right, and that was something done that raised prices. We know, y'all said it all through the Biden administration, they don't control gas prices. Okay, they don't, but they do things that do affect it.
What did Biden do that increased the price of gas?
The pipeline.
The pipeline for the imported Canadian oil that wasn't open yet. Therefore, it didn't impact the suppliers of the demand curve of oil. Therefore, it couldn't have possibly increased gas.
You don't
that pipeline?
You don't think that was going to help Americans if that pipeline ran through their state like the one that goes to Alaska?
You're now pivoting the conversation into saying...
No, that wasn't a pivot. That's still about the pipeline.
But it's not about how Biden increased the price of gas, because we know that shutting down the pipeline.
I didn't say, I just told you Biden didn't. No president did. They do things that affect it, and I don't know what they're doing to affect it.
Doing something to affect the gas of price to go up is increasing the price of gas.
Right, and Joe Biden did that too.
You just said that those two things were different. But you just said that those two things were different.
So you're trying to get me all mixed up, man.
You're getting yourself mixed up. It's not my fault you're a fool.
Dude. I'm what?
It's not my fault you're a fool.
I think I'm pretty smart to have a fucking traumatic brain injury. Do you know anybody that's been to Iraq?
Sorry to hear about that. Sorry to hear about your TBI, man.
Thank you. All right. Do you know anybody that was at war in Iraq and know that every building they destroyed that a civilian owned, they had pallets of fucking money that they were...
I appreciate you for coming up, dude. You take care. All right. Folks, we need to quickly hit a restart on that live stream. The reason why we need to quickly hit a restart on the live stream is because we just got 4 back-to-back flags for harassment and bullying. So, like, unfortunately, we got to, like, restart, like, literally right now, or else our stream is going to get taken down. I really don't want to do this. And, Graham, by the way, I'll let you back up if you want to come back in after the restart. I could do that. I really don't have to do this, but unfortunately I have to. And the reason why I have to do this is because if I don't, then I'll just get my access to the live stream feature taken away. For everybody watching on YouTube, this will not affect you. This is just for the viewers on TikTok. Now, if you want to be able to come back after the restart, folks, make sure to hit that follow button, top left-hand corner. Even if you want to unfollow, okay, like once you're back, all is good and dandy. It just happens to be the very fastest way to come back in here. So I'll see you all momentarily. I will be right back, folks. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm just going to give you guys a moment to hit that follow button while I thank a couple people before we restart. Karmic, thank you for the $10, who says MAGA suffers from toxic insecurity. This guy's proof. Everybody that we've debated so far today has been proof. I don't know what's in the air, but something's in the air because these guys are nuts. Sophie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Sophie in that chat. Sophie says, whenever a guest starts crashing out, you should start calling for quote-unquote Jessica. It works well with children. I don't even know what that means, but thank you for the $20, Sophie. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, at the moment, I'm convinced that the only remaining Trump supporters are insanely scary, violent people. It's definitely a lot of people that we debate. Jake, thank you for the $10. Who says, these weirdos are the epitome of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I know, you get to see it in real time. And then Laura, thank you for the $25. Who says, I love what you do. I could never. Did you see the news report today about RFK and raccoons? Dude, RFK is a straight weirdo, man. That guy does not need to be in politics. I did see that. That's crazy. And then we just have two people to thank on PayPal. Neither of them left a message, but both of them sent $20 donations. Anna and Alberto. Thank you both so very much for the love. Show some love to Anna and Alberto down below in that comment section. You guys are so incredibly awesome. Thank you guys so much. You guys fucking rock. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and hit a quick restart. We'll be right back, folks. Hit that follow button and see you in less than 5 seconds. The restarts take 3. Yeah, unfortunately, we got to do this restart on TikTok. It's just need to do it. We got like 4 flags in less than 5 minutes. It looks like maybe TikTok is going ultra heavy with their enforcement today, which sucks. Hello, welcome back in, everybody. For everybody tuning back in on TikTok, let's try to get to where we are at before we had to hit that restart. So make sure that you were double tapping away in that phone screen of yours. Shout out this live with a handful of friends. What I always do is I like to repost it, so it also shoots out to the friends. And double tap on that phone screen. I'm going to go ahead and say hey to a couple people in the chat. Welcome in Roa. What's up, Corey? What's up, Rhoda? What's up, Terrific and Penelope? Malice XO. Welcome in Something. Telma ES. Asia. Welcome in Megan. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. We're going to try to get that first guest up. It looks like Graham maybe wanted to come back. So I was definitely down to get Graham up in here. If I see Graham in the queue, we'll get them loaded in. In the meantime, we'll get Rich Lifestyle connected to that live stream. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Is it easier or harder for you to live a rich lifestyle when everything costs more and money is harder to make?
Yeah.
So that was not a yes or no question. That was an easier or harder question.
Harder.
Okay. So if your name's Rich Lifestyle, that must mean that you want to make a bunch of money, right? Because that's how you get rich. But now you're saying that Trump is making it harder for you to get rich.
I just day trade, bro.
Well, I mean, day traders, they've been suffering too. All right? Day traders need some volatility in the market, but you need predictable volatility in the market. Not unpredictable volatility that shifts every single day with, a new extension of the war to Iran, a new statement tanking the price of oil. So, and I know this because I have a very close family member, we'll say, who makes all of their income off of day trading, supports them and their fiance. And he's been suffering a whole lot in the last month and a half because although you need some volatility to be successful, it needs to be predictable. And Trump hasn't given predictable volatility in the markets.
Just recommend them to invest in the furry OnlyFans.
He's a troll. Welcome in, Parker. How we doing?
What's good is good. How have your debates been, bro?
They've been all right. So we just hit a restart. We got all the way up to 18K, but we had to restart because I got 4 flags for harassment and bullying.
Dude, well, I've been getting a bunch of flags recently as well. So I get you there. Don't worry. The restarts will hit, and you'll be back up there in literally in 10 minutes.
Dude, yeah, dude. Okay, Graham, welcome back in. So you were one of the people that got a flag. I'm not quite sure.
I just want to ask, where did I get a flag? Because I want to make sure I don't do that again. I'm being sincere.
It was for harassment and bullying. I don't really know.
Yeah, that was. I wasn't harassing or bullying anyone. I'm not sure where that came from.
I guess just like be conscious of that. And if you ever want to insult somebody, just make it creative. So TikTok's just weird, bro. TikTok
is weird. I agree with you there. It is kind of strange.
But where we left off was me playing you a clip showing you where you just basically disputed the fact that we coup Iran's government in the 50s. Do you recognize that you were wrong on that?
Let me find out where we were going on before. What were you saying before? 113 Congress?
Yeah, it's just Operation Ajax was the name of the operation where the CIA couped Iran's government in the 50s.
That's where I was looking up. Yeah.
By the way, this is like very well known. This is like, and the reason why it's well known is it's because like one of like the only bad things that the CIA has done and then admitted to. It's probably
that's
like
not the only.
the most
Wait a second. That's not the only thing
they've done. And
wait a second. That's not.
I said
that's not the only thing they've done bad.
No. I'm being
That's
very,
not what he said. That's not
being
what he
very
said.
specific with my language. I'm not saying the only bad thing they've done. I said one of the only bad things that they've done and admitted to.
Yeah.
So thank you for that clarification, Parker.
FBI and that CIA is doing terrible stuff as well. We were talking about Operation Ajax. That's what I'm looking up.
It really shouldn't take too long to look it up. Like, I'm surprised that you're still looking it up. Like, you had 15 minutes.
Well, I got kicked off. I don't know. Can I look it up from here? Okay. So it was the 1953 revolution, Iranian coup. I'm not sure where this comes from, whether it's bad for America or America did this. I'm trying to look up this. And the fall of the Iranian prime minister. I'm not sure. How is that America is bad?
Dude, look up America coups Iranian democratically elected leader 1953 and you'll find it immediately. Like it's like you can read this on Britannica, my guy.
Oh, so it's a whole different thing that somebody wants me to ask to look up. You just said Operation Ajax. So is that it, or is it some other thing that I need to look?
Dude, that's the same thing. That just might be more clear for you to find a result.
Yeah. Well, wait a second. He just said that if it wasn't clear, I can look up Operation Ajax.
Yeah, look up either or. You should be able to find it either or. I can literally look it up right now and find it immediately. Like I don't know why it'd be so difficult for you to do that.
On August 19th, 1953, Prime Minister of Iran, Mossadegh, was thrown in a coup. To strengthen the rule of Muhammad. How is this? Everything I'm reading.
Who committed the coup? Look up who committed the coup. Isn't that like one of the most relevant things? Who did the coup?
I can't see it. I'm looking through this here. It goes.
It says the U.S. did the coup. Look up who did the 1953 coup against Iran. It's going to say the U.S.
You understand?
The CIA.
Have to ask where that's coming from, because if I look that up on Google, it's going to be a left-leaning thing.
What? Oh my God! Look it up on DuckDuckGo. Yeah, literally.
DuckDuckGo is the same thing.
Okay, so what search engine will you accept?
There is none.
Okay, you see what I mean, dude? Like, are you serious? There's none? You don't accept a single search engine. Are you serious?
Yes, there is none.
Okay,
yes,
so then obviously, how would you be able to clarify whether or not you believe it? And what were you searching it up on?
That's where it comes into you guys.
What were you just searching it up on?
Reading books and not looking at the internet.
Sir, what were you just searching it up on?
Different from the internet. Can I answer your question?
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you were
mean something different from the internet. That's why people need to start reading books again, which Dean doesn't do.
Books say this too, but we're not going to tell you a book right now to go search it. It's like hundreds of pages in books, okay?
Yeah,
so that'll take a long time to get to.
I have 2 books. Can I tell you 2 books? Can I tell you? And who wrote them?
Well, obviously it's not going to be relevant to this.
Yes,
why is that relevant to this, dude?
Yes, it is relevant to this. Do you know who Lawrence Wright is? Do you know the Terror Years? Do you know who Lawrence Wright is?
I'm sorry, how is this relevant to whether or not in 1953 there is a democratically elected leader that was couped by the CIA?
Yeah. Oh, I just told you. Do you know who Lawrence Wright is? Yes or no?
I just
I
looked
do
him
not.
up. He's
You
a
don't
writer
know.
for the New Yorker
Look him up.
magazine, which
Yes,
is
he
very
wrote-
far left leaning.
He wrote the book called The Terror Years, From Al Qaeda to the Islamic State. You want me to tell you another one?
Okay.
Let
Do
me
you want a cookie? I'm
Let me ask
confused.
you another. Do you know who Ali
so
Stufan is?
I would like to clarify. Nothing that
No,
you're saying.
Dean, hold on. Let me ask you this, Dean. Stop looking into the camera like that, although I like it. Do you know who Ali Sufan is? ALISUFAN.
No.
Of course you don't. That's why we need to stop looking at the internet and we need to start reading books.
What?
And that's why you get embarrassed most of the time when you're trying to talk about stuff because you don't know what you're talking about. You're looking at internet sources who are people like
Okay, what makes you think that in books there are accurate information, but in the internet it's not? You know, books are like
I can
on
tell
the
you
internet,
why
right?
books are accurate. Why accurate? Because if a person writes a book,
Okay. Can you
that
read
means
this
that.
URL?
Hold on.
Can
Can
you
I?
just read that? Does that say CIA?
That's an internet thing.
Yeah,
But
that's
what-
internet, Dean.
but like-
that is internet,
so-
Dean. You
so
cannot
yes,
bring
this
that
is-
up on the screen.
This is the internet, but like, what is the internet URL? What does that say?
CIA.gov.
Okay. So can we agree that
Okay.
this is the official CIA website?
Sure.
Okay, this is a document that is 139 pages long on the official CIA website that details their coup of the Iranian Prime Minister Mohammed M in August of 1953.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you said you want to go read books. Here's essentially a 139-page quote-unquote book or report on the CIA's official website where they take credit for coupping the Iranian prime minister. Why would they take credit for it? Because they declassified these files publicly in August of 2013.
I never said that. That was my whole point, you dumbass. That's what I was telling
That's
you,
what,
Dean.
that
That's
right
what I was
there
just
is
telling
gonna
you.
get
I'm
the
not saying
restriction.
that the CIA, the FBI never did anything wrong. I just said that.
But buddy,
Of course
this whole
they did
time,
wrong
You've been
things.
trying to tell me that I'm embarrassing myself by making fake claims about how we couped the Iran's government in the 50s. Comes to turn out that I was right all along. So do you want to go ahead and retract all of those comments?
Yeah, I just said that. Do you know Operation? Let me look it up real quick. Do you know Operation? Hold on.
Do you know Operation I don't know?
This guy like barely knows how to conversate. Like we have to be able to track.
Well, first of all, it's not
flowing-
conversate, it's converse, you dumbass. It's not conversate,
This
it's
right
converse.
here, we use the terms interchangeably.
This is why Andrew Wilson laughs at you because you don't even know what you're talking about. It's not conversate, it's converse. By the way, we're going. Hold on.
The fact
We're
that the
go-
word
I
conversate
just asked you guys
is
to hold
used
on.
in typical English dialect, okay,
Yeah.
is what
There's-
is what justifies the fact that the term conversate is a word.
There's-
Technically, conversate
No,
is
it's
used in the
converse. It's converse.
same language is not
Dean.
objective.
Yes, it
Language not-
is.
No, what the fuck? It can't be.
Do you even know what that means when you say that? When you say language is objective, can you tell me what you think that means?
Me?
Yeah, tell me what you think that means.
It means that there is a proven point of anything that you want to talk about.
Wait. Oh, it's converse? It's converse? It's converse?
Yeah, it's converse.
Wait. So then why is the official definition of the word conversate, according to Oxford Language, engaging in conversation? It looks like
Because
converse
there's
and
a-
conversate are
because-
synonyms.
The Webster's Dictionary, which you have never read, and never proved that.
This is from Oxford.
Yeah, actually, Dean, that's on the internet. That's fake news.
It is fake.
Internet
That's why-
media.
that's my whole thing. That's
Conversate
what-
has never been a
Hey,
word,
Dean,
even though it's
hey,
been
Dean.
used for 200 plus years.
Hey, Dean, and this
not
other
a word,
dumbass, Parker.
never a
That's
word. Okay.
Holy shit, that's Parker.
Wait. You cited Webster?
Wait a
This is
second. Is that
merriam-webster.com. Wait.
Is that
Dude,
Parker?
No. Listen. You cited Webster. According to Merriam-Webster's
That
dictionary,
is
conversate
Parker
is a word.
on your post.
Listen, look
Anyway.
at what I
Yeah,
have
go
up
ahead.
on the screen. According to Merriam-Webster, conversate is
Yeah.
a word.
It's not like it says my name right there. He left. Is it because he saw me?
Dude, no, it's because he got caught up again. He got caught up again. Dude, he tried to like get one over on me by claiming that conversate wasn't a word. And then I showed him how conversate is a word in the Oxford Language Dictionary. And they said, I don't trust Oxford. I only trust Merriam-Webster. And then I went to merriam-webster.com and they defined the word conversate as well. I welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
All right, man. We're just looking for Trump supporters. You take care. And he got a ban, like, because he got a ban for the same reason that he got a ban before. Because he started getting mad, and then he started saying DUMBASS. You say words like that, TikTok will ding you, and you will get your account taken down. It's not something I would personally choose to do if I had complete control over the platform. If I had complete control over the platform, I wouldn't, like, censor people and, you know, kick them out. For, you know, saying DUMBASSS. But, like, frankly, it's not up to me. It's up to TikTok. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
So I am on the fence.
Okay, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, knowing everything that you do now, who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Okay, perfect. Then you're in the right place. Let me thank a couple people, and we'll hop into the discussion. Momo, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. I appreciate that, Momo. Let's get 200 Momo W's down below. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you, Momo. Momo with the $20 says Trump could legit light a baby on fire and punt it into the crowd, and these people would be like, oh, everybody makes mistakes. Like, this is not Hannah Montana. Yeah, bro, for real, Momo. He could do anything at this point. Thank you for the $20. Mary, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. You says, now that you've been all the true MAGA, you're getting nothing but uneducated bullies. Thank you for slaying the little IDIOT dragons. Love you. I love you too, Mary. And thank you for the $20 and the very kind words. Thank you so much. Same thing to Shin. Thank you for the $20 who says, quote unquote, look it up from a dude who doesn't know how to look stuff up and doesn't trust anything on the internet ever, according to his own admission. How crazy is that? And we just got a massive super chat in from Pet Dad. Pet Dad, thank you so much for the $100 super chat on YT. Thank you so much, man. That is fucking outrageous. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is so much money. I want to see so many W's for Pet Dad down below in the comment section. Genuinely, I do not deserve a penny of that. Pet Dad with $100 says, right on, bro. Thank you, Pet Dad. I want to see 1,000. Like I said, Pet Dad W's down below. That is beyond kind. From the bottom of my heart to you, man. Thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. I don't deserve a penny. Holy. Bobby, appreciate you for the $15 on Vimeo, who says, Dean, every guest has been focused on blame and transfer of responsibilities projection. Do that what you will. Oh, yeah, you know, they all engage in Darvo. Every single one of them, man. Thank you for the $15, Bobby. Sophie, thank you for the 5. Then Ellie, thank you for the 5. And then Amanda, thank you for the 1. I appreciate you. On PayPal, thank you so much, Caroline, for the $20. Thank you so much, Caroline. Let's get 200 Caroline W's down below. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you for supporting what we do here, Caroline. And no worries. I hope that your migraine starts feeling better soon, Caroline. Shout out to you. Thank you for the 20. Same thing to Roberta. Thank you for the $20. She says, love what you do. If MAGA is too stupid to figure it out, you are welcome to kick them. Right. I know. We need to start doing that more. Thank you for the $20, Alberta. And then Z, thank you for the $5 as well. With that, we're all caught up. I really appreciate you guys. If you guys want to support me, the stream, or what we do here, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio on TikTok, put message over on YT right there. Dean Withers without the E behind the VMPA. Now tell us why you'd vote for Trump, given that the election was held tomorrow with him versus Harris Stacey. Let's start there.
So, like I said, I'm on the fence, but I believe that he does have plenty of upsides. I think that, I mean, the most controversial one being immigration. And that's what actually leads me to being on the fence. I do believe that everybody should get into the country legally, obviously. But I don't know if the way he's going about it is too strong at this point in time.
Okay, so I don't think that we should support policy that doesn't materially benefit our country and only materially hurts it. And that's his immigration policy, right? As a massive economic downside, we'll start there. Undocumented immigrants account for 8.6 million of our laborers, 12 million of our consumers. They contribute 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars to the GDP annually and pay over $100 billion per year in taxes. We lose them, we lose their economic contributions, and our economy suffers because of it. On a human rights level, there's a lot of human rights abuse that takes place, you know, from deporting people in violation of their natural right to due process to be tortured in CCOT, like Abrigo Garcia, who was illegally deported, to authorizing ICE agents to racially profile black and brown people to supporting the execution of citizens in the streets of this country. I just don't think that we should support it.
So, and that's where I'm coming from. Where I live, it's very rural. I live in essentially a potato farming community. And that's where the majority of our funds are. They come from the migrant workers that come in and help out. And a lot of them that come in, they don't do anything wrong. They come here, they work, and that's what they do.
Okay, so then why would you support it?
So that's okay. So when you look at it and you have people that come in illegally and they do not contribute, okay? They don't contribute and they cause issues. Do you feel that they should still be allowed here?
So they do contribute, and they're proportionally less likely to cause issues. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens, while simultaneously they paid over $100 billion in taxes in 2022. So they do contribute, and they would contribute even more if we provided them a legal pathway to citizenship for all the undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Right, and that would allow them to pay even more into our systems. Over the past 30 years, immigrants have decreased the deficit in this country by $14.5 trillion, which is around $450 billion to $500 billion per year, just based upon immigrants. That's from the Cato Institute, a libertarian group. So that's like kind of like a right-wing source even. So like immigrants are actually helping us with the problems that we have in our society. It's not like a net loss.
Well, absolutely. So with that being one of Trump's biggest selling points, are you guys saying that, okay, hold on. So I just want to know, do you guys support him in any way, shape, or form?
Why is this question relevant? No. But why?
Well, obviously not.
Okay.
We don't
Why
So-
would that
support
question be relevant? Because we're trying to debate you here on like why you support like the policy. So we've like went over how the policy is really detrimental. Okay, right. So like, why are you even on the fence? Because you're saying that you support him because of this policy that only hurts our country.
No. Okay.
Okay. So then what is? Because we went over the
Okay, no.
detriment of mass deportation. Now name and quantify the material benefit of mass deportation on America.
Yes. So mass deportation, that is where the mix-up is, because I legitimately thought that you guys were here trying to say why it was correct. Okay. So I am not against you guys. So I am not what you're looking for.
Wait, but you
because
said that you support Trump and that you'd vote for him if the election was held tomorrow between him and Harris. I think you are who we're looking for.
so if it was held to, I would vote against Harris. I think that there are a lot of things that I don't agree with that Trump does. However, there are different things that I don't agree with that Harris does.
Okay, like what?
Okay, so let me pull up what she mainly stands for.
So you can't just name anything?
Yeah, is there anything off the top of your head that you could mention that you just disagree with?
Off the top of my head, what I disagree with?
Yeah, like anything that you just like ideologically disagree with, anything she proposed you disagree with, anything like that.
So
Can you even answer his question?
can I answer his question? Well, like I said,
Yeah.
you guys want an actual legitimate argument. So
Can you
Let me
answer
give
his
you-
question?
anything that I don't
Anything that
agree.
can you name anything off the top of your head that you don't like about Harris?
Gun violence prevention.
Like what specific policy? Or I guess
Gun-
we
Wait,
could
she said
respond
that
to
she doesn't like gun violence prevention?
Correct.
Yeah, do you like gun violence?
So I believe that people, obviously it's an amendment right, that you should have access to firearms.
Yeah, but she believes that too, right? Like, but obviously you can believe in that and then also simultaneously believe that there should be, basic gun restrictions, right, that are going to lead to better outcomes for the people and more gun safety. Like,
So are
do
you saying
do you agree with universal background checks?
Absolutely.
That's like an example. That's like what Democrats agree with. So
That's gun
that's a
violence
gun
prevention.
violence prevention policy.
Yes.
So that's kind of what we're advocating for. So what specific type of policies are you referencing that you disagree with? Because so that we can kind of respond to that.
Banning assault weapons like ARs.
Okay.
There was this policy from 1994 to 2004 that actually like massively reduced the level of gun deaths, right, and gun violence specifically associated with this until it was sunsetted in 2004. So we've already had policies like this in the past, and it was helpful. And she's just advocating to bring those things back. I mean, even when she was, I don't think she even ran on this time. I think that was like 2020.
Okay, but if you are going to try to take away access to assault rifles for the public
to save human lives, would you have an issue with that?
So what happens if there were to be a war? You have nothing to defend yourself with.
Wait, no, we're not saying there's no guns. We're just saying that you can't get certain types of what are deemed to be assault weapons.
Also, we have a military to defend us.
Yeah, and like literally like defense systems with missiles, and no one's gonna like invade our country because of geography, and we have allies, and like economically speaking, they wouldn't be able to do that. So there's a lot of issues where that wouldn't even be happening in the first place. So I just don't see that to be a good enough reason to say that we should be, having guns in all these circumstances, because we wouldn't say that's a good enough reason to have fully automatic weapons. We wouldn't say that's a good enough reason to say that someone should be able to have like a minigun or an RPG, So why would we say that that's true for certain types of assault weapons where we have good evidence that indicates that restricting access in certain ways could lead to the saving of lives?
So you're assuming that everybody that gets these weapons is a bad person and that they are going to use them.
No, we're assuming that bad people will be able to get them to a greater extent, given that it's legalized. So we want to restrict bad people from being able to get it to the same extent by imposing these certain types of regulations, right? We're not 100% getting rid of it, but we're reducing the likelihood of it happening. And we're not saying that like there aren't good gun owners. There absolutely are good gun owners. And I would say most people probably are good gun owners, right, in general, in terms of like they're not going to use it to go unalive people. But the reality of the matter is that this is the best way to prevent the bad people from doing this. Otherwise, it's really hard to do that.
I kicked her a while ago.
Oh, okay. I didn't see. Sorry.
She just I'm sorry. She just wasn't like giving anything. She wasn't giving. Jeremiah, do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah, 100% I do. Hey, Parker, remember me from earlier when you ran?
I don't think I ran earlier. Maybe you got a flag or something?
You definitely ran when you kicked me after we were talking about foreign policy, but that's beside the point.
Why did I kick you? What was my stated reason?
You said I was trolling.
Okay, well, then they probably were trolling.
Okay, well, then I still think you're a narcissist, Parker, but that's beside the point.
Oh,
yes, I
support Trump. Definitely trolling. You can try.
I'm going to go and thank a couple people real quick. Wheelie, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you. Wheelie with the 20 says, everybody forgets that Harris owns a Glock, and frankly, we got to bring that up more. Hell yes. Hell yes. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Wheelie down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you, somebody could say. Shout out to Wheelie down below in that comment section. On PayPal, thank you so much, Laura, for the $100 donation. Laura, holy cow. Thank you. I really appreciate you so much. Let's show some love to Laura down below. I want to see 1,000 Laura W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is nuts. That is beyond kind of you. I'm so very grateful for you. Laura with the $100 says, for putting up with ignorance. Laura, holy shit. We've definitely put up with a lot of that today, let me tell you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Laura down below in that chat. $100 is beyond kind. And I'm just so very grateful for you. On Venmo, thank you, Tina, for the $40 donation. Please show some love to Tina down below in that comment section. Tina, just because of the nature of your message, I'm going to keep that to myself just so we don't trigger any members of the audience. But just know that I really appreciate you, and I'm so sorry that happened to you. I want to see 400 Tina W's. Tina, as always, it is so good to see you again today. You've been hanging out with us on TikTok for a while. You've been very, very kind to me. And just know that I see you, and I really appreciate you. Joseph, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. You says, with no internet sourcing allowed, I can't but help imagine how big his collection of encyclopedias encyclopedias are. I know, right? No, he must have a whole room dedicated to encyclopedias. Thank you so much for the $5, Amanda, as well, for dealing with an IDIOT. Thank you so much, Amanda. We're all caught up. If you want to support me or the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link to the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Good way to ask a question or get a message across. Now, Jeremiah, I actually want to start by asking you a question.
Sure, go on.
I'd like to bring up this point at least like once or twice a day, especially when I sense somebody that could be more reasonable. I see in your bio it says that you have a PhD. I think people with PhDs are more likely to be more reasonable. So I'm going to go ahead and ask this question to you. You'll be the first person of the day that I ask this to. Would you stop supporting Trump as president if you had known for certain that he had sexually exploited people?
You got me there, 100%. Yeah, I would.
Perfect.
All right, well, you ended it just like that. You shot me down before I could even start.
Okay, so your answer to that question is yes?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm not going to lie to you. Fair enough.
Do you accept that the definition of sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, walk into dressing rooms and all that, the 2006 Howard Stern tapes. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Okay, then you're not a Trump supporter, so Parker was right, you are trolling.
Well, I mean, I support his foreign policy, 100%.
But you're not a Trump supporter.
I support him on his foreign policy, and therefore I would vote for him again over Kamala Harris if the election was held tomorrow.
So then you were lying when you indicated to us that you want to support somebody as president who is engaged in sexual exploitation.
That's a good point. Yeah, I was lying to you. Okay. I apologize for that.
So sexual exploitation wouldn't be a red line.
I see. While I do agree that it is an absolutely horrible thing, I would say that the future of the world geopolitically is definitely my top priority.
I wonder, like, how could you even possibly explain and or rationalize his foreign policy? You know, like, I think that there's a bunch of, like, political nerds who get very invested into foreign policy, and they can speak about it very intelligently with a bunch of big words. And I'd say that that's actually a very hard thing to do for Trump, because Donald Trump is not that intellect. You know, the whim of his foreign policy making decisions is pretty nutso, if you ask me. You know, it's like one day he's imposing tariffs on all of our allies, the next day he revokes them all, then imposes them again after they're ruled as unconstitutional. One day he's saying no new wars, the next day he starts a war, then lies about the reasons why. Falsely claims regime change when we don't have a regime change. Yeah, and he has like the same vocabulary of like the same 40 words that he's repeated in every interview he's given over the course of the last 8 years. And you couldn't find one clip of Donald Trump speaking intelligently about policy in the last 8 years. So I just want to see how you rationalize the irrational. How do you possibly rationalize his foreign policy?
Well, before I start rationalizing it, I would like to address one point, and that being him talking about no new wars during his campaign. And I talked about this with Parker earlier. I think that 100%, I'm 100% certain that if he was honest about, hey, you know, we're going to go in, we're going to intervene in Venezuela, we're going to intervene in Iran, he wouldn't have won the election, but that's just because the average American is just scared of war. And that's a simple truth.
So you think that we've really needed to do what we did in Iran. Let me ask you this. Do you think that he was lying when he told us the reason why he started this war was because they're an imminent nuclear threat?
No, I do not. I do believe that...
So U.S. intelligence indicates that we completely obliterated the nuclear program months ago, actually last summer in 2025. And U.S. intelligence also indicates that they haven't even started on rebuilding it. So if their whole program is destroyed and they haven't begun to rebuild it, then they can't possibly be an imminent nuclear threat, which translates into the conclusion that Donald Trump couldn't have possibly been telling the truth.
Right. We did kill a lot of their nuclear scientists, but they still have that uranium. The main issue is we need to get rid of that uranium, the uranium that they have enriched. And who knows, some of it might have been taken out. I'm not going to say some of it was taken out whenever we rescued those 2 pilots a few weeks back, but there's a chance that somewhere I saw something. I don't know. I don't think it was true, but I saw something about a nuclear, I forget the international, the big international like nuclear organization. There was like a ID card left by someone.
IAEA?
Yeah, EIA. There was a, I can't remember it off the top of my head. Parker, I'm a little bit of a California sober person, if you get what I mean. But anyway, there was an ID card left by someone there like by one of the cargo planes that we had destroyed, if you had heard about that. But anyway, one thing about foreign policy with Trump is ever since Reagan, we had been doing the same thing. We had just been appeasing.
Please, just stay on topic. I understand that there's some enriched uranium in Iran. There's no enriched uranium to a level in which would be required to make weapons. And according to U.S. intelligence, their nuclear program is destroyed. So then how could they be an imminent nuclear threat?
Well, that depends on their definition of destroyed. I would argue that yes, it is
completely destroyed.
Is all of their enrichment capabilities destroyed? Are their scientists, have all of their scientists been killed?
Their
Do they still have the
capabilities
equipment?
would be a part of their nuclear program. Therefore, yes, they were obliterated.
Okay. Well, then maybe he was lying, but I would still argue that they still had, and either way, they would have given the rest of the uranium that they have to Russia. That is a red line.
So then you accept that he was lying about the reason why he started the war, right?
Perhaps, but that's military deception. That happens all the time.
All the time.
Throughout history,
He lied about never starting a war.
Deception.
And then he broke that promise by starting a war. Then he lied about why he started that war. Okay,
when tensions get high, you need to start lying.
Now
That's
let's
the
talk about
simple
another
truth.
lie. He lied when he said all objectives have been achieved, because there's been no objectives achieved.
I'd say a few objectives have been achieved.
Like?
The blockade of the Hormuz Strait.
He said that before we set up our blockade in front of Iran's blockade, which, by the way, our blockade's been pretty shitty because it's been allowing sanctioned Chinese oil tankers to go through it. So, yeah. But regardless of that, this claim that all objectives have been achieved was stated prior to the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So what objectives have been achieved?
We took out their supreme leader. We
He was
extracted
replaced by his son, so they still have a supreme leader of the IGC.
It's speculative that he's even alive, and if he is alive, he's in Russia currently.
Okay, well then if the son's taken out, then it'd just be passed off to the next guy, likely the leader of the treasury.
Yeah, you know, we got to keep
minister.
negotiating. We got to keep negotiating until they're all gone. Until we find someone that can negotiate.
But he said that all objectives have already been achieved. There's no more objectives that we still have to achieve.
It's just him politically rambling to try and get a little bit of a modicum of support.
He lied again about achieving all directives.
Listen, Trump's not the best man to be speaking, but he's a good figurehead because a lot of people in America support him. If they put Vance or if they put Rubio up, he would not have won.
Wait. So he lied about not wanting to start a new war. Then he lied about the reasons why he started the new war. And then he lied about achieving all objectives in that new war, right?
Like I said, when tensions get high, you have to lie. It's a simple truth of reality.
I think I see why Parker kicked you for being a troll.
Were we honest with the Soviets?
I think that dude, honestly, I'm going to do the same exact thing that Parker did.
If you think I'm a troll,
He's now going to call you a narcissist, Dean. You're a narcissist, Dean.
God, dude. Parker, bro. Dude, low-key, like, when he came up here, he said, Parker's running. In the back of my head, I was like, oh, like, shit, like, what if, like, maybe, just spit on my lip. What if, like, maybe Parker actually did run? But no, that guy was definitely a troll. 100p, dude. Crazy.
Howdy.
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump. I just wanted to pedal back about an hour ago. You said something about the E. Jean Carroll case, and I wanted to, break it down real quick for you. I just had a question for you in that regard.
About the woman who Trump raped?
Yeah, so here's the question I have. It took her how long to report the crime? You said about 24 years, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, it's about 24. Yeah, it's sorry, not you, but like in generality, it took her 24 years. The issue I'm having with that, though, is that last time I checked, if you or me got anything done to us in that manner, it wouldn't take us 24 years to report it. The issue I'm having, though, is that wouldn't not reporting this crime enable this quote-unquote rapist, Donald Trump, to enact his rapist tendencies on other women? Wouldn't she thus then be complicit?
Which is exactly why I think that rape culture, not victims, are complicit in causing more rape.
No, she is complicit.
No,
if there are more victims, she is complicit.
She's not complicit. Rape culture is complicit.
No, it's very simple.
I can explain to you what I mean. Because I understand the point that you're making.
Yep.
I agree with 50% of it. I just disagree with the other 50%, which is the conclusion which you are yielding. You are right that when somebody does not report a rape, okay, this would then likely allow the rapist to go out there and rape more people.
Correct.
But I don't think that then the victim would be complicit for not reporting that. I think that the system in which influenced the victim to not report the rape is complicit in perpetuating that. Okay? There are very genuine and compelling reasons why victims do not report what happens to them. Okay? Like the social repercussions in which they then yield for reporting them. Like the fact that E. Jean Carroll lost her job as a reporter even after the court proved it to be true. The fact that she was turned into a monolith of the left and is consistently demonized every day by people on the right. It's happening right now. Funny enough. Okay, like the fact that in many other scenarios, victims completely lose their livelihood. They get ridiculed by friends and families. They're not believed. Okay, they're driven to insanity. You know, they're driven to self.
And now I understand that.
And all of these things are promoted and caused by a system in which does not believe survivors even when they prove it in court. So ultimately, you are right.
But she didn't prove it in court.
The victim doesn't come forward. One moment. Okay. Would then allow a rapist to go out there and rape more people. But I don't place that blame on the victim because the victim has genuine motivations for not coming forward. But I rather place that blame on the system in which gave the victim the genuine motivations to not come forward. That's my position.
The problem is, though, is that once the victim is in a financial place where the threat of having their financial future ruined is no longer applicable.
Wait, can I pause real quick? You don't believe there are future victims, correct?
Sorry, Parker. Benjamin Netanyahu only paid me to speak to Dean. You will be spoken to next week. But yeah, no. The issue I'm having.
What type of crazy fucking statement?
No, it's Parker. This is the Dean and Fawcett's.
You hopped in the queue with Parker on the panel. That's you acknowledging and accepting that you'll also be talking to Parker. Now, if you only want to talk to me, feel free to come back, okay, when I'm doing solo debates. But as long as Parker's on the panel, Parker's invited to engage in dialogue, and deflecting away from a question in which is asked by Parker is no different than deflecting away from a question in which would be asked by any interlocutor inside of a debate. Now, like I said, I understand if that makes things feel a little bit unfair for you because it's literally a 2v1. And for that reason, feel free to come back when it would be a 1v1. I won't put any blame on you for making that decision. That's fine. But what we're not going to do is act like you're in control of the live and you get to dictate when my co-host Parker is or is not talking to you when he was on the live stream before you joined.
Okay, I just find that really weird that now. Okay, how about this? Parker, now you and me. Dean had his chance with me in his turn. Now let's get you and me. What was your question, Parker?
You don't believe that she or that there are future victims, correct?
I don't believe that there are future victims.
So then what do you think she did wrong?
What do you think? The propensity for him to commit more crimes is the act in which I'm holding her morally accountable for. Even if there was not another victim after her.
Wait, you can't hold her morally accountable for anything if you don't think anything happened after that point.
Again, but the first and foremost.
So is this supposed to be an internal criticism of our position, or is this an external critique?
No, this is an internal criticism on her behavior.
Okay.
I don't want to live next to a rapist.
No, hold on. To be an internal criticism because we understand the motivations or because of the society and the culture that exists that prevents rape victims from doing this in the first place. So it's not the fault of the rape victim specifically for not coming out right away. It's the fault, again, of the culture that perpetuates the conditions which prevents rape victims from coming out in the very first place, such as yourself.
No,
so here's the issue.
Even after
there's been a case with literally 9 jurors that unanimously determined that this happened, you still don't accept that this happened. So actually, you're perpetuating the very conditions why she didn't come out in the very first place, and then blaming her for those said conditions.
No, so number one, you're telling me that E. Jean Carroll was not in a financial position to talk about Donald Trump's the rape that happened to her anytime in the 24 years.
That was not my statement. I don't think that was Dean's statement either.
No. You're saying that there's these societal
finances, but it also impacts social reputation. Her as an individual, her job, career, it impacts her family, right? Like literally she could be harassed, her family could be harassed, especially if a person like this is in a position of power. So it has various impacts. Also mentally, like in terms of trauma, like you have to go through the trauma when you're calling out the person who did this to you. You have to undergo that.
And
I understand that. The problem that I'm coming...
Wait, so by the way, are you saying that rape victims you know in your life that have not come out and literally held their abuser accountable in a criminal court or tried to do so, do you think that they're complicit?
Yes, 100%.
You do. So do you know any...
who does not acknowledge... A person who does not acknowledge...
Honestly, that's insane to me. If you were to say that to a rape victim's face, I think that's disgusting.
Bring up a rape victim. I'll say it to their face. Come on now. Because again, if someone is committing and you don't alert the rest of the society around you, then you are complicit. Don't look at me like that, Dean. If I robbed your house, if I broke into your house and robbed you, right, and you didn't go and say, hey, I'm prosecuting Fawcett, he's a home burglar, he's a home invader, you would thus then be complicit in my string of home invasions.
You're complicit in someone stealing from you just because you didn't tell the police? That makes no fucking sense at all.
Yes.
That makes no sense.
If you know the person who did this crime to
you, if you didn't go to the police because
you
of
are
certain
thus
types
complicit.
Wait. If you don't go to the police because of certain types of societal repercussions that could impact you, right? Does that mean that you didn't get something stolen from you? That makes no fucking sense.
No, it makes you complicit in any.
If you're complicit in someone stealing something, wait. If you are complicit in someone stealing something from something from you, does that mean that they just didn't steal it from you then?
No, you're bastardizing what I'm saying here. What I'm claiming is that by you not reporting an individual's crimes to the general public, you are thus allowing them to continue on their spree of criminality.
I could prove to you why your argument is like wrong beyond just calling you a disgusting maniac. If you'd like me to.
I mean, go ahead. I mean, how could this be wrong?
So because of the exhaustive cost of what reporting the rape would potentially yield, okay? That's what would override any social obligation to report. And I could prove it. Let's assume in this hypothetical world, after being raped, if you were to report said rape, you would automatically die on the spot. Okay? Would you still argue?
Okay, continue, but that was such a weird... Okay, go ahead.
Would you still yet argue in this hypothetical world that victims of rape have an obligation that, if broken, would be immoral to report it? If causing them, if in reporting it, it caused their death.
If they died on the spot, listen, this is America, not Afghanistan. Like, obviously, like
question?
it would obviously, that cost is high. Yeah, you're not going to do it.
Okay.
It's the exhaustive cost.
What you just
the problem is, though, in America, that exhaustive cost doesn't
finish,
exist. You're making a false equivalence again.
So what you just agreed to is that if there is a high exhaustive cost that could potentially be onset and yielded from reporting a crime such as being raped, okay, then we don't have an obligation to report it. And what I'd argue is that high exhaustive cost exists for real victims because of the social ramifications in which many victims do experience following, being raped and then reporting it. Some of the exhaustive costs that could be onset, are actually isolated in a vacuum outside of the social impact of rape culture, which would just merely be reliving that experience by accounting to it in court. Okay, other exhaustive costs that wouldn't exist in that vacuum and would rather be completely consequential of rape culture would be being like not believed and labeled crazy by like your immediate social circle. Okay, having the power of the accused used over you to like oppress you and make the quality of your life worse, i.e. being fired from a job, socially ostracized in your career fields, or being like outside of an industry. Okay,
yes,
other exhaustive costs, and I could continue to go on about this all day. But
the issue I'm talking about, though, is that once
aging here,
go ahead.
You're stopping. You're
go
interrupting me. You're going to stop.
Go ahead.
The claim that I'm making here is that in real life, exhaustive costs actually do exist for many victims in which publicly report rape. Therefore, they don't have an obligation to report it.
So two things there. Number one, publicly reporting it, just reporting it in of itself is not not a public affair. Bringing charges to someone, while it is on the public record, I have a very high doubt that this would be something that, she can still label herself as Jane Doe 1 or Jane Doe 2. She doesn't need to put her full legal E. Jean Carroll name on the actual charge itself if it's going to lead to demonstrable, horrible consequences at the end of the line. But the second thing, too, the exhaustive cost of this. Number one, if that's the case, once a victim has their actual costs, like the financial side of things figured out, and there's no negative effect to reporting a crime like that, then they are obligated to report it. There's no negative side effects. There's no exhaustive cost. Like for E. Jean Carroll, she was a reporter.
Be exhaustive costs that would exist in the hypothetical scenario of somebody independently taking this forward into a court operating under an anonymous name such as Jane Doe. Okay, yeah. The first exhaustive costs would be the trauma of reliving the experience and recounting it in court, and then the second exhaustive cost would be like potential like negative side effect from like the rapist then going after the accuser, right? Like one really good example of this would be the story that we hear about the Jane Doe that upheld civil litigation against Donald Trump for raping her with Epstein when she was a child. Keep in mind, by the way, you're running an internal critique here, so you have to accept that because your critique is internal. All right.
Yeah.
And then the exhaustive cost that like she experienced, even though she operated under anonymity and an appearance of Jane Doe, was like threats on her life from like Trump associates. Right. That's like what is said.
Yeah, because they probably know who. Yeah, because they probably know who she is. Yes.
Now, what I've successfully done in this circumstance. Is I've now identified the exhaustive costs and which would nullify any obligation for a victim to come forward, even if it was with an assumption of anonymity. And this is
the
why
problem is, though,
falls.
we already have witness protection programs within the United States of America, so that's a non sequitur. Secondly, again,
the
anonymity can be
program in of itself is an exhaustive cost.
Yeah, it's an exhaustive cost. No, no.
Completely
an
uprooting
exhaustive
your life
cost
and
on the
changing your
populace,
identity.
not the exhaustive cost on the victim.
Your family
no.
just thinks that you're fucking dead. You never get to see them again. You get transported to some random place across the country and given a new identity, and you're told that you can never use your old identity or access the internet in many circumstances. Yes, that's an exhaustive cost.
Compared to letting your rapist go out and continue their crime spree. Come on now, bro.
I bet when you're on like your little like echo chamber live streaming to your 35 cuck fans, okay, you just get to scream and shout all day long, right, about how like shitty rape victims are for not reporting, and then they say, "Amen, amen," and then you like every so often you'll get a liberal in your chat that doesn't really feel like they're taking the time to explain to you the rationale behind why there's no obligation for victims to report, which is the whole exhaustive cost argument. But now that you're actually being given the supporting rationale for the claim that victims do not have an obligation to support.
And Dean,
even in the scenarios that you're dreaming up, like reporting to the cops with an assumption of anonymity, or like being put into the witness protection program, ultimately, like your worldview is just falling apart and you have no counter argument. There is an exhaustive cost
number
in
one.
all possible scenarios that could potentially be true if you were to report rape. And the claim is that they could potentially happen. We don't even need to have certainty that they will happen given that this is true, right? If there's a reasonable possibility of these negative outcomes and exhaustive costs on setting given that they report it, and we know that that reasonable possibility exists because we could identify it in so many other circumstances, then they do not reasonably have an obligation to report it, else risk engaging in something that would amount to an immorality.
But here's the issue, though. By allowing an individual that is committing the second worst crime known to man to walk free, it is allowing for more victims to be made, thus putting more costs on people. Sure, if it's the cost of just you, whatever, it's a one-person cost. But now you're multiplying that cost among other victims. If E. Jean Carroll reported Donald Trump back in 1995, he may have never been able to go to Epstein Island because he would have been in prison since 1997. Let's just assume the case took a year to go through the court system. So by her not reporting him and imprisoning him back in 1997, all of those flights to and fro Epstein Island that Donald Trump supposedly took would have been completely removed, and Donald Trump would have never become the president of the United States of America if she simply did her job in reporting the second worst crime that can be done to a human being. In fact, actually, I hate to tell you this, Dean, but the left should actually hate E. Jean Carroll more, because if she did her job, this man wouldn't be president right now. But
you just blundered really, really hard.
In what way? In what way?
Because now that I've been able to defeat you in the exhaustive cost argument, demonstrating that reasonable.
And I just told you exhaustive costs can be multiplied.
One moment. In all scenarios, you have now rejected that the exhaustive costs of reporting rape, would overwhelm any potential obligation that one would possess to report rape. So now that you've presented this new exhaustive cost can be multiplied, other individuals can be raped, have their lives ruined, so yada yada, so on and so forth. Okay, I now want to go back to the hypothetical.
This is just the trolley problem for rape.
I now want to go back to
this is just the trolley problem.
I now want to go back to the hypothetical in which I originally asked you. It's very simple.
Which that one's a completely argumentum
rape,
reductio,
you automatically
whatever you call
die
it.
on the spot. Would you now argue that still yet if somebody doesn't report the fact that they are raped because they don't want to literally die on the spot, that they're doing
Dean,
something
we
wrong
don't stone women. We're not Afghanistan. We don't stone women for sleeping with men outside of marriage. Come on now. Again, that's such a ridiculous.
You're using inflammatory language.
These aren't inflammatory.
In an attempt to
if you report rape, you get stoned. That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous and out of the realm of possibility.
I understand that you're calling it ridiculous. Now I want you to answer the question.
Yeah, so in America, where we stone women to death for having sex with people,
you can't answer the question.
No, I am. I'm breaking down.
Where when everybody would report rape, they automatically die on the spot. Do you think that they'd still have an obligation to report rape?
And no, because the cost
Oh,
of
so
the
you
cost is
accept the-
higher
yes,
than the
so you accept the
value.
exhaustive cost
But that's not how
argument.
America operates.
So you accept
and
the
so you're
exhaustive
just
cost.
reducing
So
the argument.
If you accept the exhaustive
You're reducing
cost
the argument to a ridiculous
and we can
stance.
agree that in all scenarios of reporting rape, there's the potential likelihood for an exhaustive cost to be yielded. Okay, then you
Fawcett,
can see the position that we should hate E. Jean Carroll.
Hold on.
Fawcett, your disputes the threshold of where you place it. So really what you should be arguing in this scenario is, well, I don't think the threshold is met in the scenario in which it's applicable within the real world. Not that like you can't answer this hypothetical, because this is clearly demonstrating
This hypothetical
of the
doesn't
fact
exist
that
in
there is
America.
some threshold that exists.
Show me.
We're just
This
asking
hypothetical
you-
doesn't exist in America where
we're
if I
asking
report a
you-
rape,
The hypothetical doesn't have to
blown off.
exist, dude. You don't know how hypotheticals work. If you think a hypothetical has to exist in the world,
No,
I'm sorry. You
Okay,
need to
I'm
figure
not
out
an
what a
85 IQ.
hypothetical
I
is
understand
and
what
how
you're
it
saying. The
relates
problem
to
is
the convo.
this hypothetical is so
It
ridiculous
demonstrates
that the cost
principally
exceeds
and
that.
ideologically, my guy.
So Fawcett, we understand that you have a very low IQ. Now, the reason why I asked you that hypothetical question is because what it demonstrates ideologically. Okay, what your answer to that hypothetical question and what it demonstrates ideologically is that you actually do accept if there were to be a sufficiently high level of an exhausted cost potentially yielded, okay, by reporting rape, then you do not think that rape victims would have an obligation to report. So we're just
Correct, but that
asking
cost
you,
doesn't
where
exist in
does that
America.
threshold
It doesn't.
fall? And what do you think that exhaustive costs ought be in order to negate an obligation that one would have to report?
Oh, that's a very good question. Especially if we're going to go off any man or just Donald Trump doing it to me. Which one do we want to go down this rabbit hole with? Any man or just Donald Trump? Like if Donald Trump raped it. Oh, okay. So if we're going to only talk about Donald Trump, I couldn't care less. He's a billionaire. I'll just sue him in civil court and get like $1 trillion off that dude. Booyah. But as for a regular chick that gets, raped from a regular dude that has no money or equity or assets,
You said
it's
I
like,
can't care less. I'll just sue him in civil court. Well, you understand that
Yeah.
because he's so famous and because he has so much money, there's a much higher exhaustive costs. Like legitimately, Eugene Carroll's exhaustive costs was being ostracized by over half of the United States population.
correct, because she did this in 2019 when he was already the president. If you did this back in 1996, you still would have had a little bit of haters, but you wouldn't have half of the United States population on you. For example, Mike Tyson literally, here's a great example. Mike Tyson raped a girl back in
We can identify the fact that people or institutions with a lot of money can actually kill the people in which speak out against them. Therefore, there's a possibility that if Eugene Carroll were to speak out about this against the billionaire in the 90s, that the billionaire could pay a lot of money to have her killed due to the fact that she already knows that billionaire was willing to literally rape her, which many people consider worse to be worse than murder. Okay, now we've identified that as a potential exhaustive cost. So merely because it exists as a potential exhaustive cost, Eugene Carroll didn't have any obligation to report in the 90s.
So then why in 2019 did she report it? Did that exhaustive cost go away now that he's the president of the United States of America?
So you're accepting that she did not have an exhaustive cost in the 90s, right?
No, what I'm asking is now...
Because now she was willing to accept the exhaustive cost, but she had no obligation to accept that either in the 90s or
You're
in
willing to
2019.
accept the exhaustive cost from the one man that can pardon himself? That is stupid. He's the one man that could... He's the one man that could blow your head off and get away with it, and now you claim that's...
pardon himself on a state level, B. But now you're just saying that it's stupid. So now you've completely shifted the argument. You are now completely conceding that
No,
she
it's
did
not conceding.
anything wrong.
It is,
and now
I would much
your new
rather-
argument is that she did something stupid. So thank you so much for conceding the argument. Because the first argument in which you're trying to make is that Eugene Carroll was culpable for moral wrongdoing because she had an obligation to report. But then I was able to demonstrate and prove to you that reasonable potential exhaustive cost existed for reporting. Therefore, Eugene Carroll had no moral obligation to report in the 90s or now.
Correct.
Now you've completely shifted the argument away from the original proposition that Eugene Carroll, did something immoral by not reporting, and we should blame her for this, and we should look down on her for this, and we should hate her for this, to now just arguing that Eugene Carroll did something stupid. All right. So now that we completely forgoed Eugene Carroll of all moral wrongdoing, and now the argument is simply simply about her intelligence level, we have completely defeated your position.
No, that's not
Thank
it.
you.
I'm saying that he is now the president of the United States of America.
Okay,
he is
so
the
then-
one
so
man
then-
that
so
can
then go
pardon
back to the moral
himself.
argument that she was morally wrong, not that she's stupid. Because you arguing that she's stupid.
No, it makes
does
no
not
sense to
conclude
report
that
a man
she's
when he
culpable
can
for
pardon
wrongdoing.
himself. What?
Wait, pardon from federal crimes, not from state crimes. You know how pardons work?
You think that's gonna happen? You really think Donald John Trump is going to respect state laws if it came down to it? Hell no. No president would.
That's
oh,
not
you
how
accuse me of
pardons,
rape? I'm
pardons
gonna pardon
don't.
myself.
Wait,
Like,
I'm sorry.
what?
Pardons don't literally mean that he's not. Pardons don't take away the state record. They only take away federal record. I'm like so confused with what the fuck you're trying to say there.
Yeah.
Like, that
What I'm
literally is
getting at is no.
I'm gonna meet you to also add this on because you're not listening to me. Like you're like trying to speak to get your point across, comparing to listen to hear my point. So like not only was Parker right there, yeah, like Trump just simply doesn't have the ability to issue like state level pardons, even though he's like this tyrant that likes to break the law. He can't break that law because that would require culpability from the entirety of a state's judicial program. So you're expecting the entirety.
You understand
of the
supremacy
United
clauses?
States,
Do you understand the supremacy clause?
criminal justice system to
Do
act
you
in
understand-
Does not
accordance
apply to
with
pardons.
Donald
What
Trump.
is that saying? You think the supremacy clause applies to pardons? Oh my god, dude, that's so cringe. Then why can't he pardon himself of the felonies right now? Explain, why hasn't Trump pardoned himself of the felonies? Because it's still on his record. You know that, right?
Oh wait, that's crazy that he hasn't. We've actually not repealed Article 2, Section 2. That's crazy. I can't believe that actually. Well, that was back when states were more considered more country-like.
He doesn't have an answer to that, does he?
I just looked it up. Apparently, no, you can't, which is such a cringe way to operate a country.
Okay.
But again,
He said,
I
so
think
essentially he
it's
just
conceded.
conceded and now it's just cringe.
No,
Yeah.
it kind of is
know.
cringe.
Parker, he's now conceding the whole pardon argument because he is legally illiterate. Okay. And earlier, he implicitly conceded the E. Jean Carroll is a bad person capable for moral wrongdoing.
Yeah, no, I heard this part.
She is.
By then shifting.
Wait,
the
no,
goalposts
you don't
to she's
believe-
a
wait.
stupid person. Not
Paul
a
Stett's
bad
making
person.
the wrong claim. You're doing that as an internal critique. You can't make this claim from your own perspective because that would mean it's an external critique from your own perspective. You don't believe that she's culpable because you don't believe that there are future victims. This is why I critiqued what you said earlier. You don't even realize when you make that statement, it's an incorrect statement from your own perspective.
Yes, in
Because if it's
1995,
internal
she wouldn't have
critique,
known
you can't
this.
say that.
In 1995, she wouldn't have known this. I'm talking from the year
You're
1995
saying in 1995
by letting
she
your
wasn't
rape.
raped.
I'm
That's what
sorry,
you
what?
believe. You said that you do not believe she was raped in 1995.
Yes.
So then why do you believe that she's a bad person for not coming out about this
Because
earlier,
if the grape was
given that
legitimate,
you
why
don't
would you
believe-
why would you wait till the man was the
There you go.
president?
You say if it was legitimate. You don't believe it was, so you can't make that claim from your perspective unless you're saying it's an internal critique. You weren't positing that from an internal critique. You were positing that as an external critique. That's why I asked you earlier. Is
No,
this an
because I'm
external or an
taking this
internal
from the
critique?
perspective of E. Jean Carroll. I'm not doing this from Fawcett. I'm doing this from E. Jean Carroll's
but earlier
perspective.
you said that you
if
believe
I
she's a bad
was
person.
E. Jean Carroll,
But you
I
said
would
less than
be-
a couple of moments ago that you believe she's a bad person.
Yeah,
Oh.
because
but
because
that's
I'm
not
saying
from the
this from an
perspective of
internal
Eugene
critique of E.
Carroll.
Jean Carroll.
No,
If
that's
I was
not,
E. Jean
but
Carroll,
you're not Eugene Carroll.
okay, can we not play pretend here? Come on, Dean. I know you're older than 40 years old. You know how to play
Wait, now
pretend
you're saying
here.
that was from the perspective of Eugene Carroll.
Yeah,
so
if
then you
I
wouldn't
was-
say,
if I was
believe
touched by
Eugene
Trump in a
Carroll's
sexual
bad
manner-
person, you would say, I believe I'm a bad person. But no, you said, I believe Eugene Carroll's a bad person. Bro, just admit that you're getting tripped up
Hey,
on the
Dean,
difference between
from
internal and
the
external
perspective-
critique.
So, Dean, we can make statements based upon E. Jean Carroll's perspective. Therefore, Donald Trump's a rapist, right?
Yeah.
You'll say that because that's also her perspective. So, are you willing to say that?
Now, here's the issue, though.
Wait.
Well,
you
you
see
said-
how he won't respond to that? Are you
Are you
willing
willing
to
to
say
say
that?
that Trump is
yeah.
a rapist?
Do you realize people can lie, right? So yeah, she can say
Oh,
he's a
okay,
rapist,
now
but
it's a
she can be
lie.
lying.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
wait. But I thought
Like
this was an
90% of
internal-
accusations.
I thought that this was an internal critique from E. Jean Carroll's view. So wouldn't it be it could be a liar? Either it would be a lie, in which case then you wouldn't say from her perspective that she's morally culpable for wrongdoings of not reporting the rape that never happened earlier, or it would be that it was
she still
not
would
a
be. She still-
lie. Therefore, you'd argue that Donald Trump is a rapist. So which one is it? Inside of this internal critique in which you were offering, is it true that she was a liar, or is it true that she was telling the truth?
Even If she was telling the truth, she's still culpable for any future victims.
So she is telling the truth. So inside
no,
of this
if
internal
she
critique,
was, if she was, she's still morally culpable.
Wait. So then you're ushering in an external critique.
He says he believes that.
Wait, then also once again, when you say if she was, then you're ushering in an external critique.
Okay, let's just say he did do it, and she was a victim of his.
Dude, he's just making category error after category error.
Category error.
Let's say he did it. Let's say he did it, right?
I know, dude. This guy's blundering so fucking hard.
It's not
like this is unreal.
You're bouncing between internal, external. So let's just stay internal.
That's what you're
We're not bouncing.
Let's just stay internal
We're
for here,
describing
okay?
that.
If this was an internal, let's just say I am E. Jean Carroll and I did get raped by Donald Trump. I experienced it. It happened, whatever. By me, E. Jean Carroll, getting raped, I should have 12 hours later been at the police station with a semen sample from, like what happened.
I've told you why she didn't have an obligation to do that. It was because of the potential exhaustive costs that could exist, given that she did report. Therefore, she was not morally obligated to do so. And then you followed that up. I'm almost done. Then you followed it up by saying, oh, well, if she was unwilling to accept the exhaustive costs in the 90s, then why would she be willing to accept the exhaustive costs in 2019? Oh, I don't know. Probably the whole 24 years to think about it thing. But regardless of what the reasons are, insofar as why she wasn't willing to accept that exhaustive cost then, but she is now, we've now completely ruled out the claim that she's a bad person. Because in order to instantiate the claim that she is a bad person for reporting it 24 years later, you'd have to argue that she had a moral obligation to report it 24 years earlier.
And I already gave my moral obligation.
But due to the fact that you cannot
we don't live in
combat
America
my
where you get
argument
killed for
that there's
saying
too
your
high
rape
of an
victim's name.
exhaustive cost.
You don't get killed in America for that.
Okay, well, guess what? Inside of America, when we see billionaires with a shit ton of money, with class control, with power, and even control inside of government, like Donald Trump had to some extent in the 90s, okay? If this individual is willing to rape a woman, okay? This is now introducing the possibility that if that woman were to come forward, that individual could pay a shit ton of money to get them killed. I'm not saying that is certainly what would have happened given that E. Jean Carroll reported in the 90s, but due to the fact that possibility existed, there was no moral obligation to report due to the possible exhaustive costs.
And I understand that, but for her to
examine
for her to examine the exhaustive cost while the man is then thus the president, not in 2003, 2004, 2007, 2011, 2013, for her to ironically examine the exhaustive
first
cost.
Thing a victim's thinking about after being assaulted is the exhaustive cost. Like, let's be fucking real here. Due to trauma, people aren't thinking about these things, and you're gonna say, "Oh, they have so much of an obligation," even though the trauma literally can restrict people from being able to make these types of determinations.
So Parker, you're telling me between 23 and 24 years, she somehow had this enlightenment of, it's my time to come out. Really, the numerical difference between 23 and 24 years, really?
I like how he hasn't looked in to see what she specifically thinks about what her reason was for this. Because you understand that's predicated off of the fact that she had family, that she didn't want to deal with all of the harassment, that she specifically had the idea that people wouldn't believe her, which, by the way, you're fucking perpetuating right now, buddy. Again, you don't even acknowledge any of that. Dean has a point, though.
No, again, she can operate underneath anonymity. Like, that completely destroys your point. Or
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because the same implications are true even from an anonymity standpoint. And even so, that increases the standard that people aren't going to believe her. You understand that, right?
All because her name is Jane Doe instead of E. Jean Carroll, people aren't going to believe her? Is that really the argument here?
Yes! Literally, that is a reason why people bring up not to believe people all the time.
Because I don't want my name out there because
I promise you, if that was true, you would be claiming that right now.
If that was true, no. Again, for something as traumatic as rape, I can understand where a woman comes from when it comes to this.
Hey, Dean, I have a question. When we bring up the credible accusation against Trump in the Epstein files, and we reference that it's Jane Doe 4, do people dispute that it happened just based upon the idea that they consider that because it's Jane Doe 4 and they don't mention the specific name, that it's less credible of an accusation?
Yes.
Which, I mean, let's just be real. Those people are illiterate when it comes to the law. I saw, the last 3 guests were pretty much illiterate. One guy didn't even have teeth. But yeah, they have an illiterate understanding of law.
Listen, you're positing that one of my last guests didn't have teeth. You know what? I prefer him to you because I think that not having teeth is better than not having a brain.
At least I don't use a vape pen to get my feelings down,
What would you
bro.
rather?
My anxiety pen. Come on.
I know. Instead, you use a cuck chair. Get the fuck out of here.
I use a cuck chair.
Sit the fuck down. That's what I thought.
At least I get bitches, Dean.
Yeah. Fucking cuck chair.
Where's your woman, Dean?
You use a cuck chair.
Come on now. A cuck chair? Come on, I know you got your boyfriend right next to you on the stage right now. I'd much rather be a cuck than be gay, bro. Come on now. I'd much rather be a cuck than be gay.
Fawcett,
Look at you, bro.
You really just own the libs by making up fantasies of them engaging in gay intercourse.
Wait, did this guy just say that like he'd prefer to be a cuck?
Than to be gay?
Absolutely. Wait, this guy just said that he'd prefer to be a cuck. This guy just said that he'd prefer to be a cuck. Yo, for what?
Wait,
that's
why
crazy.
would you even think of dude? Why would you even think of saying that? That's just a diabolical statement, bro.
Dude, that's crazy. No, so he created once again another AO3 fucking fan.
I didn't create anything.
Parker having
you asked the question.
having steamy gay sex, and then predicated on this AO3 fanfic that he created in his head. Okay, he said that he'd prefer to be a cuck.
Come on now, bro. You called me the cuck, bro. Come on now, let's be real here. But
anyway, he said I'd prefer to be one.
I'd much rather be a cuck than gay like you, bro.
Hey,
Come on
Dean,
now.
he's
your boyfriend's always up here.
Saying he'd rather be a cuck than gay. He's really owning the libs right now.
Wait, why? Why would you prefer to be a cuck than to be gay?
Okay. Let's actually. I'm going to answer this question because this is actually a great question. I would much rather have an No. It's a very good question.
Oh my god!
I'll be real. This is going to be a great what do you call it? A clip later. I'm going to see myself on Instagram like this man wants to be a cuck.
Do you watch Sneeko by any chance?
I'm sorry. What?
Do you watch Sneeko by any chance?
Sneeko?
Sorry, I thought you were a Sneeko viewer for a second.
No. I am not a 60 IQ drooling idiot. But anyways, continuing.
You did just describe yourself unironically.
Why would you prefer to be a cuck than to be gay?
So very simple. Number one, homosexuality goes against the natural order of things. But secondly, would you rather see a man fuck your wife or get a dick in your butt? Which one would you want? I'd much rather have a man take my wife than getting a dick in my butt, bro. I'm just telling you, that's how it is. I don't like no things in my booty. That's how I know if I ever got raped, I would tell the police within 12 hours because nothing's ever going in my booty. So that's how I know I'm not really built for being gay. Because you know
that you could be a top, right? Like you know that you don't have to just be a bottom.
Bro, have you ever felt the inside of a man's booty? It is not a pleasant place to be.
No? Are you speaking from experience?
Hey, listen, we all went to medical school and dropped out. Come on now, bro. Let's be real here. But no, it's not a place that I see myself being, so that's why I'd much rather be a cuck than gay.
Wait, so you see yourself being a cuck?
I see myself closer to being a cuck than being gay.
So
I would never be a homosexual.
Being a cuck?
No, I don't. I said I'd closer see myself cuck than gay. Like, that's what that means. See, okay. Dean, here's the thing.
Wait.
I'm mansplaining, you're not woman understanding.
I just want to clarify. So, hey, like, being gay, like, has nothing
is an
to do
abomination,
with
yes.
Being gay is an abomination. Why is that?
No. You're gonna bring up the Bible. I don't even use the Bible when I say that. I'm just saying if you have ever seen gay corn, it is not a pretty sight to see. I've been.
Dude,
all right. So
wait.
You're saying,
I'm sorry. Wouldn't people who are gay find gay corn attractive? Like, you understand that, right? Like, so if you're gay, you would find that attractive. Right now, you don't find that attractive because you're not gay.
Right.
Well, I guess maybe maybe you're just saying that because you're Christian and you like want to repress your sexuality. But I don't know. I haven't watched gay porn before. I don't know. Like, it's not something I've done.
Not even else I'd like to bring up.
Not even once.
Is you're using your aesthetic and sexual preferences as a like axiom to explain morality. Okay, when that's like clearly like delusional, right?
First of all, no one's
that like you're not going to be attracted towards like a video of gay sex, given that you're not gay. Okay, gay people are not going to be attracted towards heterosexual sex, given that they're not straight, right? It's like kind of like self-implied, given that you're not gay, that you don't have a preference towards engaging in or watching gay sex. Because in the possession of a preference to engage in or watch gay sex, you would either be gay, pan, or bi, right? You wouldn't be heterosexual. That preference in of itself would describe you as non-heterosexual. So next question is, do you think that gay people can justifiably say that being straight is an abomination since they do not have a preference, right? And are not attracted to watching heterosexual pornography?
So that's a blunder right there. Saying homosexuality is not a choice is a blunder in and of itself. But again,
I believe it's not a choice, but that's never what I said.
That's a classic blunder right there. You know what, Dean?
Wait. I think one second. I do believe that it's not a choice, and I agree with Parker. We need to go through the dialogue tree with you on that. But that's not what I said. I never mentioned if being gay was or was not a choice, but I'll mention it now. It's not. Okay? But rather my question was, I pointed out the fact that you made quite the blunder when you attempted to argue that homosexuality is morally wrong because when you watch gay sex, you have a preference against it. Okay? Well, clearly you're going to have a preference against watching gay sex because you're heterosexual. And if you did not have a preference against watching or engaging in gay sex, then you would not be heterosexual. End of story. Right? The same way that homosexual people would have a preference against watching or engaging in heterosexual sex. But my question is, of the foundation in which you are using to make the claim that being gay is wrong, due to the fact that that foundation is your preference for or against wanting to engage in the action or wanting to watch the action. So do you think, once again, that a gay person could justifiably say and believe that being straight is an abomination because they have a preference against engaging in or watching gay sex?
I never said it was. Never said it was an abomination due to my preference. My preference
is the argument that you gave to justify the notion that it's an abomination.
Run the tape back. Run the tape back. I need to hear the words preference. Someone. I know you have it. I'm watching on YouTube too. Run the tape back. There is no way I said I do not like homosexuality due to my personal preferences.
Wait, you don't remember when I asked you why it's an abomination?
No. I said myself, I can't see myself being a homosexual.
Right, which was the argument why, insofar as why you think it's an abomination.
No, that's not the same thing.
So then you just never gave an argument why you think it's an abomination when I asked you for the argument why it's an abomination?
Yeah, I can give you other thing. I can give you.
Wait. So you admit that was the argument why you think it's an abomination?
No, that's not.
But the thing is that now you're trying to backwalk that one because if you do want to instantiate that being gay is an abomination due to the fact that you have a preference against it, you couldn't see yourself engaging in it. Then you'd have to admit that gay people can reasonably and justifiably argue that being straight is an abomination because they couldn't see themselves engaging in straight sex or they'd have a preference against it. You get absolutely
your fallacy is predicated on my preference being what I use my moral compass on. That's the fallacy.
Because I asked you why you think it's an abomination. Then
there's a difference between homosexuality in general versus my homosexual tendencies, and so I'm debating all homosexuality. Come on now, bro.
In your homosexual tendencies, right, describing that you would never engage in gay sex is the argument you gave insofar as why you believe being gay is an abomination.
You claimed it was due to my preference. That's not what I claimed.
That is what you claimed. How about you actually
run the tape back? You literally have it. Run the tape back. I want to hear this.
How about you actually just listen to me real quick? You said it's an abomination. I asked you why it's an abomination. Then you said because I couldn't imagine myself engaging in gay sex. I mean, have you ever watched gay porn? I can't do it.
I'm sorry. It's so fucking funny to hear it back again. But yes,
Right? So what does that amount to? That amounts to you arguing that it's an abomination because you have a preference against it.
No. Again, can a man not want to be a homosexual and then have opinions about homosexuality outside of his own body? Yes, he can. So again, for you to claim my moral compass is predicated on my preference is not the same, bro. You know this. Come on.
That's the argument you gave, dude.
That's not my argument. Why don't you just ask me my argument? We can skip over this.
I did, and that's what you said. Listen, I'll let you hear it.
Let me hear it back. Ladies and gentlemen.
Then you said
because you're Christian and you want to repress your sex.
Not even. If I ever got raped, I would tell the police within. Which one would you want?
A cuck than to be gay.
So very simple. Number one, homosexuality goes against the natural order of things. But secondly, would you rather see a man fuck your wife or get a dick in your butt? Which one would you want? I'd much rather have a man.
We gotta go to where you said it's an abomination.
That's
so that you don't have to just be. Are you speaking from experience?
No, it's not a place that I see my. I said I'm closer to woman understanding.
I just want to clarify. So, hey, like being gay, like has nothing.
Is an abomination. Yes.
Being gay is an abomination. Why is that?
No. You're gonna bring up the Bible. I don't even use the Bible when I say that. I'm just saying if you have ever seen gay corn, it is not a pretty sight to see. I've been.
Dude.
All right. So
wait.
You're saying,
I'm sorry.
There you go. You said it's an abomination.
So no, you just skipped over. I said it went against the natural order. You just skipped over. I said it went against the natural order.
That was like a minute and a half before I asked you why you think it's an abomination. We were talking about gay
porn versus homosexuality. Those are two different things, bro. I know you watch both. I know you engage in watching.
You're unreal. Dude, the claim that it goes against the natural order was made a minute and a half before you said it's an abomination, and I asked you why. Listen. You said it's an abomination. I asked you why. Then you said because you have a preference against it. Because you can't watch gay porn.
Where did the preference word come out of my mouth?
When you described that you can't watch gay porn. That's denoting the preference.
I can't because, first off, again, I'm not homosexual.
Because of what? Your fucking preference.
Because I'm not a homosexual. Like, damn, bro. You ever watch gay porn? It's horrible to see, bro. Have you ever looked at it? Come on now, bro.
You understand that the definition of
your
being
preference
gay,
that you also can't choose. You nice concession, too. You can't choose to have that preference, too, right?
I can't choose to want to watch.
Let me ask you this question.
Go ahead,
Could
bro.
you choose to find me sexually arousing right now?
Actually, I can fathom it. I can fathom it if I want to, but
No. Could you choose to do that right now?
Could I choose to? Absolutely.
Okay, prove it.
Okay, you're sexy, Parker.
So are you? So say you're gay for me, and then turn back under your own view.
Do you want me to get on my hands and knees and bark like a dog? I love you, Parker. Come on now, like, come on. What
I mean, if that's what you wanted to do, that's a all of you thing, man.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I don't care what y'all's do. I don't care what y'all's do in the comfort of your own homes, but like,
was Hitler good or bad?
This is the kick button.
Hold
I know
on,
this is the
run
kick
down the
button.
dialogue real quick.
So if I say good, I'm gonna get kicked. If I say bad, I'm lying to you. So like, I'm just gonna kick myself. Talk to y'all later. Peace.
Okay. Does he think Hitler's good?
I mean, that it really happened quick. He just left. I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah. I mean, what a weirdo. That guy clearly has some issues. Full band, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Show someone to full band down below. Thank you. Full band with the $20 says, one is a choice, one isn't. It's an impossibility, stupid comparison. Yeah, that guy was pretty dumb. Thank you for the $20 full band. And then Thomas, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you, Thomas. I'm going to see 500 big ol' Thomas W's down below. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Thomas in that chat who says, this caller's quote-unquote reasoning, i.e. victim blaming, is the exact reason why people don't come out. Disgusting. I hope every woman finds a safe way to avoid the caller. I'm pretty sure that women don't need a safe way to avoid the caller because the caller avoids them. He lives in his mom's basement and apparently loves his digital little cut chair. Thank you for the $50. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you, Thomas. On PayPal, Robert, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Robert. Let's get 300 Robert W's. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Who says, hey, Dean, it's good to see you as well as Parker. Thank you for helping me with my sanity. Also, I've had difficulty with getting on the Discord. Is there a good place to message what the issue is? Well, I mean, PayPal, start a conversation under that donation. If I see it, I'll happily try to help you. Thank you for the $50, Robert. You are awesome. As well as Carrie, thank you for the $10, who says, love your work. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate you. And then Alvia, thank you for the 97 cents. Jasmine, thank you for the $5, who's calling that last guess a POS. Yep. Carrie, thank you for the 5. Then Darius, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much, Darius. Show some love to Darius down below. With the $20, who says, callers blaming Carol for not reporting her assault sooner, while CNN exposed a global economy for men to learn how to drug and grape their GFs and wives. 62 million visits in February alone. I'm sick of men blaming women of their actions of men. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it that he's probably a rapist himself, you know, Darius, like that, in my opinion, at least. I appreciate you for the $20. That's probably why, in my opinion, he was saying that. Then Shula, thank you for the $13. I appreciate you. Who says, Dean, I submit my undergrad thesis on the Creed of Nicaea in under 2 weeks. Best of luck, Shula. Thank you for the 13. And then Brooklyn, thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, I'm a great victim of multiple occasions. And it took 11 years to report it because of people like the guest that you just had on. Thank you so much for being a voice to defend victims of grape. Forever a fan. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you, Brooklyn. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. Thank you for the $20. And I'm just sorry that you had to listen to that asshole. I mean, like I said, he clearly has some problems. I appreciate you so much for the love. All right. I think that we have a couple people to thank here on Venmo as well. But before we do, I just want to thank Gavin over on Super Chat, who just sent a $50 donation in. Gavin, thank you so fucking much for the love and support. Show some love to Gavin. Holy cow. Gavin with the 50 says, thank you, Dean and Parker, for spreading the voice of reason to these insufferable people who think that rape and genocide are qualifiers for presidency. Yeah, I mean, that last guy, he should just lose his right to freedom of speech and a vote. That's what I think for you know, the Nazis who like to blame victims of rape. By the way, I used Nazis literally there. At the end, he said he'd be lying if he said that he thought Hitler was bad. You know, so I mean, since they love fascism so much, why don't we just go ahead and take their freedom of speech away, take their right to vote away? You know, let's help them live their wet dream of totalitarian end state with no regard for human rights, right? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you, Gavin. There's another couple people that I have to thank on Venmo. Vanessa, thank you for the $5. Who says, nephew, did you see the Hegseth quote? The Hegseth quote Pulp Fiction and Prayer. I did. Oh my God, he looks so stupid. Ink, thank you for the $5. Then Julie, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much. Julie with a 20 says, I didn't report because he was my husband and children's father, and I was terrified my children would believe him and cut off ties with me. The cost would have been too high. Julie, I'm so sorry to hear that. And just know that you're totally justified. 110% valid, contrary to what that last guest was suggesting. Thank you for the $20, Julie. As well as Raven, thank you for the $4. Kalayton, thank you so much for the $5. And then Veronica, thank you for the $10. She says, also in many cases, the cost is not worth reporting it. Yep. And then Mad Scramble, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, Mad Scramble. Sarah, thank you for the 10, who says, this is straight incel manosphere brain rot. Yeah, fuck that last guy. Maddie, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you so much, Maddie. Show some love to Maddie. Then Rachel and Josh, thank you both for the 5. And then Jamie, thank you for the $25, who says, as a victim of SA, who was quite literally encouraged by the DA not to pursue charges against the man who hurt me, this man disgusts me. Yeah, that last guy literally, like, you know, complete, like, bottom of the barrel rot. Fuck that guy. Jaden, thank you for the $15, who says, tell Fawcett I said his music sucks ass and he'll never be president. Oh, he wants to be president? That's fucking concerning. Bethany, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, Bethany. And then Gail, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. I wish I would have seen that earlier. You asked me not to read it out loud, so I'll keep it to myself, but I really wish I would have seen that earlier. Let's get 200 W's for Gail. And then Jamie with the $10, quote unquote, to my favorite team. Thank you, Jamie. And then Robot, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, your guests are often louder than you. I probably need to balance my EQ. I probably do. With all that, we are all caught up. What a lunatic. Parker, what did you think about that lunatic?
Dude, it's just, we get crazy people like that every once in a while. It's just like, they're so nuts, dude. To me, it's like the saying that great victims are complicit is just so fucking insane in that, like, because, like, obviously you have to understand the exhaustive costs. Like, you have to understand that, like, in that scenario, like, the level of pain and trauma that puts a great victim through again after already being traumatized. You know, it's just, it's so sad.
Yeah, honestly, my personal opinion is that he does it for attention.
Probably,
like,
you know, that's what a lot of Nazis and Groypers do, is they pride themselves on, like, getting that type of attention.
Yeah.
And they like that negative attention, and it, like, gets them off. It's really gross.
Yeah, like something has to go, like, really wrong in somebody's life for them to grow up to believe that Hitler was a good guy and we should hate victims of rape. Like, something has to go so dramatically wrong that I actually don't believe something has gone so dramatically wrong in the lives of the people like that last guest who will say that. I don't think he actually believes that victims of rape are terrible. I don't think he actually believes that Hitler was Jesus and super great. I think that he says those things to get attention, because the one thing that has gone wrong in his life is he has never got any attention. So after he lives a day with his parents being a dick to him because he's a shitty son, a day dwelling in the basement because he's unemployed as hell, a day with another text to the woman he went on a date with a year and a half ago that never reached back out because he smelled like shit, and he obviously had pretty shitty beliefs too, and he made sure to let her know, and never not getting a response. You know, after a day of all that, he will decide to pop open the TikTok app on his phone and join lives and talk about how Hitler's awesome and we should hate rape victims, because it'll give him a lot of attention. You know, like, think about all of the people who went to his profile to comment on his post to call him an asshole. Think about all the people that then started a DM with him saying, fuck you, you suck, and all of that. It doesn't matter that that attention is negative. It is still attention, and that's why I personally believe that people like that do it.
Dude, it's just, there's some people just like that, and to me it's just, like, so sick. Because it's like, they don't even realize the harm they're causing when they do things like that. It's just, it's absurd.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's another reason why, you know, like, the overt, very proud, literal Nazis are people that we'll sometimes see in real life, okay? You know, especially for, like, the black and brown people watching. Like, I know you guys got some experiences of some overt racists doing overtly very racist things to you in person. Okay, but, like, also, I bet that a vast majority of black and brown people would agree that they experience that to a higher extent on the internet than in person. And that's why I think that a lot of it is just straight up like attention seeking. And of course it doesn't change like the immorality of it, because it's the impact that matters, not the intent, right? Which is exactly why we talk so much about impact over intent. But it kind of helps us to psychologically understand why it occurs. And hopefully we could address that in like future generations of ensuring that we are teaching children from a very young age in our educational system, you know, what kind of traits have to be true of their personality, i.e., you know, playing with other people during races, upholding empathy for those around you, trying to do what is not just best for yourself, but best for everybody. So inevitably, by being a more virtuous person from childhood and then on, they'd be more likely to get more attention and then not results, reduce themselves down to being a Nazi on the internet to get that. And I mean, hopefully that's something we're able to do in future generations to a higher extent. But Parker, we got a flag like 30 minutes ago.
As soon as you can hit a restart.
Yeah, are you going to join back up?
Yeah, I have probably like another 40 minutes or so.
Bet. For everybody on TikTok, if you've been watching all day, this is going to be the second restart of the stream. Unfortunately, the reasons why we have to do these restarts is because sometimes TikTok decides that they want to over-moderate the shit out of what we can and can't say on these lives. And I called that last guess like some mean names that they consider to be harassment and bullying. And because of that, now we have no push on the live stream, so we have to restart it. You know, this is a cycle of TikToks. It's really, really bad for a couple months, then virtually no moderation for the next couple months. It's just something that me and Parker have been experiencing the whole time that we've done this. So unfortunately, we have to hit that second restart. If you want to be able to rejoin the live stream, hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of the stream. Even if you don't want to unfollow me, you could unfollow me once you're back in here. The restarts take less than 5 seconds. And I will hopefully see you all very, very soon. A faster way to come back is once the live stream's ended, it'll just say live is ended. It'll show you my profile picture. If you click on the profile picture that you see when the live ends, you'll be on my account page. Count to 10, refresh the account page, then click into the new live through the PFP. And I'll hopefully see all you guys here very, very soon. Parker, see you soon, man.
See you soon.
And this is also just for TikTok, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, then you will be left unfazed because YouTube doesn't moderate me the same way TikTok does. Perfect. We're back up. Welcome back in, everybody. Guys, now that we're back in from the restart, folks, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, showing out this live with a handful of friends. Make sure to repost it, too. In fact, that's something I'm going to go ahead and do right now myself. Let's go ahead and get that very first guest up at the restart right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go. Here we go. Back in action, folks. Hello to you, Sport Trump. Can you speak? Hello? Okay, they left. Wow, I'm surprised they even got the gut to request, you know, then they kind of lost that the moment we brought them up. That random account posted crazy misinformation about me once again for those clicks. Welcome in, Echoes. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah. Hey, how you doing, man? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Do you support Trump, dude?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do.
Oh, no. By the way, Parker, it looks like your camera was pointing at your wall. Didn't know if that was intentional.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to turn it the other way.
Okay, yeah, Phil, I turned it off in case you didn't mean to.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't mean to, but there's nothing there. So
yeah, this guy sounds like fun. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I may not be exactly the person who want to speak to because I do support Trump, but only certain aspects of his presidency. And then his other stuff I find to be absolutely ridiculous. But the only reason I find myself more so going towards Republicans and Trump is just because I feel like there seems to be more of that if you're not with me, against me mentality on the left side. I'm not too well versed, but I feel like there's a lot more negativity on the left
Is
side.
that not what Trump has clearly done? Like, I mean, he literally said Marjorie Taylor Greene's a traitor and completely expelled her from the movement just because she wanted the Epstein files to be released.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say, Parker.
Yeah, I honestly don't really know anything about that. I just mean more so that, like...
what happened to Thomas Massie? Dude, Trump, if you're not with me, you're against me. That sentiment has never been seen stronger, in my opinion, in American history than we see it in Trump. Okay? Right? It is insane. All right? Calling for the execution of Democrats because they weren't with him. Completely outcasting the Pope and attacking him as a crazy liberal, i.e. you're against me, because the Pope didn't co-sign himself to Trump's war. Okay? Posting a rant, a monologue, and, I mean, fucking, like, a thesis on how bad Thomas Massie is anytime Thomas Massie advocates for the release of Epstein files, you know, against Donald Trump's best wishes. The if you're not with me, you're against me sentiment has never been seen stronger in anybody than Trump, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I think I may have misspoke when I had pointed out as it being just a Democratic maneuver. I would say the same is true with the Republicans. I find myself more in the middle, but now just leaning more towards Trump. I think that what I've noticed, since I don't really follow...
He also outcast Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones... Candace Owens.
You could say it's at a higher prevalence within the Republican Party because of how many times Trump has done it. It's to some significantly greater extent than we've seen otherwise. So if you do care about this, wouldn't you also care about proportions and that, like, how Trump is going to proportionally do it to a greater extent?
Oh, like he banned abortions, you mean?
No. I mean, like, he canceled Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and all of those right-wing influencers because they said things he didn't like. You know, it's like he's literally expelled a huge portion of his movement simply because they didn't fall directly in line. Mike Pence, because he didn't advocate for the election to be certified with the false slates of electors, right? He's someone to make or to look in a negative context on. And actually, one thing that I bring up that a lot of people don't bring up is that when Trump is calling for the execution of some Democrats, he's calling for the executions of them based upon the exact same thing that Mike Pence did. Mike Pence told people to not follow unlawful orders, that they should uphold the Constitution, right? Because of the fact that Donald Trump, because of the fact that Donald Trump calling for him to undermine calling for him to follow an unlawful order is against the Constitution. Sorry, I apologize.
No, I understand. And I think that, now, is it possible on the Democrat side? I totally agree with you. I think the right side has gone bonkers and they're doing way too much radicalness. But I feel like the left side as well. I mean, would you agree that...
Name one Democrat in political office anywhere that upholds the if you're not with me, you're against me attitude to the same extent as Trump.
Well, I would say it's more so the, like, I guess the common folk, the voters, where I'm seeing that type of stuff. I don't necessarily see it in, like, the world leaders. I mean, there's not a single Democrat that I've heard.
So then you admit that you think that Democratic world leaders are better than Republican world leaders?
I think that they have a lot more decorum. I think Trump has, like,
okay. So then you're not a Trump supporter. Because you said that you're a Trump supporter because of the if you're not with me, you're against me attitude. But now you've accepted that political world leaders on the left uphold that attitude to a significantly lower degree than Trump. Therefore, you're not a Trump supporter. If you care about this, if you're not with me, then you're against me attitude.
Well, and again, I'd say that's more so with the voters' mentality rather than...
Yeah, exactly. Not the world leaders. But we're talking about the leaders. So then you're not a Trump supporter. Because he's a leader.
Well, the thing is... How I feel about it is Trump's personality is, yes, ridiculous, and he overreacts and overcorrects, but at the same time, I don't think we'd be in the situation we are now if the previous administration, the Biden, the Harris, Kamala, hadn't allowed so many illegal immigrants into the country without any type of vetting.
All right, bro, listen, I appreciate you for coming up. The reason I'm going to kick you is very clear. You made an argument. You support Trump because of the if you're not with me, then you're against me attitude. We completely refute that argument. We take our time. We take time out of our day to do so. We completely refute the argument, both me and Parker. And then once we completely refute it, you ignore it all, and then you just bring up undocumented immigration into America under Biden. All right? I'm not going to waste my time on attempting to give people counter-arguments to the reasons in which they granted so far as why they support Trump, if ultimately it's all for nothing and they're just completely going to ignore it. That grinds my gears pretty badly. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do not, but I just wanted some clarification on a few things from you guys.
Feel free to join the Discord. I would love to have you in there. That's a good place to get some clarification. Link in bio. But right now we are just going to talk to people who do support Donald J. Trump as president. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, how are we doing in that chat? Lib Destroyer says Dean Withers can't even spell the word deceased. Fish Girl.
That's Liv. That's the
Fish Girl, calm down. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I just really quickly wanted to say thank you for all that.
Well, thank you. Is that a little dude? I can't tell. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Jackson loading in. Bro, can you guys start chatting in that comment section on TikTok so I don't have to see Liv's comment every time I look down? Dude. Oh my god. SVs, I love this young man. Thank you, SV. That is very, very kind of you. Hey, what's up, Jackson? Do you support Trump?
So I voted him. I know you're kicking people that don't still support him.
Is that you?
I no longer support Trump.
Jackson, based, but you
can
know
you hear me?
Exactly what's gonna happen. Yes, I can. You're super based for no longer supporting him, but you are right about us kicking people who don't still support Trump. Because you're simply too cool to be on the live. Hey, Liv, stop spamming the chat. Stop spamming the chat, Liv.
Why? It's not my fault.
Moving on to the next guests. We got 904 loaded up into the box right now. Hi, welcome to eSport Trump 904.
Shout out Suicide Boys.
That is a definite no. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Yeah, bro, SB's tough as fuck. We got the next guest, Max Williams, loading up into the box. eSport Trump.
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, bro, your mic sucks. Do you mind disconnecting any Bluetooth devices that you have connected to your phone? External headsets, speakers, mics, so on and so forth?
No, I'm good.
What?
I said, yeah, hold on.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I heard, nah, I'm good. Yeah, bro. Yo, dude, Dale, thank you so much for the 50 on the chat, super. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get 500 Dale.
Hey,
You said it's very, very kind of you, Dale. Dale with a 50, 1 moment, Max, says, I'm Dale. I was born gay. If I had a chance to be gay, I would be gay every time. LGBTQ plus people transcend every race, religion, class, and ethnicity. We're truly the only affinity group that does, and that unity is powerful. You know what? I love how much you love the community. Hell yeah. I think the whole transcending every race, religion, class, and ethnicity. I mean, I would have left that part out, but everything else was really good, Dale. I'm really happy that you're proud to be who you are. Love that. Love that for you. Show some love to Dale in that comment section. Max, why do you support? Well, I mean, first I should ask, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Dude, Max, I have to move on because your mic is not good enough. You have a good rest of your day.
Hey, hold on, man.
Dude, I'm sorry, Max. Your mic sucks. I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying to be nice over here. I'm trying to be nice, but all right. I'll just say it as it is. Your mic is ass. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. AD Sports.
Why were you screaming at a black woman on Santana's live, bub?
I never screamed at a black woman on Santana's live, bub.
You were at Ari.
No, quite frankly, never screamed at Ari. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, you did, bud.
No, I didn't, Bob.
So why are you being bigoted and arguing with black women over black issues?
What black issue did I argue with a black woman over?
I don't know. I mean...
Oh, yeah, exactly, because I fucking wasn't.
It.
Exactly, because I wasn't. Crazy, right?
Well,
what is it like to be so obsessed with me? To, like, sit inside
What's it like to yell at black women?
I never yelled at a black woman. Holy shit.
She would think differently, huh?
Well, actually, no. She never claimed that I yelled at her. She claimed a lot, but not that I yelled at her.
Okay. Then what she claimed? Yeah, go talk to Cass about it. Actually,
what is it like being my #1 fan?
What is it like
He's obsessed
disrespecting
with us. He's
women?
literally in our box 24/7. He's the guy, if you don't know, for people who are on my stream, the why are you so obsessed with me guy? He's in my stream every single day because he's so obsessed with us. He loves us. He thinks we're grifters, but he gives us all the attention in the world and he loves us so much. And like, he will never stop joining our live streams because literally it's his favorite content.
Yeah. Also, what are your thoughts on me hating white people?
I mean, I don't know. That's a crazy statement to say.
Right. Because
you hate white people.
Because you know, like now we have to like coincide the fact that the last time you were on my live, you told me I'm a grifter because you think that I hate white people and support white genocide because I advocate for more immigration into the country. Oh, but you know, now you're sticking up for the black women. No, you're ideologically incoherent. Okay, you don't track truth. You don't say things because you think they're true. You say things because you're a bum. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Sophia loading up into the queue. Hi, do you support Trump?
Used to. Not as much as I used to anymore, though.
Love that. Thank you so much, Sophia, for dropping your support for Trump. That's great. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA guys. Please do follow the rules. Once again, for everybody who's tuning in, I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got LUGI joining. All right. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? LUGI? It's not here. Guys, I think that we need to repeat the rules of the live stream. We're looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. I think that's going to be very important that we follow the rules, please. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm on the borderline with it.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, knowing everything that you do now, who'd you vote for?
I still really don't know because at the end of the day, you know, it was kind of like, I thought it was kind of wishy-washy how like Biden ran, and then at the last minute when he was losing, Kamala was like, I'm running. So, you know, that was kind of like, yeah, that like to the average person, that was kind of like, okay, you knew you were going to lose. So at the last second, it was like, here, I'm going to pass it to you, you know?
Yeah, I don't, there's nothing like controversial about that though. Like, yeah, that's why it happened. And
okay. So let me ask you this real quick. All right. So, do you believe in democracy? Obviously, I think you do, right?
Yeah, democracy's based.
Okay, so Trump won the election, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's who the people voted for, right?
Yep.
And that's who's president, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so at the end of the day, regardless if you believe in it or not, is doing a smear campaign gonna change anything?
Yep.
What's it gonna change?
The social support for Trump, not to mention, it'll guide people to vote for more Democratic midterms, candidates in the midterms to hold them accountable or possibly get them out.
Oh, so you're talking, okay, so we're really gonna talk about, so we're gonna talk about a system that is really corrupt and really whoever
we got Sean loading up in. I mean, he just kept on asking.
Have a good one. We'll see you later.
Yeah, have a good one, bro. Welcome in, Sean. Do you support Trump?
Hey, yeah, I still do.
Even after he depicted himself as the Lord your God, you quote-unquote Christian?
Yeah, I mean, that was like the tipping point, you know, it was hard to defend, but he did delete it, and he somewhat apologized
What
for
time
it.
is it?
So,
Blasphemy is unforgivable, right?
What time is it? Sean? Sean left. Dude, why is the queue like we had so many Trump supporters in the queue right before we restarted the stream? We restart the stream. Now the Trump supporters are nowhere to be seen. I would like to get a Trump supporter up in here because I would like to use the restroom. But that'll first require that we get a MAGA guest loaded in. Hi, welcome
Israel
to
to 9/11, Israel to 9/11, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7.
Okay, all right. Moving on to the next guest. Banned, quite frankly. Holy shit. What are we doing? We got John loading up. Mistake, thank you for the 20 on Chat Super. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love. Who says, I'm not sure if this was mentioned before, but Samuel L. Jackson's monologue is based off of a real quote from the Bible, but Hegseth still altered the ending a little. Yeah, he like changed it so it wasn't like a legitimate quote. Thank you so much for the 20 on the Chat Super and for letting us all know. Still trying to find the next guest, folks. Trying our best. I swear we are. Swear we are, chat. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, so I'm basically from Poland, but...
Then please stop breaking the rules. I don't know, like, how long it's going to take to convince you all that my rules are final. They are certain, and they will not be broken by anyone.
Hello?
Do you think that, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
August 15, 2007.
What time zone are you in?
I'm in California, so it's 3:50 p.m.
I know, but
I
what
don't have
time
accent. I'm immigrant. Oh, it's 3:50 p.m.
I know, but like, what is the name of the time zone?
Oh, Pacific. Ocean.
Okay. What's the capital of California?
Sacramento. I live nearby.
Okay.
I would
All right,
know.
sounds good, man. I'm going to go to thank a couple people, then I'm going to go to pass that mic and the floor off to you. Tina, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love. Thank you so much, Tina. Let's show some love to Tina down below in that chat. I thank you so much. Tina with the 20 says, TDS is the most. If you ain't with me, then you're against me. I know, right? Yeah, that last point made no sense. Thank you so much for the love, Tina. As well as Lefty Linda. Thank you so much for the $10. And Joelle, thank you for the $10. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. Real quick over on the VENMO, thank you so much, Anna, for the $50. My God. Let's get 500 Anna W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Anna. Dude, hell yes. Anna with the 50 says, keep on spreading logic and reasoning. Love your lives every day. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for supporting the lives and what we do here. That is beyond kind of you. That is so much money. Thank you so much. I'm gonna use that to take my girlfriend out to dinner. I'll whisper it in case she's home so she doesn't hear me. Thank you for the $50, Anna. Then Abby, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you, Abby, who says, we believe in the Deanocracy here. Yes, Emperor Dean, we believe in the Dean dictatorship here. Thank you for the $20, Abby. And then Emily, thank you for the $10. And I just read your message. Shout out to you. You sound like a great mom, Emily. Thank you so much for the love and support. Haley, thank you for the $10. His wife says you were 100% correct about why that Nazi was saying things that he was. And it's the reason MAGA works. Trump weaponizes a group of people suffering and search for acceptance and meaning. They fall for it every time because they're so desperate to feel chosen and fought for. It's sad. You are absolutely right. You are completely right. You know, I just fundamentally do not believe that such a large portion of the populace legitimately believes in such horrible immoralities, but rather only holds them to be the case for things such as acceptance, adoption into a quote-unquote tribe, that's where the tribalistic bias comes from, or the generation of attention, regardless if it's good or bad. Go ahead and take it away, Meow. Tell me and Parker why you support Trump. At some point in this conversation, I'm just going to randomly get up and go use a restroom and pass it off to Parker, but go for it.
Right. Because abortion is murder, and conservatives are pro-abortion, against abortion, so.
Okay, all right. Do you think Trump is pro-life?
Not necessarily.
No, okay, so Trump isn't pro-life.
No, but he's against abortions, and abortion is murder, that's why.
Okay, well, I mean, I think there's going to be issues that are a little bit more important than banning abortion. You know, I don't know, ensuring that we don't have, the worst jobs report since 2003, most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, or the highest increase in the price of gas since 1967 with the Vietnam War, ensuring that we're not back at war in the Middle East, ensuring that we're not destroying social programs here in America that is going to kill people, like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans or food stamps away from 3, or just ensuring that an absolute lunatic who's calling the Democrats terrorists, calling for their execution, praising Allah, claiming to be a Christian, attacking the Pope, then threatening to genocide 90 million people on top of declaring himself as God. Because of all of these overruling concerns, I didn't really think, right, that banning abortion was all too important. Not to mention that seemingly overturning Roe v. Wade, which is the only thing Donald Trump has ever done in reference to abortion, worked. Abortion numbers were going down in this country for around 32 years before Roe v. Wade was overturned. Then it gets overturned, and it's been going up every year since. Okay, so is one policy of getting SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade literally is resulting in more abortions.
Well, I mean, if Kamala was elected, then we would see pro-choice, and then we would see a lot of murder, and I think
How
that's
do you know
bad.
that we'd see
no?
more? Because maybe
Well,
just
because
going
she's
back to the
pro-choice.
status, maybe just going back to the status quo of protected access to abortion in all 50 states would materially result in lower levels of abortion. And my evidence would draw on the fact that when we disrupted that status quo and then we gave states the ability to ban it, it only resulted in a higher level of abortion. Likely because now when women are pregnant in states where abortion is still legal, they're more insecure about their potential access to abortion because their state could ban it tomorrow, which they couldn't when Roe v. Wade was in place. So if they even think that they don't want to take that pregnancy to term in the slightest, then they go and they get an abortion. But prior, when Roe v. Wade was in place, when they had that protection, they knew that they were good. They didn't feel insecure about their future access to abortion. So maybe if they thought that they maybe didn't want the pregnancy, they would still maintain said pregnancy because they would feel confident that if they wanted to end it, they could with an abortion. Ultimately, until they never got an abortion, gave birth, and then became a mom, right? So this is a legitimate theory insofar as why protecting women and girls' access to legal abortion in this country may reduce the level of abortions that we see backed up by empirical data over what happened after we overturned Roe v. Wade. My source that abortions went up when Roe v. Wade was overturned and then states started to ban it would be the Guttmacher Institute.
Makes sense. I think you're right. Boy.
I understand it's a wild theory because usually when we make things illegal, less people do them. With abortion, because a lot of states still have access to abortion legalized and others continue to ban it as time goes on, I think that it promotes this environment where women almost feel and are more likely to get abortions because that looming thought in the back of their head, maybe they want this pregnancy today, but what if they don't want it tomorrow? And then their state bans abortion tomorrow. The current system that we live under incentivizes women to get more abortions than the system in which we lived under prior to Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Okay. But, all right. Yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, don't you think that life begins at conception and then after that, any abortion is like murder?
Okay, well, now that you've agreed that it makes sense and we don't want to overturn Roe v. Wade, then you concede your support for Trump because that's the only thing legislatively that he's done in reference to abortion. Plus, you should care a lot more about the material outcome of more fetuses being aborted than the idealistic, non-material belief that abortion is murder held by conservatives that is not held by many progressives.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's reasonable. Thank you, Jim.
Is that all?
I mean, I was thinking only about abortion, yeah. I don't like his Iran and everything economy, how gas prices are rising up, but I was only thinking about how liberals want abortions every day.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
That's crazy. I just made a pro Roe v. Wade argument from the pro-life, anti-abortion worldview. Are you proud of me, Parker?
Yes, bro. I love that argument. I've been running that argument for a while. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite ones. I run it all the time now because they have no response to it, Dean.
Yeah.
Literally, there is no response. How do you respond to that? Literally, of course they're going to concede. If it led to more abortions, they're not going to support it.
We hear you. Hey, yes, I'm 18 and I'm a Trump supporter. Am I going to get kicked?
You're 18?
I'm over 18. Okay. I'm 32.
Don't interrupt Parker. Let him finish speaking. Don't be mean.
Okay, all right. Well, I got kicked.
Oh, yeah, I remember kicking you. I saw you in the comment section. You're like, I had a legitimate argument. Fuck Dean. He ran away. And I kind of forgot who you were, so I was going to bring you up and say, well, what do you want to say? But I don't really think that you're giving a legitimate argument, Dom.
Okay. So what is your legitimate argument?
Okay, yeah, we shouldn't support Trump as president because point number 1, he's a rapist. Point number 2, he's boasted about sexual exploitation. Point number 3, his economic policy sucks, reduces the purchasing power of over half of this country, according to the CBPP. Point number 4, other economic outcomes in this country have been terrible. Unemployment's up, inflation's up, GDP growth is down, bankruptcy is up, investment into American manufacturing is down. Not to mention that we're getting the worst jobs report since early 2000s if we count for recessions, and the highest increase in the price of gas since the Vietnam War. Holy shit!
Bro,
number 4,
you said a lot. Can we just start with the first? You say he's a rapist.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the first. Okay. So true indeed, he is mentioned in the Epstein files.
True.
And he did say things like, if you like a woman, grab the whatever.
True.
Okay, so I'm not gonna dispute that. But at the end of the day, until we have 100% concrete fact that he actually is a rapist, what are we going off of?
A jury verdict.
Okay, show me this. What am I looking at?
A jury verdict form from a court that determined he was guilty of rape. No, let me explain. Because if you look at this jury verdict form, does it say he's guilty of rape? No. It says that he's guilty of sexual abuse. So why do I say that he's found guilty of rape? Well, it's because the jury determined that he forcibly penetrated
You just
a woman's
said he
vagina.
wasn't found guilty of rape, but your first argument was that he
found
raped.
guilty of rape. It sounds
He just said
contradictory on the
that.
surface. It sounds contradictory on the surface level. I can explain to you what I mean.
Explain.
Yeah. So legally, okay, he wasn't found guilty of legal rape. Okay.
Right.
Because legally, rape was defined as a very strict and narrow, very strictly narrowly, as the penetration of a vagina with a penis forcefully. Now, what the jury determined he did to E. Jean Carroll was that he forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers without consent. Now, this is something in which we colloquially understand to be rape under the common usage, okay? And this is now something that is understood to be rape in 38 out of our 50 states, including New York. They updated their definition the year after this lawsuit concluded. So this is why I say that this court determined that he raped a woman, because they did.
Okay,
It's not in accordance with their legal definition that was outdated.
But hold on. Okay. Correct. But you said civil.
True.
So I could civilly lawsuit anybody.
False.
No. Okay. So explain to me a civil lawsuit.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Well, first, in order to even launch a lawsuit, it has to be determined that you're not wasting the court's money, because ultimately the judge's salary is paid by we the people. So a judge has to rule that the lawsuit has merit. And then if the lawsuit has merit, then you have to serve the person. If you serve the person, they can test it. Then you have the option of settling outside of court. If you don't settle outside of court, then it goes in front of a judge and a jury. But then in order to get that guilty verdict, then the jury has to rule that the other person actually broke the law.
Okay, you know what? I'm not even going to argue on this subject. What's your next subject? What was your next topic?
In order, the next thing that I said was that he admitted to sexual exploitation.
No, I'm not going to argue on this because, I mean,
well, I know you asked me for the next topic. I'm just regurgitating the points that I gave to you in order now that we're breaking them down.
Okay.
So the second point that I gave you in order was that he admitted to sexual exploitation.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you on this. Okay, you
Okay, so you want the third point that I gave you?
No, I
the
want to get
third point that I
off
gave you is that he's destroying the economy.
Okay, he's destroying the economy. Okay, explain that to me.
Sure. Because of Trump, we got the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions last year. Because of Trump, we got the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010 last year. Because of Trump, our economy lost 92,000 jobs in February of this year. Because of Trump, the gas prices rose the most they have since the Vietnam War in the 60s last month. Because of Trump, 10 million low-income Americans lost access to health insurance when we already have 51,000 that die every year via lack of access to health insurance. Because of Trump, 45 million Americans had their health insurance premiums go up by upwards of 300%. Because of Trump, last year we had 1.3 million layoffs and the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. Because of Trump, GDP growth went down by over 1% compared to where it was at under Biden in 2024. Because of Trump, after consistent increases in investment into American manufacturing under the Democratic administration, now investment into American manufacturing has only gone down every single financial quarter under the Republican Trump administration. All of these macroeconomic data points indicate one conclusion and one conclusion only, and that conclusion is that Donald Trump is destroying the economy.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you think it is a coincidence that the e-files got released in December, and since then he kidnapped a Venezuelan president and went to war?
No.
You don't believe that's a coincidence?
No.
So what do you think is really going on?
A distraction, clearly.
Okay. So do you think that Iran people, government, you think they're wrong for not wanting to negotiate when he said, give me 2 weeks, and he bombed them that weekend?
No.
Okay. So what is Trump doing good though? Because at the end of the day, he won the presidency.
Aren't we trying to ask you that?
Yeah, I'm
Like, aren't you supposed to be the one answering that?
I mean, I can't speak for over
A Trump
200
supporter?
I can't speak for over 200 million
You
people.
can't speak for
but,
the good things
I'm
Trump is doing.
I'm trying to figure out, why did Trump win presidency?
Because you voted for him?
I can't vote.
Okay.
I can't.
You're trying to figure this out. You know, Google is a great alternative to Dean and Parker on TikTok. You know.
I can't vote, but I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so all right, hear me out. All right, we know Trump is an imbecile. We know Trump is on Truth Social and tweeting more than he's doing anything else. But at the end of the day,
this person has got to be trolling.
But at the end of the day,
Dude,
you
this
had
guy said in
over.
the comment section that I kicked him because I was scared of him, and he had a really good argument.
Yeah, you did kick me.
Because I was scared of you?
All right. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got kicked. I got
'Cause I
kicked,
was
right?
Scared of you. Yeah, because I was scared of you.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Don,
Tell me.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for coming up. Michelle, is that how I pronounce your name, Michelle?
Hi, Dean. It's Michaela. Can you hear me?
Michaela. Okay. There's one individual who donates to me with that same name, Michaela. I've never known how to pronounce it until now, so thank you. Michaela, do you support Trump?
So, I'm very unique. I'm not like MAGA. I just this is my first time on a live, by the way, and actually I voted for him. I voted red across the board in the last election.
Okay, no, and everything that you do now, if you went back in time, would you do it again?
Yes, and I'll tell you why.
All right, you're in the right place. Let me thank a couple people, and then I'll pass you that mic, all right?
So I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran. I worked in the intelligence community, and I was at Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. And I know, and I was in national security. I was planning to go back into it. I was focused on U.S.-China, so I'm not looking at it from the vantage point of an average American voter. So I wanted to ask you, is that okay? I can still share.
If you would vote for Trump again, you're in the right place. Can I thank a couple people before we hop into the debate?
Absolutely.
Okay, Camp, thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. Camp, holy shit. Thank you so very much for the love and support. That is absolutely beyond kind of you, and I'm so very grateful. Thank you so very much, Camp. That is unfucking real. I want to see 1,000 Camp W's down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Camp with the $100, the CAMP, says, here's for your invaluable work, Dean. How you managed to suffer through their chuckle-headed idiocy is beyond my comprehension. Camp, I know that you've been watching the streams for a very long time now. I'm so very grateful for you and your continued support, and just know from the bottom of my heart that I don't think I deserve it, and it means the world. Also, same thing to you, Beth Davis. Thank you for the $50 on Super Chat. Thank you, Beth. Shout out to Beth and Camp in that chat. Beth with the 50 says, if you aren't part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. If we blindly follow a person because they are the president, are passive, and don't do anything about it, then you are just as bad. Thank you, Dean and Parker, for doing what you do. Well, thank you, Beth, not only for the $50 donation, but for the absolute truth nuke. Abso-fucking-lute truth nuke. Thank you, Beth. On Venmo, thank you, Max, for the $5 asking for me to get a whiteboard. I still need to do it. Holy. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love and support, Max. And then on PayPal, Didi, thank you for the $5. Kea, thank you for the $5. And with that, we are caught up. If you want to support me or the stream, you can find my PayPal and Venmo in the link tree in the bio and TikTok, pin message on YT, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Beyond Media. Probably appreciate for the galaxy.
So support would be like very aggressive. I think that we need to really overhaul our American foreign policy across the board. I am partially in support in what he's doing. Now, when it comes to implementation with exactly what information he had, I didn't work in the intelligence community, and I do think it's up for debate what should be done. However, I think that the mainstream conversation around national security policies surrounding the Islamic regime in Iran, as far as his targeting of their nuclear capabilities, which they were developing under JCPOA, there were a lot of problems with it. As there are many problems.
Well, you just said that they're developing their nuclear capabilities under the JCPOA.
They were developing them.
Nah,
they had enough uranium.
I don't believe that you ever.
I was. You can look up my name.
The reason why I dispute that is because that's not what the intelligence community said.
Well, they are not coming out with information, and this is part of the other problem. So that's why I'm not like super like, oh, I'm against whether you're against him or not.
They did.
But
the one piece of information
the
global intelligence communities came out about was in accordance with the IAEA, okay, reaffirming that they were not an imminent, that they were not actively developing nuclear weapons.
They were not an imminent threat, or they're not actively developing them.
Well,
they were
actively
developing them. They have something called UGFs, and they have underground facilities. They were developing nuclear weapons. Here's the issue. Okay, so we're not going to be able to have
they
this
were doing
argument.
that while the JCPOA was in place.
It's only going to be from intelligence community. Kirtland Air Force Base is where we have our global strategic force.
Intelligence, once again, right? The IAEA.
They're not coming out with information. Doesn't mean they're not developing it, Dean.
They were coming out.
Wait, but like, where did you get the information that this is true?
I work in the Air Force, and my friend was teaching at the Nuclear Warfare College. But we have classified systems, which are called
so you're sharing classified information?
No, so this is not classified because.
So then they came out with it.
Here, let me explain. Okay. Iran came out and said that they were obviously building nuclear weapons. There's a video of one of the Iranian officials stating this. But when it comes to JCPOA, we have different policies, and we have had information piecemeal here and there that they were developing nuclear capabilities with it. I'm kind of like almost touching the line, but not touching the line, because if you go on OSINT, which is open source intelligence, you can extrapolate with open source information or publicly available information that they were in fact developing these nuclear capabilities.
Okay, then give us
and
the publicly available
Dean,
information.
I actually heard your previous conversation. Like we can go like, yeah, you can go binary with what you've got from the intelligence community, but I feel like it's like safe to say, like from your vantage point, if we were to be very hypothetical about it and not use the fact that they were developing it. For instance, you're like, we overthrew I forgot the project, the CIA project, where the CIA went and overthrew a bunch of nations' democratically elected leaders during the Cold War. If you have this dude, they have Khomeini come in, and they're highly distrusting of America because of what the CIA does with covert operations to overthrow regimes. Wouldn't it be safe to say that wouldn't they develop a nuclear capability when we have one, when Israel has one? So, like, even if you look at it from their interests, of course, if they're able to develop a nuclear capability with JCPOA, 100% they would develop it just simply because of distrust of what that Western Hemisphere has engaged in over the course of the last century. Isn't that fair to say?
Nope.
No, you don't think so? You don't think the Islamic regime in Iran? Do you know that they're engaged with? Do you understand their behavior, the organization's behavior, the Islamic regime in Iran, or do you understand whether the people support or defend? Do you think their people support them? Like, you have to I need to know if you know the dynamics between them and their own people, and specifically which demographics of their people, as well as their behavior across the world, to determine, because it's not about defending or going against whether or not they were or weren't doing it, but you have to look at intent and the reason why they would do it. This is not conspiratorial. So look it up right now, Quds Force. Do you know what the Quds Force is? QUDS.
Nope.
You're a performer. I like you, and I think you have a very calm demeanor with Emily Wilson. So, but you are performative right now. It's actually
Performative?
kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
Are you calling the tinfoil hat performative?
Yeah, because
is this where you tell me I can use
I'm
OSINT
telling
to
you to
extrapolate the
look up-
data to determine that 5G is not going to fry my brainwaves? I'm performatively wearing the tinfoil
No,
hat, bro.
did you
Just
look
trust
at
me,
my-
bro.
are you- wait,
Classified
did you-
U.S. intelligence that you're
Hold on
about to
one
dump on
second.
TikTok live
So-
publicly in front of 20,000 people proves that tinfoil hats are ineffective at blocking the radio waves that are going to give me testicular ball
look
cancer.
Up, okay, can you let me talk?
Can I talk, actually? You've been doing a lot
Sure.
of talking. Can I do some talking?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So you first told me that I could use OSINT to quote-unquote extrapolate data to prove that Iran was developing nuclear weapons while we were inside of the JCPOA. Do you know what OSINT is?
Open source intelligence.
Okay, and what is open source intelligence? Things like the internet, sites, forums, blogs, social media, things like newspapers, videos,
Academic
public
journals,
records, government
correct.
data, anything in which isn't classified under like the FOIA Act here in America, for instance, right? Now, here's the thing. That was just a bunch of word vomit that was tantamount to the claim that you have evidence that is open source, meaning you could give it to me to prove that Iran broke the JCPOA. So give me that evidence.
You have to
You've
be-
now
you have
affirmed
to-
in your word vomit that it was open source, so you can get it.
You can't,
and then you could give
because
it.
the Iranian official actually came out and stated it himself. But
Sure, then
the
give me that
reason why
source.
I would
Then
tell
give me
you
a source for
but
that
the
claim.
But let me caveat that claim with you because I know you were passionate about critical thinking. The Iranian officials, you can't really trust their judgment anyway.
I just want the
Because
source
they'll
for the
say
claim.
okay, let me look it up.
Yeah, bro, go hop on OSINT. Go hop on OSINT, dude. Apparently you need OSINT to find a video of a Iranian official claiming to develop nuclear weapons. Holy bunch of word vomit. That's all that is, by the way. Straight up word vomit. But it's fine. It makes her sound more intelligent. It does. That's why a lot of people will use really big words in ways that don't honestly make too much sense.
How do I share it with you?
By
here.
stating the source. Like the name of an article and the publisher of the article. The same way you would cite a claim made in an 11th grade research paper. Ben! Thank you for the $1 on PayPal. You says Dean is the best. Thank you, Ben. That just came through right now. Shout out to you, dude.
I feel like
Shout out
I'm
to
winning
Ben.
a little bit because I've never seen you behave like this with other people who are really, like, honestly, not really higher dimensional in their conversations with you.
Okay.
I don't know why you're taking it as a win for him to think that you're like conspiratorial based upon your arguments, based upon the things that you've said. He quite literally described why he thought you thought that way, and why you think that, given the way that you think that like the U.S. intelligence was indicating that we have undermined the JCPOA when there's literally no absolute evidence that indicates that, then
We
obviously
didn't
he's going to think
undermine
that
the
that's conspiratorial.
JCPOA. I said
Wait.
Iran, the Islamic regime in Iran.
Yeah, you said that Iran broke the JCPOA, right?
They were developing nuclear capabilities. It was
And
limiting.
what was your evidence for that?
Ali Motahari is one of the evidence. He's the ex-Iranian official who claimed
You
it
just said
himself.
that their claims are not reliable. So what U.S. intelligence? Because you said U.S. intelligence.
I'm giving you
indicated this, right?
Parker. I'm telling you that the
I
reason
actually
why I
dispute her.
wouldn't just
Iran
rely
never
on that.
claimed to be developing nuclear weapons when the JCPOA
You
was
guys
in
are listening.
place. So what's
Ali
his name?
Motahari.
How do I spell it?
Ali
Okay.
Motahari. It's M.
You cut off after the M and the O. Found him. Hello?
Yeah. Are you talking to me?
Yeah. So this came from a 2022 interview where he says that the original goal was to build a bomb and strengthen the deterrent forces of our nation.
This is after the JCPOA is gone, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah,
so like
this was already after
there's been
3
evidence the JCPOA was broken by Iran. This is simply just evidence that they're talking about how they're building it up after the JCPOA is done because Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA.
Yeah, keep in mind that she's winning the debate, bro.
Okay.
So do you see all that ultimately is not evidence that Iran broke the JCPOA?
Okay.
So do you have any evidence that Iran broke the JCPOA?
Yeah, I'm sure I can compile a report from perhaps Government Accountability Office or whatever. They have quite several reports on inquiry of whether or not we're monitoring correctly, whether they're...
Okay, can you compile that report, please?
I don't think I'm interested because I'm pretty sure you're not interested either.
I'm very interested in the evidence that Trump was a liar when he signed off on them not building nukes during the JCPOA. The evidence that the IAEA was a liar when they said that with their 300 in-person visits per year to every facility and 24/7 access to off-site surveillance data, that they never saw any evidence of the development of nuclear weapons. That Russia was a liar because they were part of the JCPOA. That the EU was a liar when they were part of the JCPOA. That the UN was a liar when they were part of the JCPOA. And that the totality of the US was a liar too. Right? Like, I just want to let you know that you are, like, claiming to have uncovered, okay, like, a secret government controversy involving...
You're making it seem
like,
bigger than it is. It's honestly, the reason why it's controversial in Washington, let me explain to you why it would be controversial from a national security perspective, whether or not he should have pulled the trigger on what he was doing, is because there was no perceived imminent threat. That's the question. It's very subjective.
Do you have any evidence that they broke the JCPOA or not?
Wait, what? Do you think there was an imminent threat?
Do I think there was an imminent threat?
Yeah.
It depends on decision making in Washington. Like I said, the reason why
I'm asking you based upon your own personal position.
I think that the Islamic regime in Iran poses an imminent threat. However, I don't know if it was...
Okay, so they did pose an imminent threat.
How could they pose an imminent nuclear threat?
They could or they did?
Program? They could, but I think it's more
multifaceted. Wait. Could is a different argument from did, because the argument that you're supposed to establish from the intelligence standpoint is that they were an imminent threat at that very moment. And if you cannot establish that, then what's your argument, really?
Right.
Well, I was saying that it's it is up to debate whether or not he should have pulled the trigger on it.
Let me ask you a
question.
But
I do support him over Kamala.
No, it's not to debate. There is no debate. If you can't establish that there was an imminent threat, then what's the debate?
Well, I think it's up to whether or not you're working. Like, if you think that they should still have a nuclear weapon so that they can coerce the regional players when they fund proxy terrorists across
you have to
the
argue that they were
You're not letting me finish because you want to keep this in a lower dimensional realm because you're not going to be able to hold your own. You're not going to be able to hold your own debate
is your
when it
argument
comes
for
to this
that they had
because you
an
guys
imminent
don't
threat?
work in national security and probably don't even have an interest in understanding exactly what.
Okay, you're not providing an argument. You're simply just appealing to authority. I don't give a shit.
No, you're setting parameters to trap me so that I don't explain the larger on the ground dynamics with the Islamic regime in Iran, who funds proxy terrorists in the region, and the women of Iran don't even support the Islamic regime.
Okay.
I don't support the IRGC
if you don't want to have a higher dimensional conversation about this, I'll be honest with you, and with anyone who wants to engage in this, yes, to talk about actually on the ground, to actually care about the human rights picture on the ground for the people, and whether or not it's a good idea for
am I going to be able to respond, or are you just going to
funds
grandstand?
Terrorism around the world and funds cartel networks because they have all these
she's
sanctions.
Just going to grandstand a million points.
No, they protect themselves. They're not a democratic. You talk about them they're not a democratic nation. The people don't. So, and I'm a woman, I'm a female, so it's not in my best interest anyway to support them. But I'm saying that if you don't want to look at the humanitarian picture with them as leaders in the region, they're not leaders, they're coercive. And then on top of the fact that they obviously know that they're not democratically put in their positions, they're going to do everything in their power to protect their positions. Let me explain something. I actually
you have more to explain?
I have more to explain.
Let me write it down, Dean. Let me write it down.
This is like a serious conversation. You have a leadership. You have influence, Dean and Parker. And I do respect that because your fans respect that. And I respect that you engage in higher order debates, but I do think that when it comes to these issues, it does warrant like a sound and a fair and like and a well-intentioned
Okay,
debate.
instead of describing to us like how the debate should go, how about you just make your point?
Well, you know what? I don't want to set it. It's your debate, and I appreciate you giving me a platform. But I'm saying that maybe in a different space, I would love to have a discussion.
I'd like to correct you on a lot of the things that you've said. So first, you said that it was up to debate if they were or were not an imminent nuclear threat. You were wrong. The reason why that's not up to debate is because there's no evidence that they were an imminent nuclear threat, only evidence that they were not an imminent nuclear threat, i.e. the entire U.S. intelligence community agreeing that we completely obliterated their nuclear program in strikes last summer in 2025, and they haven't even tried to start rebuilding them ever since. So you were definitely wrong there. And then the second thing that you were very wrong about was attempting to question the morality of Donald Trump starting a war in Iran because of how oppressive and terroristic the IRGC is. Okay? Yeah, that also shouldn't give you any question to the morality of Trump's war because Donald Trump isn't going to get rid of the IRGC. Only if Donald Trump were to get rid of the oppressor would the question about the fact they're oppressor be relevant to starting the war. Okay? He's not getting rid of the IRGC. The IRGC is the institutional body that is oppressing the people of Iran today, still funding their terroristic proxies today, that Donald Trump is negotiating with today to achieve a peace deal tomorrow, which would include relinquishing economic sanctions on them to give them access to more money to rebuild their military and give more funding to their proxies, okay? So you were wrong on every point that you made. All right, and then the icing on the cake was really the shit-ass point that you made about, I'm a member of the intelligence community, you're not. Yes, okay, I shouldn't be winning this debate, yet I am, okay? There's no reason
I'm not saying it's about winning, it's about that...
21-year-old with, like, that's no professional experience inside of an intelligence community should know more and be more reasonable about foreign and global intelligence than somebody who
You're
has
wrong
been in the
about all of
intelligence
what
community.
you just said, and it's going to come out. It's going to come
okay,
out.
Here we go.
I'm telling you right now.
Here's Tulsi Gabbard testifying in front of Congress that I'm not wrong about what I just said. You're going to eat your fucking words.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
How does it feel to absolutely eat your words?
Well, you lost because there's something called high-value individuals. And what constitutes a nuclear program, Dean? Because it also includes scientists and engineers. It includes separate facilities where they do research and development. So when they develop target decks in which he's targeting different facilities, some that you claim are civilian and not not legitimate military targets, which in fact, if there are HVIs, high-value individuals who are part of nuclear programs or part of their military, or high-value targets, which are facilities that are used for these capabilities, they are considered legitimate military targets under the law of armed conflict. So this is what I'm talking about, is that like when you want to like shut it down.
Of what an HVI is, instead of responding to the evidence that they're not an imminent nuclear threat.
Because you're limiting it to just going after their nuclear capabilities, and not that they have potential to develop future nuclear capabilities when they have engineers and scientists who run around developing it.
Wait. You're just reaffirming that I wasn't wrong. No. You're actually just explaining why I wasn't wrong. Your argument insofar as why they're an imminent nuclear threat today is because they could be an imminent nuclear threat years in the future. Imminent means immediate. They cannot be an imminent. They cannot be an immediate nuclear
What does
threat.
imminent mean?
Yeah, like, dude, what are we doing?
Saying it could be imminent is meaning that it's not imminent.
You have to
by the way,
look
not
at
just
decision
could be imminent in the
calculus.
future. She's making the claim that it could be imminent in the future, which means it is not imminent right now, which is a concession that
Literally.
Wait, what do you think? What do you think nuclear? Wait, what do you think nuclear weapons are used for? You think they're used? Do they just develop them so they can use them, or is it used for coercive negotiations in the region? Because you don't understand what the application of nuclear weapons is. No,
what a
straw man. That is such a dishonest remark to pivot.
I know. I gotta agree with Parker here. Listen, you got cooked about your false claim that I was incorrect in ushering in the point that there's no evidence to believe that they're an imminent nuclear threat by then like asking us about the usage of like nuclear weapons within maintaining soft and hard power, either by using the nukes for means of coercement or dropping the nukes and killing a bunch of people. And if I were you, I'd wipe that damn smile off your face. I don't understand why you're so happy with getting cooked, not by me, but by the U.S. intelligence community Security, in which you attempted to claim as authority insofar as why you could speak about things that we can understand. Like, legit, it's so fucking embarrassing, the fact that you claimed authority from the U.S. intelligence community. And then my counter argument against your claim that Iran could possibly be an imminent nuclear threat was the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testifying on behalf of the intelligence community, saying that we completely obliterated their nuclear program months ago, okay? And they haven't even tried to start rebuilding it since. And because the word imminent means immediate, they're not an immediate / imminent nuclear threat, and you're wrong. Okay, but instead of addressing the fact that you're wrong, instead of addressing the evidence in which we gave you, you instead just decided to ask us if we know the applications of nuclear weapons within soft and hard power, instead of addressing the point to use as a pivot. So without pivoting this time, I would like you to please address the argument I gave you to demonstrate that there is absolutely no merit to the claim that Iran is an imminent nuclear threat, or was an imminent nuclear threat, when Donald Trump started the war on February 28th.
I'm not using my position, and I apologize if it came off that way. I'm not saying that I have a moral upper hand whatsoever. That's why I made sure to let you know I respect, and I think there's a valid discussion, well-intended discussion on whether or not implementation was the right move. That being said, I was over-explaining because I recognize that I do have knowledge because of my past experience of national security. So I want to elaborate so the audience is aware of the terminology I use, because it's natural for me to use acronyms, and I try to make sure I'm like focused and intentional so that I'm not just throwing around acronyms that don't mean anything to anyone. And when it comes to the evidence, that's pretty much all I have, but also that I do think that it warrants more elaboration that is maybe is past like a debate at this point. That is like a fair and valid discussion as to the behavior of Islamic regime in Iran, and so that people are informed about actual on the ground dynamics. But you can, and it's still, if you would come to a different, if you're like, you still hate Trump and you think he's evil and you think this was an evil move and you think it is in Israel's interest at the cost of Palestinians and other people in the region, because it does pose a danger once the Islamic regime in Iran is attacked, because all of our military bases become potential targets by the Shia militia group. So I'm saying that it's just something that we should talk about in those terms, and it's too difficult for the lens that you've given me, like the smaller aperture, because then it's really it kind of corners me into not being able to articulate it or to explain like maybe more so my intent behind why I was explaining or perhaps over-explaining certain things.
All of the nuance that you think should be explored surrounding what they mean when they say we destroyed the nuclear program, like does this mean we killed their scientists, is valid for sure, but regardless of what that nuanced conversation would conclude, it wouldn't change the fact that they're not an imminent nuclear threat. Because even if we just assume the base level of information required to achieve the claim that we completely obliterated their nuclear program, that would be the machinery required for further enrichment and construction of nuclear weapons. Let's just say and assume the scientists are still alive. Okay, well, because we destroyed all of their equipment required to enrich uranium and then make it into a weapon, and the fact that they haven't even started on rebuilding that, which is more evidence that we're talking about the actual machinery and equipment required, then they can't be an imminent nuclear threat, which means there can't be debate about if they're an imminent nuclear threat with any warrant to both of the two sides, which means you were wrong when you suggested that there was some warrant to the claim that they were an imminent nuclear threat.
So they're an imminent nuclear threat, as in that they can use it as leverage in negotiations. And I'm not gonna. I think it's fair up for debate. I consider imminent nuclear threat because I say, hey, like you can get them right now because they are kind of cornered because of the Hezbollah and
they
the
can't get them right now.
Hamas network. So it is a
nukes right now. It's not true.
No, they can't.
They'd have to rebuild their facilities. Then they'd have to further
Because
enrich
he
the uranium that
targeted
they have
them.
to a weapons grade degree. Okay,
Because he
and then they'd
degraded
have to
them.
machine it into a weapon. They cannot be an imminent nuclear threat.
So I think her argument actually is that they're a nuclear threat, not that they're an imminent nuclear threat. And I think our argument would be that they're a greater nuclear threat because of Trump's leadership, because of the overturning of the JCPOA. The JCPOA, we think, was fundamental in limiting their enrichment of uranium. What was the cap of enrichment of uranium under the JCPOA?
Wait, say it one more time.
What was the cap of the enrichment of uranium under the JCPOA?
So can I explain to you something? That's my contention with Washington D.C. and follow up and the monitoring of the situation. When you went and sent the inspectors from IAEA to them, or IAEA, whatever, IAEA, yeah, thank you, to Iran, you have to notify them in advance before you send 2 inspectors to their facility. So let me explain. I lived in China when I was younger, and there's the same kind of strategy that the Washington D.C. is not catching up on. We take things literal. We're a high trust society. We take things literal. We expect you to follow. Let me use can I use a parallel example for this, for monitoring and emissions? Like, I'll use emissions and pollution related for factories. I worked in supply chain operations, and China has really bad pollution in factories. There were regulations to shut them down so that they can monitor in certain areas. So our factory shut down in China. I worked in textiles, anything high technology. What happened was that at nighttime, our factory would work at night after they would get a heads up from the local corrupt official saying, yeah, you guys can work, because they got to make money. They got to make money. So they're like, yeah, you can work. You can go and work, but you're just going to go at night because we have plausible deniability with it. Plausible deniability is essential for this. Now, there needs to, can JCPOA work? I believe it can work. I believe that we need to come back to the table and re-strategize so that there is actual accountability and actual oversight over whether or not they're developing a nuclear program.
Okay. You say that you want there to be oversight. We had oversight. Trump is the one who undermined our ability to have oversight. We're saying that clearly the Democrats are preferable in making these negotiations happen. Trump has been less preferable in making these negotiations happen and has caused us to go to war. Trump even acknowledged this prior when he said that the Democrats were weak and ineffective and we're going to start a war with Iran because they can't negotiate, which is exactly what Trump ended up doing. So,
okay, I would also like it to be known that in response to your claim that, well, because they had to let them know in advance that then they could just hide and scrub all of their enriched uranium. First reason why that's wrong is because they also had 24/7 access to surveillance cameras that tracked the movement of equipment and material inside of their facilities. And those were also tamper-proof, on top of the fact that the IAEA has extraordinarily advanced means of enrichment detection. And they could just straight up use like small cotton swipes on the fucking floor, okay, to detect highly enriched uranium. And this would mean that Iran would have to somehow navigate around the tamper-proof cameras. This means that somehow Iran would have to navigate around the fact that if there's even one fucking micron of enriched uranium that is left anywhere within the enrichment facilities whatsoever, that then they're caught, and navigate around the fact that these in-person visits weren't like once or twice a year, but 300 per year. Okay, and then on top of that, we also had satellite imagery. So if we wanted, which then monitored regular vehicle activity. So if there was any vehicle activity to and from the enrichment sites prior to an in-person visit that wasn't regular, okay, well then we know that they were doing shit. And in consideration of the satellite imagery, in consideration of the 300 in-person visits where they couldn't even leave a speck of dust from enriched uranium behind, and in consideration of the 24/7 access to surveillance of all of the sites with the cameras being tamper-proof, you have absolutely no reason to suggest that they broke the JCPOA.
Okay, like we have different views. You have more trust in Washington. I worked in Washington. I
trust in the processes. What's the hole in the processes that I just described? What's the hole in the processes that I just described?
There's a lot of lacks on it. I mean, like, we have Epstein, right? Like, Epstein, the cameras busted before Epstein died. Like, things happen, but it's like,
I know, but the cameras never busted in these uranium enrichment sites. We had access to non-busted camera feeds, so that's not a hole. So what's the hole in the process of the IAEA ensuring that they were honoring the JCPOA? Tell me the hole. Don't tell me about Epstein. Tell me the hole and all of the means that I just described to you that were used by the IAEA to ensure that Iran was honoring the deal. Describe the hole.
Okay, so you're only getting reported data. What will happen is that they will fluff around. They'll like I don't want to say the word like fluff around the kind of like SOP. They won't. Yeah, it won't be super secure, They'll like
Well,
they'll
then what's
tamper
the hole
with
in all the
things.
security that I just
But
gave you?
IAEA doesn't have an obligation to report everything on that to the public, so they'll have internal documentation. But I'm telling you that.
But the internal and documentation can't contradict the data in which they release.
Yes,
Like,
yes, it can.
no, they
contradict
can't.
it,
They
because
can't.
they will withhold.
So I just wanted to clarify that now you're saying, Dean, you've beat me. Okay, you've described to me with perfection how there was no hole in the oversight and surveillance of the enrichment sites in Iran. But Dean, all that this means is that I'm still right. Iran was still enriching uranium while the deal was in place, and the IAEA did detect that because there's no holes in their detection. But they just never let the world know. They kept it to themselves, and then they publicly said that they weren't enriching uranium. Listen, this is why conspiratorial gibberish has no place in rational society. We should only believe things when we have good reason to believe things. And you're believing something not even when it's a reasonable possibility because it's an unreasonable possibility, but merely because it could be the case. Dude, this is no different than saying that NASA faked the moon landing and they just kept that internal and told people otherwise so we could beat the Soviets in the space race. But then we were secretly in cahoots with the Soviets behind the scenes like a WWE boxing match, and that's why they never came out and falsified the moon landing and actually affirmed that it was true because of the laser reflectors on the moon, right? There's no difference between the conspiracy theory that you're giving me about the secret cahoots between Iran, the US, the IAEA, the Russia, and the rest of the EU and the UN, okay, and the conspiracy theory that I just described to you about the moon landing. This is bullshit, all right? Not to mention that the US and the IAEA would have a vested interest in ensuring that they were not enriching weapons-grade uranium, and if they were enriching your weapons-grade uranium, then that would be collected in their public reports, and then the JCPOA would be thrown off the table.
Okay, you beat me. You beat me because it's like I can't. It's like, yeah, I am pulling out of the air because you're not gonna. It's like you want to win. You want to look at the public data only. That's fine. That's on you, and that's valid. Everyone, you can't.
That the private data that
you want to look at the public
exists.
data? I'm sorry. How the hell are we supposed to look at the classified or private stuff? Like, tell me how we're supposed to do that.
Deductive thinking, but it's okay. Hey, okay, you know what? You win. I'm gonna give you this.
What? That we're not trying to win. We're like, how do we do that? Like,
I know. It's understanding organizational interests and then looking at kind of dynamics between DC multilaterals. It's fine. You win, and I want everyone to know you win. Can I just drop something real quick? Are you pro human rights? I know you are pro. I know you're pro human rights. I've seen your humanity when you were arguing with people who seem to be like not caring about things. Really quick, I'm going to East Congo this summer. Is that okay if I just say this real quick? I'm going to an organization, they're independent, called Focus Congo. And there's a crisis in East Congo because of minerals, rare earths. There's also issues with organizations on the ground and some sort of like rebel groups and things like this. I'll be going there this summer. They're an incredible organization, Focus Congo. And they have like Kalani follows them, Miss Rachel for Littles, everything.
We've done an $18,000 fundraiser for Focus Congo.
You have?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's awesome. Pappy Orion is the founder. He's my friend. He's really incredible. You spoke to him?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I would assume you know Athena?
What?
Do you know Athena?
I only speak to Pappy, and I know the different, like some of the main people who have big social media presences on this team, but I'll be going out there this summer, Benny, Goma, and Bukavu, so I'll be meeting them.
Okay, well, Pappy is an incredible individual. Focus Congo is super cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't know that. I'll tell him.
Yeah, you have a good one, okay?
You too. Thank you. Take care.
Well, she believes in some crazy conspiratorial gibberish when it comes to Iran, but I mean, at least she's right on the money when it comes to the Congo. Focus Congo is great, by the way. If you want to donate to a great initiative, check Focus Congo out. They really do a lot. Focus Congo and Pappy, they do a lot for the Congolese. They're a great organization that is awesome to donate to. I need to go pee. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that next guest up here once we get the next Trump supporter loaded in.
Yeah, I only have a few more minutes probably. I honestly thought I would have been gone by now, to be honest.
Somebody says leave Africa alone. So Focus Congo and Pappy, he's Congolese. Okay, they operate in the Congo, and they're managed by Congolese individuals. So whoever in the comment section was saying leave Africa alone. Okay, this is a Congolese foundation for the people in the Congo. So they'll know what the hell you're yapping about. We're going to go ahead and try to get that next guest up here very, very soon. So I could use the restroom real quick. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. By the way, if you want to support me or support the live stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pay message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Good way to get a message across or ask a question. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Okay, facts are facts. It's not loading in. We got Brian loading in. Brian, do you support Trump?
Wholeheartedly, yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 41.
All right, Brian. Sounds good. Give me one moment because my phone is glitching the fuck out. What the hell?
No problem.
Sorry, dude. My whole setup is glitching the hell out. Give me one moment to get that settled here.
I see you loud and clear. I can hear you everything. So.
Perfect. Yeah, it's just like the queue on my phone is acting weird as shit. You go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump. This is weird.
All right, reason why I support Trump. I mean, first of all, I give you a little breakdown. I am prior military. I served in the Navy. But I was joining.
I'm gonna interrupt you. I apologize because I just told you to go ahead. I'm gonna go to run to the restroom, everybody, and you won't believe who's connecting to the live stream, Parker. But, anyways.
Oh my God, bro.
But yeah, I'm gonna give you some smoking guns. I want you to be back. Go ahead and do your thing, because I got some smoking gun information for you
Parker,
that you'll actually enjoy.
What's up, guys?
You could debate with Parker in the meantime. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Why do y'all support Trump?
Because his what he got going on right now, I agree with. I totally agree with. And if you want to start with the border stuff, because that's kind of what I can talk about.
Tell me why. Like, be specific.
All right. So I do private security. Okay. And I took on a job signed by, pretty much was funded by the NGOs, and it was through TDM, through the Texas Department of Emergency Management out there in Texas, where we picked up in Laredo, Mission, El Paso, all that, where we picked up, the people from Venezuela, from Texas, and we bused them to sanctuary cities such as California, Chicago mostly, Philadelphia after a while they shut it down, a lot of New York, DC after like one or two stops, was mostly in Denver. Now, what I've saw wholeheartedly was this, and this is what was explained to us. And if you guys don't believe me, I will send you the manifest for how many people were on buses, because it was pretty much these charter buses that we were doing. They were
So you're saying Republicans are sending people to sanctuary cities?
No. This is why I agree with Trump. This is from the Democratic side. I agree with Trump wholeheartedly.
Okay, just
So this is what I saw. So when it was explained to us is that these people were getting at least $5,000 per family to come into the country. No, I'm dead ass serious. Like,
I need a source. Give me a source right now that people are being given $5,000 per person just to come to the country.
Bro, you're talking to a person who actually did the detail. So I am the source. And I will send it. Matter of fact, yo, Dean, when this is all said and done, I will send you the.
Trust me, bro.
Argue with me all you want, but Parker, Dean, I will send you the manifest if you want me to via email.
Go ahead. I would love to see the source. Dean, he's saying that they were giving people $5,000 to just come into the country.
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you why we won't take your word for it. Because if you were telling the truth, then the story would have been anonymously.
It did get broken. It did. It sure enough did. That's why the details stopped. Because one dude reported to the news stations and the radio out there, and they cut the entire program because everything was spilling out how much the contracts were.
So then you
for
actually
the
should be able to give us a source. You should be able to give us.
And I will. But what I'm saying is this. But
the
also,
work done by a
as
journalist
military,
with a collection of evidence from the whistleblower to verify that the claims.
So it has to be from a journalist and not the person who was actually on the details.
If you could give us the evidence, that's fine. I'm just saying that it'd probably be easier
that's what I was trying to tell Parker before. But what I'm saying is this is why I agree with it, because I'm trying to explain what I've saw versus I will say this from a person who comes from a predominantly black community of what I've seen. Okay.
So how about this? Can I recommend something, Brian?
Okay. All right. So I kind of see that you guys don't want me to explain anything, so you're going to keep cutting me off. But go ahead.
You want to collect the evidence and come back? I do this every day.
No. What I said was I'm trying to explain to you why I support Trump, and I'm trying to give you my a precedence of why, and then what I've seen as us as Americans is that what we don't get versus what people get automatically versus the people who need help, as far as like homelessness people, drug addicts, homeless vets, all that type of stuff that's here. And then for me actually working in detail, getting paid 11 grand a month to bring these people in, to kind of seeing that, they get free reign over a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, what
but
I'm
you guys
telling
don't want to
is I
believe
don't
me.
believe you, and you'll have to give evidence.
Okay.
So do you want to come back when you can collect evidence?
Yeah, I'm going to DM you. Can you send me an email and I'll send it to you so you can look at it?
Want to just rejoin the stream when you got it all ready to go?
Well, I don't know how to put it up on the thing, but I'm going to send you the email so you can pull it up so you can talk through it.
You could send me an
so
email.
I'm going to...
My business email's in the link tree in my bio.
Okay, I got you. I'm going to do it right now.
Okay, sounds good, man.
All right, brother.
Take care. Talk to him here soon. I guess he has evidence. You won't...
This guy, dude.
Do you know who this is? Do you know who this is, Parker?
Yeah, of course I know who this is. Platform. Do you still support Trump?
I have a few questions for you guys. Who do you guys want me to vote for? Who do you want me to vote for?
Not Trump.
You don't know? Harris over Trump.
Harris over Trump. So that right there, Parker, gives me the delusion that you're still stuck in with the fact that both parties are good. Because if I sat here and said, do I still support Trump? No, I don't. But I don't support the Democratic Party either. So who should I vote for? Because Harris is an idiot.
And Kamala Harris was better than Trump.
What is Kamala Harris going to do for our country?
Expand the child tax credit. She advocates to expand universal access to health care. She advocates to make a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap per month on insulin.
Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of socialism to me, and that's
none
not
of
what
this is socialism. Can you define socialism?
I'm not getting into this debate. I just want to jump up here and say,
define socialism, buddy.
Who should we vote for? Because
I already told you, Democrats, bro.
No, nobody. So you think the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party?
Parker,
absolutely.
He's kind of scared of political debate. But last time he joined the stream, he said that he made me. That he's responsible for
that is the most ridiculous thing, platform.
And I think he said the same thing about you. I think he also said he made you.
I think I made both of
you. Did not make shit.
No, I think Parker, I definitely made you. I made you bigger than you.
What are you talking about, bro?
Brother, you sat up here with how many followers before you started putting me onto your live?
Dude, I had literally hundreds of thousands of people in my stream. 100,000 followers.
Yeah, you wish you had 100,000.
I had thousands of people in my stream every single day before you even came in.
Whatever. The point is that nobody's voting for Kamala Harris and nobody's voting for Donald Trump.
People did vote for Kamala Harris and people did vote for Trump.
The government needs to be completely restructured. Who's an independent that we should vote for? If you had to pick one.
Can you give us an example?
I'm not voting.
Okay, so then what are you coming up here for?
I'm so happy that you don't vote. Dude, we are so much better off because you don't vote.
You know what? You're right,
I'm so happy I'm not voting.
Dude, base. First agreement ever. Let me thank a couple people real quick. Wheelie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says, so Republicans had all these people on buses, and rather than deporting them, which is so important to them, Republicans sent them all to the U.S. as an active spy? Yeah, apparently. Would you quickly thank Wheelie for the $10 donation platform?
Thank you, Willie. I appreciate the $10 donation.
Very kind of you, platform. Very kind of you, platform. Jason, thank you for the $10. Who says, so intelligence is not required to work in intelligence? I guess, Jason, thank you for the $10. Jack, thank you for the $5. Ish, thank you for the $15. Who says, bro, if you left that tinfoil hat on for every stream, you'd still sound more sane than half these crazy fools, bro. So real, Ish. Thank you for the $50. That is beyond kind of you. Same thing to you, Sarah. Thank you for the $10. Then KM with the $10 says, voice says, dude, you hit him with it every time. Thank you for standing up for the soundless voices. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, KM. And then Amy, thank you for the $10. Who says, I really needed this live today. I spent the morning in the ER for the flu, and this is the perfect distraction while I rest up. I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm really happy that we could help you out. Thank you so much. And then Serena, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, you guys. We're all caught up over there. To quickly catch up on PayPal, thank you so much for the $20, Sandra, who says, I'm a physics/engineering student, but I believe in you and I support and supporting you makes it worth it. Well, thank you, Sandra. Thank you so much. I wish you the very best of luck in your studies. Thank you for the $20 donation. It means so much to me. Show some love to Sandra down below. Christina, thank you for the $50 donation. Fucking hell, Christina. Show some love to Christina down below.
I can't believe this is all you do Christina, for the guests that give you money. You just sit there and say thank you. Like, you should be sending them some merch.
Platform, are you mad? Are you jealous? Is that what it is?
Jealous of TikTok money? No, thank you. I'm
Yeah,
good.
bro. It sounds like you are platform.
No,
I was in the middle of thanking people, and you cut me off to say that I don't do enough for them.
no, you don't. You need to be sending them merch.
Well, I mean, I agree. I should be
What?
sending people merch if they think they're spending money on merch, but they don't
Yeah, we don't have merch, bro.
because we don't have merch.
Oh, there you go. You know, there's another great idea for you too.
Well, Christina, on a real note, thank you so much for the $50 donation. I appreciate you. Show some love to Christina down below. This is one that's a huge one. Julia, thank you so much for the $60 donation on PayPal. Fucking hell, Julia. I wish I could send you some merch. Thank you for the $60 donation. So show some love to Julia down below who says, thank you for everything that you do. You've inspired me to study politics. Fucking yes, let's go. I love that, Julia. That's so awesome. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for the love and support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get 600 Julia W's. And Caitlin, thank you for the 5. Anya, thank you for the 3, and then Kavya, thank you for the $10. I'm so happy that what we do here helps inspire you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dean, let me ask you a question. Not to
Platform, are you still a chiropractor?
No, so let me ask you guys something. When it comes to like calling people conspiracy theorists.
Wait, you said no? Wait, you stopped being in chiropractic school?
Nobody ever admitted to being in chiropractic school.
Yeah, you had.
I
You
said
used
I'm
to
in
be a chiropractor.
I'm in medical school.
No, wait, bro. I'm sorry. We all remember this. You literally were.
Dean, I don't. Why are you like, or Parker? Why are you trying to talk? You like to talk about people's personal lives when you like need something out of the
I
conversation.
talk about your personal life. You brought this up a million times on the stream. I thought I was
what's
referencing
crazy
something that was well known.
I've offered Dean $10,000 to fight, to box, meet up in person, but you guys want to sit here. You got your little minions running around researching
25.
people's pages. 25,000 you would get if you knocked me down. That would be the
just
deal.
to show up.
No.
Okay, then sorry. Not worth my time.
Anyways, I wanted to ask. You guys call people conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, you
It's
are.
only a conspiracy. It's only a conspiracy until it's proven right. Correct.
Platform, is the Earth flat?
No, the Earth is not. Parker,
Okay, I have a question.
I used
Is
to
evolution fake?
macroevolution is, but micro is
You
not.
see what I mean? Macroevolution is just micro plus time. So you must be disputing
No.
time's existence.
No, that's
Did
just
we land on
false.
the moon?
What?
Did
You
we
guys
land on
asked
the
me.
moon?
You guys try to get me into these stupid traps that
Did
are
we
just.
land on the moon?
Yes, we landed on the moon.
Wow.
Well, I'm actually surprised he believes that, Dean.
Yeah, that's honestly nuts. Someone in the chat says, Dean, what's the Venmo? You can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E.
Actually, Platform, can you
So-
thank everyone that sent Dean donos?
No.
Why not?
All I gotta say is you guys both supported somebody who. Yeah,
Bro,
you know
wait,
what I'm
wait,
about to say.
Wait,
You know what I'm about to say,
wait,
Dean.
wait, whoa, whoa.
What happened to your friend? What happened to your friend on
No,
TikTok?
no. 1 moment, because now y'all are saying
What
no one
happened
said
to
that in the
Sheikah?
chat. 1 second. Wait, 1 second. Y'all are saying that no one said that in the chat. No. I'm not. Listen. I will show you guys. Somebody said that in the chat. Check it out, bro. Check it out. I'm not even trolling. I see in retrospect now how that makes me look bad. So I got to show this to y'all. Angel said, Dean, what's the Venmo? All right. Go ahead, Platform. Go ahead.
I gotta get off right now, Dean. Appreciate you having me up, bro.
I appreciate you for coming up. I almost called you Santana.
Parker,
because Santana's been co-hosting
unblock
with a
me
little
from
bit
your
more.
streams.
I appreciate you for coming up, Parker.
Platform, you want me to unblock you? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, well, I have to unblock you too, but unblock me.
Oh, think about it. Bye-bye, bud.
All right, peace out, brother.
Damn. How does it feel
So-
to get fucking mogged
Hey.
by Parker, you incel chud?
You know what's so funny, Dean, is you guys go onto these podcasts and I watch you and like I got people talking about you guys and I sit there and I'm like, these kids are actually idiots. Like you guys don't have any sense to like understand what you're talking about and you think you're in this political space when everyone
Okay.
knows after COVID that politics is garbage at this point.
Then beat me in a political debate.
Politics is garbage.
Then beat if I'm such an idiot.
What
prove me
real
wrong.
world value does politics hold to us anymore?
Well, I
in
would
society?
expect. I would expect a very privileged white man to not think that.
Oh,
politics
you're
holds
not.
much
You're not a what? You're
more
not a very privileged
value.
white man with all the privilege of the donations that you get.
Oh, trust me, I'm a very privileged white man, and I acknowledge that privilege. I just
Yeah,
happen to
I-
also be
I-
empathetic, and I could understand how like,
Empathetic.
how much politics impacts the lives of others because of differences in.
Did you get a
characteristics
Did you get a
such as
degree
gender,
in
such as
psychology?
sex, such as race, so on and so forth? Like for instance, okay.
Did
from
you study any
perspective-
psych growing up?
I mean, it says a guy that went to chiropractic school, but I was
No,
in the
I'm
middle
asking,
of a
did you
statement.
did you study any psych growing up?
I mean, like, a little bit as is relevant to philosophy, but not too much.
Interesting.
Okay, but anyways, what I was in the middle of saying is I understand how from the perspective of a privileged white man, you think the only impact that politics has on your life is the price of gas, but that just like isn't the reality for so many different people, okay? Right? Like for instance, women. I mean, their access
Well, when
to
we look
healthcare
at like
hinges
things
on,
that's happening in
politics.
Gaza, like a mass
For instance,
genocide, like I think
yeah,
obviously
Gaza
that's
for Palestinian individuals. The
Yeah,
the
exactly. I agree
genocide.
with you. It's
or black
absolutely
and brown
ridiculous.
people in America in reference to allowing ICE to racially profile people. Now they're scared about getting picked up on the streets. You know,
You're
like,
worried about ICE, and
politics.
I'm worried about people in Gaza that are being brutally attacked for no reason other than existing in that area. So
I'm actually
you're
worried about
worried about fake problems within the United States that you think are major problems, and you portray them as major problems to get people to convince to listen to you and believe you, just like the news stations do. So then the problem becomes,
Dean, this
Dean.
nation is not a fake
The
problem.
problem becomes, Dean, is I don't see you over in Africa doing what this last guest is doing. You're donating, sure, but
unironically did a fundraiser for the organization that they're joining.
Dean, you
in
sit
Congo.
on your chair.
What?
You sit on your chair
Dude,
and take
that's
money
crazy.
from people and fundraise.
Whoa, dude, we rose $18,000.
Amazing.
For
I'm so
the
happy for
initiative
that.
that she said that she was going to be joining in
And
Congo.
anybody else
like
who
what?
looks like
What a
he can
shitty
be in
point
that-
to make.
No, anybody else who's in your and Parker's position, who's getting funding from higher ups or people that are paying you.
Wait, higher ups?
Then
wait, what higher ups give us funding?
even your guests, you build this following. You're just going to be sitting on your butt taking money
Tori,
from
thank you
people
for the $10.
and then try to say you're doing something good.
Okay, 1 second. Tori, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for allowing me to do something good. AP, thank you for the $10 asking where the merch is. I might get that soon. Oh, fuck. Dang. All right. I can't say any more than that. Thank you so much for the love. Light Blinded, thank you for the $30 donation over on Venmo, who says, this donation is to help you ensure that you do not send me merch. I love these debates more than anything, and taking time to make and sell merch would take time away from debating, never change. Thank you so much, Light Blinded. I appreciate you for the $30 to help me do something super duper good. Thank you so much, Light Blinded. Thank you.
You guys mock Trump because this is like your getaway right now is Trump. Like he's your guys' getaway until the next president or politician comes about that does something more corrupt or better or less corrupt, and then you run with these conversations that just become boring. And this is why I haven't been on in a year and a half.
Okay.
So,
if you think the conversations are boring, well,
I just
argue
want
that
you to
they're-
do more
well,
for
yeah,
yourself, Dean. And,
Okay.
and
What are you
politics is
doing?
not.
What are you doing for yourself?
I'm doing a lot in my personal life, and I think that you and Parker
Like,
need
what are
to
you doing that I should be doing?
get an outside life. Get a
an
life
outside
outside of
life?
this.
Okay, I have an
Get outside of your 4x4 bedroom and step into the real world and see that nobody cares about these conversations in all reality. They cause arguments. They cause.
Then why do we have 20,000 viewers?
Right. You have 20,000 viewers for what?
For talking
Because the
about
news
politics
stations
on
are
this
boring
media.
now.
Holy.
Because the news stations are
because
boring
people
now.
care about politics? Maybe that's why I have 20,000
No,
viewers?
people don't. What are you actually caring about in politics?
About the lives and well-beings of millions of people, actually billions of people, and because we're not only going to be
But you have a
concerned with
terrible
lives
relationship
in
with your
America, but also
father.
those outside of America.
But you have a terrible relationship with your father.
That I do not. I have a great relationship with my father.
Interesting.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Because
You
Dean,
dick.
we've had these conversations. Yeah, dick, because it's facts. We've had these conversations. you act like you care about society, Dean, but you don't even care about. I'm telling you, you need to figure it out. That's all I gotta say.
Well, what
I
do
didn't
I
want
need
to.
to
I
figure
didn't
out?
want to get
Just
too
tell-
deep into this.
just
I
tell
don't
me
care,
what I need to
Dean.
figure
I think.
out.
I just think that politics it's a joke, and don't vote for Trump. Don't vote
you
for
understand
Harris.
that-
don't
you
vote for.
understand that with the right political outcomes,
Dean,
the
don't
Palestinian
don't
people
vote for
could
Dean
stop getting
Withers ever
genocided?
in the future. Don't vote for Parker ever in the future.
Can you please listen to what I'm
Let's
saying?
stop
here?
voting.
Listen to what I'm saying here. You said that you cared about the Palestinian people who are being genocided, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if we get the right political outcomes, politics can stop that genocide.
Says who? This is what they say about every single administration.
Says anti-Zionist, progressive
No, this is like a
politicians
belief.
who
This
are trying
delusion.
to overthrow
This is like
the
the delusion
establishment
that they've
and
brainwashed you with.
reform the two-party system as we
Dean,
know
you
it
will
to
have
weed
no
out
impact.
Zionism
You
out
will
of the
have no
American government.
impact. you will have no impact on the political outcome when it comes to voting from here on out.
So true.
That's it. It's done.
Just
It's
because you
been
say
done
something
before
makes it
COVID.
true. I know.
No, it's been done since the 2000s. It's
This
probably
guy's
been
just
done since
delusional.
1960s.
This guy's just nuts. I don't like. Dean, you have no impact, bro.
Dean,
I'm
how often is
unironically
it- how honest-
the largest Gen Z political streamer.
I know you are.
Dude, what are we doing? Yes, clearly, I think I have a little bit
You're
of an
mad
impact.
because I'm speaking facts. You're getting upset because I'm speaking
I
facts
know.
and
I'm
nobody
just
cares
pointing
about
out
what
that
you're
what you're
streaming
saying
about.
is so clearly false.
No, it's not false. It's an opinion, so it's not something that can be false or true.
Oh wait, opinions can't be false.
No, they're just an opinion.
Really? What's a proposition?
All I'm saying, Dean, is
What's a
politics
proposition?
is falling
Answer
apart.
my question. What's a proposition?
Politics is falling apart.
Wait, is that an opinion?
What does the vagus nerve do?
Wait, 1 second. Is that an opinion? Is that
What
is
does
that
the
your
vagus nerve
is
do?
your opinion that politics are falling apart?
What does the third cranial
Why
nerve do?
why is he dodging? Is it your opinion that my streams don't have any effective outcomes? Is that your opinion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but I thought you just said that your opinions can't be true.
No,
So
in my
therefore your
eyes,
opinion's not true. Therefore it's not true.
It's not
It's not true
factually
that
proven.
these
It's not a-
true
it's
that
not-
these
it's not a
live
proven
streams
fact.
have no impact on the
no,
American voting
it's not
system.
a proven fact. Dean, I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'm just trying to tell you simply
Unreal.
that politics is falling apart.
Trina, thank you so much for the $20. Who
We
says I
need
care
to
about
stop
politics
putting
because I want a
trust
better
into
life for myself,
politicians.
others, and
We
my
need to
children.
stop putting
I want
trust into people like Dean
to be
and
safe
Parker,
and happy in this
Trump,
country.
Kamala
and you care
Harris,
about your country.
and
You care about
politicians.
politics. So real. Well, Trina, I really appreciate you for the $20 and thank you so much. Okay, well, it's my opinion that you're wrong, and I guess that we could just believe in whatever we want now because opinions can't be true or false. Thank you for the $20, Trina. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, that dude's nuts. I mean, at least he thinks what's going on in Palestine is a genocide. You know, he definitely didn't. I mean, it's good that he thinks that. I don't think he thought that a couple years ago. Glasky, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Thank you. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. This is probably going to be the last guest of the day because I'm going to hop off here and spend some time with my beloved girlfriend. But we still got a little bit of time to do another debate. So let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. I'm a little tired. Not going to lie. I'm a little tired. I feel like I wasn't this tired at the end of my live stream yesterday. We're going to try to find that next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh, man. All right. Who's the last guest going to be? Yeah, yesterday, I took a 2.5-hour nap before I went live.
What's up, Dean?
Hi, who are you?
Uncle Grandpa? You read? You know, you can't read, Dean?
Oh, but you just accused me of running away from you in the chat. But the funniest thing
Dude,
is
I've
I
been
don't
trying
know
to get in
who
your
you are.
life for so long, bro, and you never let me up, bro. That's
Maybe it's because at any given point there's over 80
I know
people
there's
inside of
so
the
many
queue.
people, Dean. I know you're so popular. Keep appealing to emotions, guy.
I'm just simply
The whole
pointing out
debate,
fact.
the whole debate, you're going to appeal to emotions. Let's set our axioms first.
There's
Trump
nothing-
needs to run for a third term. Set our axioms. What do you want our axioms to be? I'll let you set them. You're the judge. Go, Dean. It's your life.
Okay, first and foremost, I'm not appealing by emotions.
You always appeal to emotions every debate. That's all you do. That's all you can do. You interrupt people. But I'm going to stop interrupting you. This is the last time I'll interrupt you. I swear to God, I'm going to mute myself just for you.
That was ironic. Dean, all you do is appeal to emotions and interrupt, as you say, and appealing to your emotions and interrupting. But anyways, so I wasn't appealing to anybody's emotions when I pointed out the statistical fact that because there's at any point 80 to 100 people inside of my guest request, that makes the statistical likelihood that you will be chosen infinitesimally small. So no, I'm not running away from you if it takes you a day or two in order to get up on the live stream. In fact, I think that the statistical probability would be is that it'd actually take you much longer than sitting in my queue for 2 days to get up into the box because we maybe have 10 debates a day with 100 people inside of the queue at any given point in time. Yeah, it might take you a while to be selected. You got lucky. Now, said that you wanted to set our axioms. What?
I want to have an actual logical debate. I concede you're correct. I did. You're exactly right. You won the first debate. You won it. You won. Yes, I do. We're going to set the fundamental groundworks for our logical debate, and reasoning. You better get ready, boy. I have an eidetic memory too. I also have a PhD. You have no college experience. I'm 42, going to be 43. How old are you, little boy? You better call Santana. Santana could debate me. Call him up here. I want to debate both of you at the same time. I'll debate you, Parker, and Santana at the same time. And you guys can get a little group call and mute the live and have little conversations together. Your aunt's brain will not see you. Trump should run 2028. Should he or should he not? Let's debate it. You set the groundwork for it. Tell me what you want to do. You will appeal to emotion and you will run away. Somebody record this and please send it to my DMs because I'm going to dog walk this little boy. I am all of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I am famine. I am war. We will win in Iran because we have the greatest military that has ever existed since time began on Earth. Let's go, buddy. Debate me. I know science, math, history, politics, economics. Since the age of 3, when I taught myself to read Peter Rabbit, I've been tumbling in the briars, Dean. Yeah, hey, pull up pictures of corn. Let's go. Set the groundwork.
So we're gonna set the groundwork. Here's my first axiomatic foundational truth. You're a fucking cornball, buddy. Do you accept the axiom?
He's gonna kick me. Do
you accept the axiom that you're a fucking cornball?
I have satellites set up to my phone. I have everything. I won't lose internet. He'll kick me.
Do you accept the foundational truth that you're a fucking cornball?
I know my words go too fast for you. I also have ADD. So my eidetic memory, the ADD, I mean, it's a videographic memory. I can take a picture of the past and then I can walk around in it like it's a video. I have Einstein in my brain writing on a whiteboard, chatting over to Isaac Newton. And they're about the differences between founding calculus to solve problems. Oh, too funny to troll? Again, you won't set the groundwork. You won't set the groundwork.
That was actually hilarious. That was funny as shit, dude.
Hey, Dean, thank some of your donos, okay? Thank those old women with their bank accounts that are emptying to you because you do provide a service. You are entertaining, my little man. I've been watching you since you were a little boy, as if I'm... Oh, I can't say that. I don't want to get booted, because TikTok will boot me if I.
What were you about to say, dude?
I know you know what I was gonna say, Dean.
What the fuck were you gonna say?
Dean. Go set the groundwork.
No. What were you gonna say?
I'm not going to let you make me mad. I'm calm. I am inside the eye of this storm, Dean. And even if we don't debate, this will get clipped. And it will show that you run from people with IQs and EQs higher than yours. You pick on all these little mega boys that don't understand the fundamentals of our universe. Dean, shake your head. I've been smoking the pipe too. It calms me down.
I can tell, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I know you can tell, Dean. I know. Interrupt me.
My
Keep
friend.
interrupting
We can
me.
tell. Wait. You told me to thank all the old ladies who emptied their bank accounts and donated to me. So I'm going to go and do that real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Ian, thank you so much for the 10 euros over on YouTube Super Chat who says, this is why you should never take Coke. So real. Thank you for the $10, Ian. Chelsea, thank you for the $10. He says, this guy's so whiny and cringe. Couldn't have said it better myself. Slick with the $10 who says, $10 because you KO'd that last dude so bad he actually needs a chiropractor now. That's funny as shit. You guys are hilarious. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. On Venmo, Kayla, thank you for the $2 for Einstein and Newton. They're about to work overtime. So real. Rami, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Show some love to Rami who says, thank you for your services. Hello. Thank you, old lady who's emptying her bank account. Abby, thank you for the $20 donation who says, I'd like to invest in the gift shop. Thank you, Abby. Then Lauren with a 10 who says, did that guest send you the manifesto yet? I haven't seen it. Payne, thank you for the $5. Diana, thank you for the $10. And then Gerald, thank you so much for the $25 donation who says, platform's only up there because he fell off and is trying to gain clout from your stream. Well, he's not up here anymore because he got kicked. Jason, thank you for the $10. And Ryan, thank you for the $10. You guys are very awesome. By the way, Jason and Ryan, just want to let you guys know that you are now old ladies who are emptying your bank accounts to donate to me. So Thank you for the love and the support. On PayPal, Janice, thank you for the $10. Who says this caller is fantasizing about having a group activity with you and Parker. What a joke. Dee, thank you for the $10. Who says pre-HD, pretty hopeless dinkbat. That's hilarious. Then Vanessa, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, I just want to say thank you to you and Parker to have led me to be more interested in politics. Never liked it, but both of you have helped me get into it. I'm so happy that that's been the outcome. Like, seriously, that's what we want. And I'm just so proud of you for getting interested, Vanessa. Thank you for the $20. And then Jacob, thank you for the 10. Eli, thank you for the 5. Then Janice, thank you for the $15. He says, I love the poorly educated. Like this guest, very poorly educated. Austin, thank you for the 5. And then Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10. And then another Lindsay, thank you for the $20. Who says, do people not understand that to have a debate, you actually have to debate? I know, it's just kind of like the workup, you know, but I just have to thank all the old ladies emptying their bank accounts first. So thank you, old lady, for emptying your bank account. Shout out to Lindsay. Same thing to Kraken Crevice. Thank you for the $10. Who says, old lady emptying my account. Thank you. And then Scott, thank you for the $25 donation. Who says, I want to be an old lady too. Scott, you're an old lady, Scott. Thank you for the $25. Thank you, Miss Scott. Thank you so much. And then Marianne with the $10. Who says, if you have to tell people how intelligent you are, then you probably aren't. I agree with that message. Okay, let's hop into the debate. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's draining the swamp.
Okay, I would posit that Trump is the swamp. He's the one with the 34 felony convictions of fraud. He's the one that tried to install himself for a second term against the voice of the vote of the people in 2020. Remember the whole J6 and hang Mike Pence fake elector scheme thing. Okay, he's the one that's installing DUI hires like Pete Hegseth with no merit to be our Secretary of Defense, renamed to the Secretary of War, who's like quoting fictitious Bible verses in official settings, giving public addresses. Okay, you know, he's the one committing the rampant cronyism and corruption by like breaking the law to not pay out food stamp benefits for 12 million low-income American starving families, saying that the power is vested in him to manage the midterm elections, not the states, like Article 2 of the Constitution says, or passing illegal EOs like 14160 to reframe the Constitution as we know it and take constitutional rights away from those in which have them. You know, he's the swamp, my friend.
I never said he was a good guy. I said Trump is draining the swamp. You didn't even address my point, little guy. You are playing right into my hands. I'm going to eat you alive. I have a satellite hooked up to my phone. It's a clear day over here in California, Dean. I'm going to eat you alive because
I addressed your point by saying he's not draining the swamp.
No, you didn't. No, you did not. You did not. Nothing you said is actual empirical evidence based on a source. Give me a source that says that, Dean. Give me a source that says. Give me a source that says that. Come on, Dean. You didn't address any points. Give me your source. What's your source for what you said against my claim?
So my source that he's not draining the swamp, but he's rather the swamp. The first claim that I made is that he illegally refused.
That is not logical. You are assuming the antecedent right now, little boy. That's an error in your fallacy. Have you ever taken an honors philosophy class in college that is taught by the head of the Department of Philosophy and a theoretical mathematician that received a degree from California? Yeah, I went to LMC, yes. Lost but
actually, funny enough, yes. That's actually hilarious. I actually have been taught a philosophy course.
Is our intellect the same?
Taught by the head of department that received a degree from California because Michael Humer, who's now the head of the philosophy department at CU Boulder, legitimately got a degree from CU Berkeley.
My grandfather was the dean of multiple.
It's funny.
My grandfather was the dean. Can I talk, Dean, or are you going to keep
interrupting?
I don't know. Can you?
Can you? You don't even know what the word "can" means, and you're up here trying to claim to be an intellect driven by the power of Einstein and Newton in your fucking head. You know, jack shit. Never ask, "Can I do something ever again?" Because clearly, you possibly can engage in the action to continue to speak. You say, "May I speak?" You use the word "may" to indicate you're asking for permission from another individual to speak. Not the word "can," because that's indicative of your possibility to do so. Clearly, you possibly can continue to speak. You have to use the word "may."
Kick me. You'll only win if you kick me. Kick me right now. Kick me right now, good boy.
If I kicked you, I'd win?
Listen to me. You would win if you kick me. Yeah, I admit. And I hope all the donos come in. Dean, I love how you bring people to politics. I've been following you since you're young, and I've always supported you. I've actually donated to you before. Dean, you bring so many people to politics. It is such a positive thing. And I hope you get a fucking $1 million. I hope Elon Trump hops in, agrees with me, and then gives you $1 billion. I love that you bring people to politics. I love education. I love learning. I used to be a teacher for special education. The last school I taught at before I quit because I have so much money. I've been in finance since I turned 18. Dean, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Dean. I know you're going to appeal to emotions the entire time because you can't see my intellect. I have the foolproof, valid, and sound argument that Donald Trump should run in 2028.
Okay,
And
what
you
is
will
it?
lose that debate. You will lose the debate.
What's the argument?
I'm going to let you go first. Say why he should not run in 2028. I already know what you're going to. I've heard you say it before, Dean. Do you want me to say it?
Because
Trump should not run in 2028 because it goes against what amendment, Dean? Do you know what amendment it goes against?
Yes.
What? Tell everybody the amendment, Dean. Be a good boy. I'm teacher. You are student. I'm going to be a fucking master Jedi, you Padawan ass bitch looking ass motherfucker.
Well, you can't say that you're the teacher and then I'm the student and then ask me to teach by telling you what fucking amendment it is, okay? I think that you need to pay a little bit closer attention to the, just...
See how
garbage
Dean
leaving your
has
mouth. But
OGT?
to teach
That's called
you,
oppositional
it's the 22nd
defiance
amendment.
disorder. Every time somebody spanks Dean, he gets mad, he yells. Hold on, Dean. I'm going to mute myself. Go thank them donos I'm bringing in, boy. And MAGAs, don't donate shit to me. Donate it all to Dean. He is the voice of the new generation. He is great at what he does. And by the time he turns my age, right now, Dean, I'm 42. I'm going to turn 43.
Can you just give me the fucking argument why you think Donald Trump should...
I want to hear what amendment it is first, and then I'll lay out my
I told you, it's the 22nd.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Sorry. When I get a little excited, Dean, because I love to speak. You know, I love to hear myself talk. I'm narcissistic. I am sociopathic. I am. Oh no, I know. I memorized the DSM-3 when it came out, and you know how excited. Do you know how excited? Do you know how excited I was? Do you know how excited I was when the DSM-5 came out?
The argument. Why should Trump run for a third term?
I'm going to mute myself and let you go off, little boy. Tell me when I can unmute and you won't interrupt me.
Just speak now. Just tell us why you think Trump should run for a third term. I'm making the floor yours, dude. Come on.
Trump should run for a third term because he is draining the swamp.
How so?
Counter argument.
I'll ask you for your supporting evidence first. How is Trump draining the swamp?
Who's been fired recently from the Trump administration?
Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem. Those are the main two firees.
It's Santana, boy. I know those are all corrupt people. I love that they've been fired. Trump is so fucking incompetent that he leaks the plans. What was Project 2024? Can you tell me, Dean? Will you remind me? I'm so fucking stupid.
We could tell, my friend. Do you mean Project 2025?
Sorry, my bad. You're correct. I concede. You win. That is true.
Wait, so Einstein's not greasing your gears anymore? Because you said...
Nah, he fell off the ladder. I'll get him back up. Hold up. Can you, since I provided evidence that he's draining the swamp, because those are corrupt people and they're no longer here. And the people that he's replacing that are more incompetent, but they will not have the same level of corruption.
And how do you
so
know this?
corruption has what, Dean? If the bad people are losing their jobs, is corruption going up or down when bad people lose their jobs, Dean?
Well, when the bad people lose their jobs, then they're replaced with other bad people. It stays the same, honestly.
Do you or do you not want Trump to be impeached and lose the presidency, go to jail, and be there for the rest of the life? Do you or do you not want that to happen?
I would like that to happen, yeah.
So is J.D. Vance going to be better or worse for the United States than Donald Trump?
Better.
Supporting evidence and source.
Sure, he's a follower, a fucking lapdog. He's willing to do whatever will get him more power and control. This is why he went from saying that Trump is America's Hitler to saying that Trump is America's best president. Because in changing his ideological belief, he was able to gain more power and control. Now, if the Democrats were able to get a majority in the Senate, in the House, impeach Trump and throw him out, then J.D. Vance would be president, but he would live under that same threat of impeachment. So in the same way he was able to change his ideological position from calling Trump Hitler to calling Trump the best president, he would then just once again reshift his ideological position to whatever the majority of Congress demanded, else risk him being thrown out too. Okay? So unironically, because J.D. Vance is a fucking following lapdog grifter, he would be more likely to be susceptible to the influence of a Democratic majority in
likely,
Congress.
not empirical evidence. What evidence do you have to say more likely, Dean? What evidence do you have to say more likely? What evidence do you have to say more likely? I need a source, Dean.
Which he experienced insofar as becoming Donald Trump's VP.
How many years has J.D. Vance been president?
0.
Then you have no empirical evidence that he is going to be a follower, do you? You don't know, Dean. You can't predict the future. Are you Nostradamus?
They're all followers.
Is
They're all
your
fucking
name
leprechauns.
Nostradamus?
The
Are
entirety
you
of MAGA
God?
is like
Are you a
following
God,
leprechauns.
Dean? You
But
know the
I could,
future?
listen, I could give you more evidence that he's a follower. The same thing with the rest of like the MAGA GOP. It's because all of like the traditional conservative norms in which they've claimed to and held to for so long, like, oh, hang rapists, a law and order for all, nobody's above the law, prosecute the crime harshly, fiscal conservatism, we don't like spending money, so on and so forth. That all goes out the window the moment Trump does it. The moment Trump is a rapist, they no longer chant hang rapists. The moment Trump's in the Epstein files, they no longer want accountability and transparency. The moment Trump spends the most money out of any president in modern American history, they don't blink twice, even though that is the antecedent to traditional and modern day conservative values. The moment that Donald Trump becomes a 34 count felon and breaks the law every day of his term, they no longer argue law, order, and accountability for all. They let felons run the country and ignore the new crimes they commit. Okay, clearly JD Vance is a follower. In fact, the leader of the followers, because he's the leader of all of the GOP that bows the knee to Donald Trump every single day. So because he's a follower and willing to do it, we'll ever give him the most power possible the moment Trump's out of the picture, and then he will be serving to the demands of the Democratic majority Congress, which is exactly why I think it would be better for JD Vance to be president after Trump is impeached compared to Donald Trump himself. Now, would it be optimal? No. Would it be even beneficial for the country? No. The country would still be on a downward trend, just not as drastic as a downward trend if Trump were president.
Was Adolf Hitler a follower or a leader?
Oh my God. I think that Adolf Hitler was a follower of his own insanity, prejudice, and anger.
Is JD Vance sane or insane?
JD Vance? I actually think JD Vance is sane.
Source, evidence.
The reason why I think that JD Vance is sane, and let me be clear with what I mean when I say this, the reason why I think that JD Vance is sane is because he's not ideologically incoherent like insane people are. Reference Trump. He is ideologically coherent in the sense that his goal, although it be evil, the culmination of more power and control, money as well, okay, would adhere to every single action that he engages in, every single ideological shift in which he makes, and every single line of praise he gives to the almighty Trump, okay? And that makes him dangerous, okay? That makes him very dangerous. And it also doesn't make him a good person. In fact, I'd argue it makes him a worse person. But that's why I'd argue that he's sane.
Was Project 2025 written by sane or insane people?
They're ludicrous. Insane.
How much of Project 2025 has come true so far, Dean?
Quite a bit. Alan, hop in that queue, dude.
So what you're saying is insane people can do things that are very great works, and I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm not arguing from a moral or ethical standpoint, Dean. What I'm saying is the think tank that created Project 2025 was made full of intelligent people, Dean, people as smart as you. However, they've been brainwashed to believe in specific ideologies. Dean, I'm not arguing
Santana,
that.
do you have any words for the cornball?
Yeah, oh, Santana, dude, I love you, man. You are so smart, Santana. You are, if you were white, you would be the largest debater on TikTok. Because of racism that exists in the United States, Santana, you are not where you should be. And it's like, why is Eminem the best rapper? Because he's white. Because there's racism in America. How many white kids will argue right now that Eminem is the best rapper? It doesn't matter that he's white or black or what fucking color he is, right? It's that he is white, and that's why he'll always be the best for every white boy out there. Every white boy, right, is going to stand behind their proud leader, Eminem. And when he came out and supported Donald Trump, they even loved it more. And there's so many conspiracy theories about
Eminem never
he
said
still
he supported Trump. He actually campaigned for Kamala Harris in Detroit. Dean, honestly, I don't even know what to say anymore because, I was going to make a Joe Hendry joke, but like that whole thing just completely caught me off guard. I legitimately don't even know what to say anymore.
You'd win every debate except for this one. because I've created the most sound
This guy's nuts.
and valid argument based on.
Be quiet. JJ, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. He says intellect, but misspelled. JJ misspelled intellect, and I'm pretty sure that's a joke because this guy said intellect wrong earlier when he was calling himself intellectual. Thank you for the $20.
I just want to say real quick, I was born with ADP and I have ADD, so I do stutter a lot. It was a lot worse when I was younger, but I got a lot of therapy. But thank you for making fun of that, Dean. I appreciate that.
Okay, well, clearly I didn't know that you had a stutter. Now that you've shared this information with me, I will take back the joke about you.
So you can see that I've won a debate with you. We're one-on-one. You won the first debate, and I just won this one. So we're 1-1, right? Right, Dean? We're even, right?
Yeah, I won the debate.
Let's
about
call it
Trump
even.
as a rapist.
Dean,
You won the
Trump
debate
should
about...
be. He is a rapist. I believe he is. I'm not arguing that Trump is a good person. He's a piece of shit. He's one of the most vile people to ever be fucking president of a country. But if Trump wins in 2028.
Janice, thank you for the $10. Who says MAGA men sound like this when their inner predator arises? Thank you for the $10, Janice. Marianne, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Then Evan, thank you so much for the $5. On Venmo, thank you so much. Casey for the $1. He says, dude, sounds like he got his PhD from Trump University. So real. Izzy with the $5. Who says, guest is talking like it's Yu-Gi-Oh. Then Oakley and Jacob, thank you guys for the $3 and the $5. Happy birthday, Jacob, by the way. Thomas with the $10 to buy this guy a tinfoil hat. Hilarious. CD, thank you for the $10. He says, it's clear this guy isn't as smart as he thinks. Clear. And then Marco, thank you for the $5 as well. Then on Super Chat, holy shit, thank you so much for the $100. Papa Wheelie, you are awesome. Thank you so much, Wheelie. Show some love to Wheelie down below in that comment section, who with the $100 donation says, this man's wife has to get pissed off when he pulls into the driveway after work. She has never been happy to see him once. Damn! Thank you so much for the $100. I love and appreciate you so very much. Thank you so much. Show some love to Wheelie. And then Stevani, thank you for the $20 donation as well. Good to see you, by the way, who says, I don't know how you do this every time, Dean. This guy's a headache. I've gotten used to the headaches. Thank you so much, Stevani. Thank you so much, Wheelie. You guys are very kind. Show some love to all the donors. I had to kick him because he got like 5 more billion flags for hate speech.
Holy shit. Okay. I didn't even realize you kicked him.
Yeah.
He had so much confidence. So much confidence.
I feel like he was a troll. And if he was a troll, he was pretty good at it. I mean, that guy should be a stand-up comedian. He could do it for sure. He was really thrown together, a lot of, the self-praise real well. And it was honestly, I think he was a troll. If he was, he'd definitely be a good stand-up comedian. Now, Satana, I mean, I know that you just joined. I'm actually in the stream for the day. Are you?
Yeah, no. I know. I've been listening. Yeah, I'm in about an hour though. So an hour. But I've been listening, so I knew you were getting ready to hop off. So.
All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
All right, bro. Have a good one. Enjoy time with your lady.
Thank you. Hey, for everybody watching, it is that time of the day. Unfortunately, I'm going to be hopping off the stream. Thank you guys so much for pulling through. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. It is free. I do this every single day, so if you ever want to see me again, make sure to hit that follow button now. And go check out Santana. He's going to be live on @SantanaSpeaks4You on all of his socials, TikTok and YouTube, here in around an hour. He's a great guy. Check out his live. And with that being said, peace, love, good night, and goodbye.